Okay, you guys ready? Are we ready? Okay, it is 12:32 and we're out of closed session. No decision was made during closed session. So we're on to the agenda. We have a very, very full agenda, so trustees, hopefully we will keep our questions pithy. And close. So first item on the agenda, is student outcome goals 1 and 3 EOC results. Dr. Hinojosa.
Yes, I guess my staff's gonna make me present, because I don't know where my staff
The
is.
staff is missing.
They're out there eating
So much for the
barbecue.
15-minute,
We have a,
they're rushing.
well, we're American.
So maybe
We're
we
not
didn't
Russian.
have student outcome. Maybe we didn't have any. Did we not have any?
Not yet. I'm still.
Yeah, let's go. Let's roll.
Who's doing
So do
this,
you want to?
Pam?
So you want to do the legislative update?
Yes, let me do the
We'll
legislative
do the
update.
legislative update. Legislative update.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, the legislative session has adjourned, and the governor has signed the bill while Stephanie Elizalde was walking up to get me off this agenda. I really don't have much to say about the legislative update. You guys, the board has actually, and I want to thank Dwayne and all of the staff members that were able to put all the items together. There's still some unknowns. Trustee Solis brought one of them up about, outcomes, funding that's going to be available on several other things that we're analyzing right now. We will bring those to you at a later date. But I also want to let you know that the governor has signed the bill for the dissolution committee for DCS to go away, since they've met all their requirements. So that has been accomplished as well. We are, on Monday, Moak and Casey will be in the district to do a presentation of an overview of the legislation from another perspective. If any of you happen to be around and available and want to come in and sit into that presentation, it is a professional development opportunity. It starts at 1:30 in room 300 at Linus Wright Building. So that'll be another perspective. So we're just now getting all the details, but I think the biggest thing was the budget. And I do want to thank my team for working so hard to be prepared in case we got this revenue, and we'll want to thank them for that. But that actually concludes my report, now that Stephanie Elizalde is back in the room.
Okay. There are no questions on the legislative update. We'll jump back to student outcome. And you'll have to scream, Stephanie.
So the mic is not working. This one, Stephanie, you can use this one.
Good afternoon. Is it? Okay. We wanted to provide you our preliminary results on our end of course assessment. We have received these from the state. Would like to point out before we actually get into the numbers that these are still prior to the state accountability with regard to even ensuring that the students that are identified here are students that do count for accountability measures. And just as a reminder, the state has rules in place to ensure that districts and campuses are evaluated with regard to students who have been in school for a minimum amount of time, so that you actually have had a significant portion to have positive impact on the student outcomes. So not every single student that is assessed ends up actually counting for accountability. However, we are presenting to you all of the overall numbers prior to that subset. So in Algebra 1, and there, just as a reminder again, there's 3 categories. We focus heavily on meets because meets is considered on grade level. Approaches is a minimum standard, which is important for students who have been struggling to reach that threshold, but we're going to continue to push towards the meets and the masters. Without reading the slide to you, just want to point out Algebra 1, while this year has been a 1-point increase from 88 to 89, you can see the 2-year change so that we can look at our longitudinal data. In areas where we're going to be in the high 70s and 80s, you're going to see smaller growth as would be expected, and those areas where we have many more opportunities, you'll see additional growth. Algebra 1 is continuing to demonstrate that while we only increased in that approaches, I want to point out that in the meets and masters, you see very high increases. Again, those are indicative of students not just meeting minimum standards. They are exceeding those standards and being on grade level. That means 69% of the students who took that Algebra 1 end of course assessment in our district would be considered on grade level in Algebra 1. Biology, you saw a small decrease in that 1-year change and is flat for the 2 years. Still see some increases in meets and masters. English 1 and English 2 are going to continue to be areas that we're going to focus on. We haven't figured it out in terms of the same level of increases that we have in other content areas, but no one in the state has completely figured that one out either. We do know that writing plays a big component of our English 1 and English 2 scores, and that has been an area that we're going to continue to work on. Dr. Durant, for instance, has brought in IFL and a writing grant partnership to help us increase that, as well as this is our first year of the full rollout of the new curriculum that aligns with the standards. Nonetheless, you see increases in English 1 at the approaches, at the meets, and at masters. English 2 increases in approaches and meets with a very small decrease in masters. And then U.S. history, relatively flat at the approaches, but we were in the 90s, and then increases in meets and in masters. So we did get state results, and so wanted to compare to what that looked like at the state level. The state also had increases with English 2. We've highlighted the meets because, as I indicated, this is the area that we really want to focus in on. The state had increases in all those areas except English 2, where they remained the same, and the district had increases in all of the meets areas, whether it was Algebra 1 or U.S. history. African American student performance, since that's a big priority for us, you can see that we had increases in Algebra 1 across the board. Biology, some small regression in approaches and meets. English 1, English 2 showed some increases, and U.S. history was either flat or also showed increases. Comparison to the state had increases at meets. This is just a focus on meets only. The district had increases in all areas except biology. Hispanic students, increases, some of the same trends that biology this particular year showed that small decrease or decline in that approaches area, which we've seen across the board. Hispanic students, the state at the meets level had increases in all areas. The district had increases in all areas with the exception of English 2, where we remained flat. And that concludes our overview of just an initial, very broad brush of very raw data that we have at this time.
Trustee Marshall?
Turn it on. Wow, that is going to drive me bat blank. Thank you. It's been a long time. I can't remember the last time we had a student outcome presentation that didn't have stellar improvement. So that's becoming a recurring theme around here, that every time we review these results, that, you know, that there's impressive gains. So kudos to you and the whole team and all the teachers that are making this a reality. I just have a couple questions. First is, it's refreshing when you're presenting this, Stephanie, to hear you focus on the meets category, which is absolutely where we need to be focused. But the goals that we have as a board are at the approaches level for most goals. So I know there's been some conversation about us revisiting those goals, and I just want to encourage you and encourage the administration that when we rewrite our board goals, I think we need to adopt what you just said while you were presenting this, and, you know, the meets level needs to be our focus for those goals rather than talking about kids at the approaches level. So I hope when we redo it, that we'll focus on meets across the board. My second comment or question, I guess, is what's going on in biology?
So it's really too early. We haven't gotten together to do any analyses yet to really try to make where we are. Starting first with, is this truly a statewide trend, or a district-wide trend rather, or are there particular campuses? So just starting to peel the onion back, I have to first go individual campuses. Do I have some campuses with higher results? So this may actually look like district-wide, this is the result, and I could actually end up finding that there's some campuses that are doing really well and some campuses that aren't. So at this point, we're still just starting the analysis.
Okay, well, I'm happy to take that offline, but if you don't mind putting a
Sure.
tracker in for me to, once you
Absolutely.
get the peeled back information about what's going on there, because it looks like that's really one of the only areas that we're not excelling. It's hard to tell from the way this data is presented, but obviously we're seeing gains across the board and with African-American students, but without me doing the math on each one of these, can you comment on how successful we're being in closing the gap?
So there's a reason why I didn't want to attempt to do that right now, and that's because these data don't include any of the scrubbing of students that count versus those that don't count, and that significantly impacts the overall results in the gap.
What
Because
causes-
students with mobility are going to generally perform far less, and those are going to have higher mobility concerns or issues with African American students.
So when you pull out when you show us the gap analysis, that pulls out kids with mobility?
Well, when we actually look at our final numbers, the students that haven't been with us since the October PEIMS date don't get counted in your accountability, right? And you're gonna have more students that are African American that get pulled out of that because their mobility rate is higher. So they come in and out of the system at a higher rate, so they aren't in any location for a significant amount of time. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is those numbers tend to go up the most when we clean the data. So I
Meaning the
didn't wanna-
gap would look better
They would
after
look
the.
better, correct, which is why I don't want to preempt and use data that aren't
So,
accurately reflecting the accountability subset.
so when would we be able to look at that gap analysis?
I don't think the state isn't going to give it to us until August. So we'll do some internal, but I don't want to overpromise and then underdeliver. So we're probably looking August.
Okay, so those are all the questions I actually had, but your commentary about mobility prompts a new one. So what is it that we do for kids that we know are mobile and we know are not going to be in the same campus from one year to next? It makes sense to me that they wouldn't be part of that particular school's accountability metric because they didn't have them the whole time, but we as a district are still accountable to those kids regardless of the fact that they moved from one location to the other. So how do we track that in a way that gives us some understanding of whether we're being successful in improving educational outcomes for a kid regardless of whether he or she starts at one school and ends at another one?
So for all of the students, we set growth measures regardless of whether they're part of our formal accountability set or not. So at the campus level, we'll go through, it's not a formal accountability, but each campus will set, here are all the growth goals we set for students, whether they entered in August or whether they entered in November. And then we go back to see how many of the students actually met their growth so that we know whether we're serving kids that are in formal accountability subsets or not. But I also wanted to see if Cecilia could remind me, Students that move from one campus to another, I think, still stay within the district subset of accountability, but not that local campus accountability subset. Am I correct? I want to make sure, yeah. So we are held accountable when we get the overall district number. Those students still count. So if I go from Brashear
Yeah.
to McNair, just
So-
they don't count at those campuses.
That's good, and that makes sense to me. But I would, for one, love to see those kids peeled out into a separate metric because, you know, it would shed some light on a different problem if
Right.
we're not aligning curriculum well from one school to the next, such that when a kid does move, you know, maybe there's something that metric would show us that, you know, would allow you to better align curriculum from one place to the other. So I've never seen any sort of metric that says for these kids that are mobile, here's how we're doing over time. So if you could peel that out, I'd love to take a look at it.
I'm sure I can work with Cecilia's team to, I don't think we've ever looked at it that way. So I'll be happy to work with Cecilia and we'll bring you something and add it to the tracker.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Trustee Foreman, and then trustee Mackey, and then trustee.
Okay, Stephanie, thank you for the
Ms.
present.
Foreman, I think what we can do is, we can shut down for about 3 minutes, and then restart, maybe we'll have access to all the microphone equipment. So let's just take about 3 minutes, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
I don't think so. Change it? Help you? So that's my champion right there.
That one was working. Are we, do we try it or are we waiting? Oh, okay. I know.
Need IT bingo, right?
But like, how come those aren't
I
run?
think they might have, I don't know.
So now this one stopped?
I think what it does, it checks each base station. It's already gone. It has to, it goes and checks each and every base station.
There's still 3 that are flashing.
There's another, tried to. Sir.
Hey, how are you? They're all now up. Yeah, the last one just came on last night at like, I think David Bates just told me it was like 11:58 or something like that. So we now have them everywhere. So Monday should be Monday should be back to normal. That'll give us enough time to clean out the refrigerators, food. But no, because there's no amount of time that is required. It's just we're required to do it. So like some districts do 1 day, some districts do 2 days. We do as many as we can, so we don't have to make up that time. Yep, thanks. We missed out on a couple of field trips that we were taking kids to. So I may try to see if I can work those back in, but right now I'm trying to get back to normal on Monday.
Test. I think we ought to just use 2 mics, one for the board members
Okay.
and one for the staff, and then they got to go look for some more mics.
Okay, we're back. We're back on. We're working on mics, so we'll pick back up where we were. See, I don't even know who was asking
Trustee
questions.
Foreman.
Trustee Foreman.
I'm gonna take it off so that it can be.
Okay, Stephanie, since I got the mic, I don't have to give it back, right? Just joking, Stephanie. A few questions. And let's just start with on page 2 where you have the approaches, meets, and masters. Exactly what grade levels are we talking about for the EOCs?
So end of course tests could be, this one indicates first time testers, so that could be either grade 8 or grade 9, because Algebra 1 is taught in grade 8, that would be a first time test taker. English 2 is usually a grade 10, so, and US history is usually 11. So it's a variety of 9 through 12.
Okay, and maybe 8.
And 8, yes, ma'am.
So for me, it'd be good to, if we had an opportunity to break out the junior high school from high school, just because we have a focus on that area and to get a better understanding. And then when I look at the meets, which I think is great and we've made great gains, but then when I go back and contrast that to the state, if I look at Algebra 1, we're leading the state at 69, states at 66. If I look at biology, though, we're at 59 and the state's at 67. If I look at English 1, we're at 50, the state's at 60. If I look at English 2, we're at 52, the state's at 60. And if I look at U.S. history, 74, and the state's at 77. So we're trailing the state in a lot of areas. Am I looking at that correctly? Or am I
No, you're
wrong?
correct, but may I add?
You may.
For just a moment. We have, up until last year, we have never had any one of these cells that was ever at the state level.
Okay.
So
Right.
it is.
So we have one.
It is the first time, well, as you've aptly pointed, there are areas that we are still far behind the state. I would be remiss if I didn't, obviously support our team in recognizing that what you've just pointed out, Trustee Foreman, at Algebra 1, we are above the state at 89%. At approaches, at meets, we're above the state at 69%, and at masters, we're above the state at 45. So we know it's possible, right?
I'm just looking at meats because you were
Sure.
concentrating on meat, so I'm only looking at meats. And I'm not saying this in a negative fashion, but I am one that believe we have to be upfront where we are so we can move forward. And we've made great gains, but when I look at where we are statewide, then I look at where the state is and where we are, I see some differences in terms of spreads and percentages. And so I know you're going to keep working to try to get us there.
Absolutely.
But I also know that we have to be realist and recognize where we actually are and where we are trying to go. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your work on this. I know and have seen all the hard work going in by teachers and principals and counselors to get this to happen. the growth over the last few years across the board is, I mean, it's a great way. Obviously, there's more to go, but this is phenomenal, and the work being done echoes that. I'm also encouraged and excited to see that African American students, one of our most focused on subpopulations, outpaced our district growth over 2 years on all the approaches and all the meet standards, which is exciting. Still work to do on masters there. My question is just very technical. What is the first timeline that you will have accountability projections for schools? What's that timeline look like?
So I don't want to speak for Cecilia. You know you were going to get this question, Cecilia. We do, of course, Dr. Oakley will do internal projections, and she'll explain better that there are still some rules, believe it or not, that Texas Education Agency has not yet clarified in terms of how they apply to the accountability. So I'm going to let her talk about that.
Thank you. We are waiting for also the final file for the CCMR for high schools. We've gotten some preliminary, and we are applying the new accountability rules into our methodology, but I expect to have something by the end of the month.
Thank you.
Trustee Henry?
So I was in the hallway. I think Trustee Former might have covered what I was going to discuss first. Thank you again. Phenomenal results across the board. I just wanted to highlight again with African American students. I think it outpaced the district as far as growth. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we close this opportunity gap any more. But when we look at the statewide, I think we're still lagging behind them. Not only with just our solid number, but additionally with our growth. It seems like they are improving either at a similar rate, which means we're not closing the gap, or we're doing it at a slower rate than they are. So I know you'll work on that. I know it's an emphasis, and you'll continue to work on that. And I know it's a passion of yours as well as mine, but just wanted to highlight that. And in addition, the Hispanic students in the district seem to be doing very well in that regard. So just applaud you for acknowledging another population of ours that always needs assistance. So that's all I have.
Looks like the trustees, any other? Oh, trustee.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. First, thank you. These are excellent results. Second thing, I would just ask that when you do the presentation with the progress monitoring, the goals 1 and 2, or 1 and 3 here, if you just include on that slide presentation the actual goal itself.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm trying to go back and forth to,
Understood.
to
Great point.
cross-reference it.
We'll do so.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll do that as soon as we get the accountability. When we represent these with the accountability, we'll make sure that we do that and align those.
Okay, so I just have a couple questions, comments, really mostly comments. So as I look here, I'm looking at slide 5. I mean, we can't let it go by without noticing in slides. So slide 5 is African American students, first time takers. And this is the comparison slide between the state of Texas and Dallas ISD. And at the meets level, Dallas ISD did better than the state. Biology we're working on, English we're working on, in English. I mean, but we're approaching U.S. history. We're a point off from the state. You know, others we're only a handful of points off the state. I mean, that is really something to just be super excited about, that we're closing on the state when we've been traditionally way off of the state. So then when you switch over to slide 7, Hispanic, which is, the bulk of our district right now, unbelievable. We beat the state in algebra by 5 points. We met the state in biology. We're 4 points off on English 1, 3 points off on English 2, and we beat the state by 3 points in U.S. history. I mean, you want to talk about closing the achievement gap. I mean, this is not Exhibit A of the school district not only being able to close it, but closing it, basically being very close to at the state level. I think this is something to really applaud the hard work of our teachers and what's going on in our campuses. I mean, these students didn't become 9th graders yesterday. This is a build-up over many, many years, and we really need to applaud and be very, very happy, about these results. So congratulations to, you and the staff and Dr. Hinojosa, Stephanie, everybody, campus, leadership, and of course, the teachers working hard with our kids. This is really remarkable stuff. So with that, unless there are any other questions, we will move on to item B on the agenda, under information reports, racial equity update. Pam.
Good afternoon, Trustee Flores, or President Flores, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. Today's presentation will really illustrate the progress that the district has made while also recognizing that there are still significant gaps in achievement. And so the work that Mr. Williams and I are talking about today is critical, and it will take time and deep commitment from everyone in the district at all levels, including our community. So today's presentation is really segmented in 4 sections: historical progress, racial equity office, the achievements of the office this year, as well as our priorities for the 2019-20 school year. When we look at historical progress, I think it's important that we emphasize that the district's focus on racial equity didn't start this year with the launch of the Racial Equity Office. In fact, we've worked on racial equity for the last several years. And so this first section of the presentation, we really wanted to give a historical view of the progress that the district has made as far as equitable access. The next slide really just gives the context of the district. We're approximately 92% of enrolled with students of color, 44% English learners, and about 87% socioeconomically disadvantaged. The next slide really shows, it gives several key initiatives and policies that have been implemented since 2014 for the purposes of improving equitable resources for our students. And just a few are listed here, such as breakfast in the classroom and also providing meals to students during the holiday when school's out. And we know that breakfast is critical to learning. It improves concentration, comprehension, alertness. Breakfast is also associated with improved achievement, attendance, and behavior. The board approved an early learning policy that called for enrolling all eligible pre-K 3 and 4 students. We've had an expansion of early learning so that starting next year, we'll have all of our comprehensive high schools who have early learning options for their students. We have strategic staffing at underperforming campuses where we have our most qualified, highly qualified teachers working with our most fragile students. We've also created 50-50 models where we have 50% low-income students and 50% non-low-income students. We know that we had a 9-0 vote to have the racial equity policy go through, and that's the work that started this year. We've developed FAIR, or funds for achievement and racial equity, and then this summer, starting July 15th, we'll launch a new initiative, CAP, or Creating Accelerated Performance. As Ms. Elizalde was here, we talked about the achievements. I think, that happened this past year. I think it's important also to see just the trend data. So we know that since 2012, there's been strong achievement growth, and we see that our district has grown proficiency faster since 2012, more than the state as well as many of our urban peers. We've also reduced the number of underperforming schools from 43 to 4, which really equates to 19% of our students who are in underperforming schools, down to 1%. We've seen a consistent growth in the 4 year high school graduation data. And you can see there we've included the percentages from that we've seen with both Hispanic students as well as African American students. And then that last bullet there shows that we have strong growth with early learning with our students enrolled, our students of color who are enrolled in pre-K. I thought it'd be important to share a little bit about the data just as a trend over time from 2012 to 2018. And I'd say that due to our efforts toward improving equitable resources, the district has increased STAR proficiency across grades, across all grades, as well as subjects by 16 percentage points from 2012 to 2018. And you can see that we're exceeding several of our urban ISD peers. We can look at the next slide, which really highlights English learners, and we can also see that the district has increased STAR proficiency for English learners across all grades and subjects by 16 percentage points, and significantly exceeding growth of our peer urban districts. The next slide shows our African American growth, and you can also see that proficiency for our African American students has significantly increased by 11%, and you can also see that our African American students are doing or are exceeding or having more gains than our peer urban districts, with the exception of El Paso. However, if I can draw your attention to the percentages at the bottom, that second percentage is 4% under El Paso, and that means that they have 4% African American students. So although they did gain 14 percentage points, Dallas has 23% African American. I really like this particular slide because the chart shows that not only, or it illustrates not only the district made greater gains than the state, but you could also see in the upper right-hand corner our EcoDisc, as well as the lower left-hand corner our English learners, that our proficiency levels exceeded the state. And so I think that's a big celebration to see that our students are exceeding state levels. Our African American students also have made greater gains than the state, and we're narrowing the gap. This particular slide, you can see that the results in reading show similar gains where the district's growth outpaced the state. And you can see our EcoDisc and EL students outperform the state, and our African American students' performance has made gains, and again, we're closing or narrowing that gap. So given the progress that we've done over time, we've really taken our equity practices and formalized them through the development of the Racial Equity Office. I think this slide is extremely important because I think if we're not really clear on what the purpose of the Racial Equity Office is and what their responsibilities are, then we can get, then we're not aligned. And so I thought this would be a great time to really talk about what the office of, or the Racial Equity Office's purpose is. And so the office is really charged with identifying disparities and inequities and then bringing them to the attention of the implementing department. And I think that piece is very key. The Racial Equity Office, they are not the implementers, but they work in concert with the departments who are actually the implementers. They collaboratively develop actions to move forward, and then the Racial Equity Office is responsible for monitoring the implementation of those actions, as well as working with that department to make adjustments. It's much like, I would say, the HCM department. They set the foundation for hiring, but they aren't the department who's actually making the recommendation or hiring the teacher and evaluating the teacher. HCM, they are really a large part of the technical piece of designing the evaluation tool, but they're not implementing the evaluation tool. So I thought it would be important really just to kind of show what this office's responsibilities are. The district's equity work is really grounded in these 7 pillars. And instead of taking all 7 pillars and focusing on them in our first year, we opted to really focus on 4 pillars. And the first one is the academic achievement, equity, and cultural competence. And in that pillar, we really want to validate our students. We want to make legitimate what many times institutions and mainstream make illegitimate. We want to affirm our students. We want them to be positive. We want them to think positively about themselves. And we want to build them. We want to build a connection between their home culture and language and the school culture and language. And then we want to offer a bridge. We want to offer a bridge to opportunities and access. Then we go to instructional equity, and we want to ensure that our educators are culturally responsive and honoring the assets of our students and our communities. Programmatic equity really looks at increasing access to high quality programs. And then the last one is internal and external community partnerships. And that's where we're working with our partners to close the opportunity gap. I do want to just quickly look at those, the last or the remaining 3 pillars, and those are not highlighted. That doesn't mean that we're not putting efforts there. It's just that at this point we made the decision, conscious decision, to really focus on 4 pillars for this year. And I actually had a conversation with Trustee Henry, and I really think that we need to look at leadership and operations as well, because I think that that particular pillar really helps examine policies and programs that will help us in identifying inequities. So that's something that Mr. Williams and I, as well as the groups that, yes, thank you, Mr. Yes, the internal site team will really look at and come up with actions for. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Williams so that he can guide you through the 2018-19 achievements as well as our 2019-20 priorities.
Good afternoon. The first pillar that I would like to share with you and discuss is the one that you mentioned before, the academic achievement and equity, academic achievement, equity, and cultural competence. And basically what we focused on this year is to enhance the instructional practices of teachers that support, that work with, and teach our African American and English learners. And if you look to the right, we have the 4 areas that we focused on in reference to the first pillar, and that being analyzing student achievement data. In that, we have presented to you our focus on, focus on the advanced placement students, our students who are enrolled in our advanced placement classes, how many are enrolled. It's been disaggregated by student groups, and the percentage of the students who have performed at the qualifying scores, that's 3 through 5 on the AP exam. And we have continued to monitor that, and we will continue to monitor that during the summer when we receive the data. We also have focused on out-of-school suspensions. And with that data was disaggregated, and we have been working with the various departments, and we have identified, and as I'll elaborate more on this, the 5 schools that had the highest percentage of out-of-school suspensions. And through student services, we've met with those principals, the assistant principals, counselors, et cetera, on the campuses, presented the data, and developed corrective action plans to address that data. We've offered culturally relevant activities, and I would like to highlight the youth summit that we've had with our high schools that was conducted in collaboration with the Young Leaders Strong City organization. And we had a youth summit, and we're going to continue to have youth summits throughout the year. And in reference to culturally relevant pedagogy, I would like to, and I'm going to elaborate on this more, is, the fact that we have submitted an innovative course application with the state of Texas for an African American Studies course. And we've just talked with the panel that's reviewing that from the state of Texas, TEA, just yesterday. And today, they let us know that they're really excited about our proposal. And this will be submitted to the commissioner and then to the State Board of Education this month. And they are really excited, and they feel that we have a great chance for it to be approved. And when it's approved, this course will be offered throughout the state of Texas. All high schools will be able to offer this course along with the Mexican American Studies course. And then in reference to providing academic supports with the FAIR initiative, this is something that we supported with 17 campuses this year. Our second pillar is instructional equity. In that pillar, we focused on professional development. And this year, we focused on implicit bias and cultural intelligence training. And we had a vendor that supported us. It's a Culture Intelligence Center, whereas we had members of our internal site team to be certified to conduct that same implicit bias and cultural intelligence training. So these members of the various departments can go back and train their own staff. It's a trainer of trainer model. The third pillar for this year was equitable access. And this is something that we focused on also. And we reported to you our students' access to our schools of choice. And quite naturally, we did the same thing by disaggregating that data by student groups to you. And we've been meeting with the various departments and it'll be probably by August when we'll be able to compare the data last year versus this year in reference to the students who have been accepted into the various programs. And then we will submit a proposal to you later on today in reference to the scholarship policy proposal for our pre-K students. And then in reference to the supporting the district's enrollment, we've followed and analyzed the 3-year trends of African American students enrollment in Dallas ISD, and we're developing a marketing plan to address the students who have charter schools surrounding the particular schools, and so therefore we have a marketing plan to try to do our best to be able to attract more of the students back to the district. As far as internal and external community partnerships, we're collaborating with the parents and community members to be aligned to the district's vision and mission, and we've launched our 3 committees. And that one committee that you're very familiar with, that is the Trustee Appointed Council, and we've met with them on a monthly basis to get input and feedback from your representatives. And to enhance communication, we've developed a communication marketing plan for the Racial Equity Office, and we've developed a website. And in reference to partnerships, I'm really excited about the partnership that we developed. We've met with the directors of Fort Worth and Richardson's Racial Equity Department, and we developed a collaborative plan where we're going to meet throughout the year, support each other, and share our best practices with Fort Worth and Richardson, being that Fort Worth has had a racial equity office for about 4 years. And in addition to that, I've had the opportunity to meet with the Assistant Superintendent of the Boston Public Schools Racial Equity Office, and being that Boston has had a racial equity office since the late 70s. And so therefore we're collaborating with her. She's been very kind to share resources and toolkits that we can use going forward.
So before Mr. Williams talks about the last section, I wanted to make sure that I explained that section. We're looking at a draft of actions and outcomes, and we intentionally left out the measures, and we did that because the data just came in this week, and we wanted to have time to review that data and look at the trends and then establish some baseline data as well as reasonable points for us to, or gains that we can make throughout the year. So Mr. Williams and I will bring back the outcomes with the exact measures, with the measures included in September. So if, Mr. Williams, can you take the board through the outcomes?
All right, for the 2019-2020, our focus areas first is on the fair campuses. We will have 22 fair campuses that we will support. And we've already met with school leadership, and our plan is to attend the weekly data meetings on the campuses to be able to measure the impact of the fair funds on the campuses, and we'll be able to do that throughout the year so we can always report back to you the impact that the funds, the additional funds and supports and systems have. All right? And the next would be the Creating Accelerated Performance CAP initiative, which is something that I'm really excited about, you know, after looking at the reading lexile levels of a number of our elementary and middle school students. And with this, it's focusing on 3rd, 6th, and 9th grade students. And with that program, that initiative, the racial equity officers will really be looking at the reading fluency and reading comprehension level of the students to make sure that the students are improving in those two areas. Then our focus, as I mentioned before, on the advanced placement access and to be able to provide, we're really going to look at our middle school students, to look at the numbers of the middle school students who are taking the advanced courses in middle school, and all of us know with them taking those courses, that will prepare them for high school. They will be able to take more of the AP exam courses, in high school. The next area is instructional equity. And our focus has been on building a common language here in Dallas ISD when it comes to racial equity. And the major focus has been a mindset and a skill set focus. And that's to be able to change those mindsets and skill sets of our staff members. We're developing a 3-year plan, a professional development plan with the number of staff members that we have. It's going to take a while to be able to get to all of them, all teachers, et cetera. But we've already started some, and we will continue during the year. And the next area is making sure that we have equitable access to high-performing teachers. And we're collaborating with HCM to increase the number of Proficient 1 teachers in our fair campuses. All right, the third pillar is programmatic equity. And what we're doing is collaborating with the special ed department to monitor the percentage of African American and English learner students that have been identified in the special ed programs at the elementary level. And we will continue to collaborate with the newcomer program to make sure that we support them with the supports and activities that they need for the classroom teachers and students. And the next area is the out-of-school suspension. And we are meeting with and collaborating with the Student Engagement and Counseling Services Department. And as I said earlier, we've been meeting with the principals of the schools. They have the highest percentage of out-of-school suspensions, and making sure that we continue to monitor their implementation and execution of the SEL training that they've received this year. And we will continue to do that all through the year next year. And in reference to the specialized program access, we're excited about offering and promoting quarterly workshops to educate our families in the area of support in the enrollment process and in our enrollment process in our specialized programs outside magnet schools, to make sure that our parents understand the process. And so we're going to have quarterly meetings to support our parents. The fourth pillar is our internal and external community partnerships. And we're collaborating with our parent advocacy department to address the concerns of our parents. We've met with them, and it'll be a little different next year. We will have bi-weekly meetings where we go out to campuses and meet with parents and collaborate with them to address any concerns and let them know about the things that we're doing with the Racial Equity Office. But it's kind of what they're calling them the listening meetings, where we go out and talk with the parents. And then in reference to communication, we will continue to forward the website and that marketing plan to make sure that the people in the community know exactly what's happening with the Racial Equity Office. And that last piece is the student development and engagement. And what we're going to do is increase the number of students that have mentors. With the 17 fair schools that we had last year, every fair school had a male and female mentor on their campus. And we had one additional male mentor at South Oak Cliff High School, but 17 of the schools had male and female mentors throughout the year.
So with that, trustees, if you have any questions, we're available to respond.
Trustee Mitchell.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that presentation. It looks like we've made quite a bit of progress from the last time we met, and I appreciate the hard work that has gone into this. Just in terms of visiting with Fort Worth and Boston, what have you actually learned from them in the way, in the form of takeaways that, hey, we're doing something that's really good, that's working, that we hadn't thought about, or if they had reinforced something we thought should work and they've got data showing that it works?
Well, the number one thing that I learned from especially spending time with the assistant superintendent over the Racial Equity Office in Boston is how she divided the work in that office. Whereas she had a director that focuses on reviewing board policies, parent and community engagement, those areas, and professional development for the district. That work is separate from the other director who focuses on campuses, like student access, looking at the discipline data, achievement data, et cetera. They split that work up, and she was amazed when I told her that, I was doing all of it. And so therefore, that's the main thing that I've learned from them. And basically their support, how they've gone out into the community. And that's the reason why we're going to have so many more. We have a parent and community symposiums planned and different things that we're going to do in the community. So that's basically the two things, takeaways.
Okay, I would encourage you to also take a hard look at how the different districts that have racial equity offices, how they performed over time. Trustee Flores was doing some research during that presentation and was showing me that Boston actually hasn't made a lot of progress. And so I think if we can look into the metrics for the amount of progress that has been made by racial equity offices, I'm sure they're doing some things right, and we don't want to have to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
But if we can really find the best practices around the country by looking at the different offices, I think that would be, the racial equity offices around the country, that would be great.
Thank you, sir.
As far as community participation goes, I can't emphasize enough how important communicating with the stakeholders is, particularly in this area. Over time, I know this is hard to launch and to show immediate results, but it's if you put a priority on communication and participation, I think that will help move this initiative along. So in terms of putting together this plan, who all was involved in constructing the plan?
Well, basically, we had a compression planning meeting where we had representatives from about 20 of our district departments, and we had a compression planning meeting where they gave suggestions and things of that nature in reference to what they felt we could do, that would enhance our work. And so therefore, we took those, the major recommendations from that compression planning meeting, and so therefore we're infusing some of those best practices and ideas into our initiative. And in addition to that, we have collaborated, and we are collaborating with the City of Dallas, the City Manager's Office. The City Manager has they've established a equity office for the City of Dallas. And the equity office, the officer and I have been working together. He's supported us. He comes to a lot of our meetings, and he let me know that he's going to invite me to some of the meetings that they have and share some of the initiatives that they're implementing with the City of Dallas. Now, he's new, just like I am, with that equity office, but you know, they've been doing equity work in the City of Dallas prior to him coming. So we're collaborating with the City of Dallas in addition to other school districts.
So when you put together this plan, and so much of this is a chicken and the egg. I mean, how do you get started, and who participates at what level? But this particular plan was put together by a wide range of Dallas ISD employees, and then you're going to roll it out for input to the community, or have you already had that input?
Yeah, well, basically what it is, we have a multicultural history advisory committee, which consists of representatives from colleges, universities, from the African American Museum, the Latino Cultural Center, et cetera. So anything that we do, a major initiative, we will present it to that multicultural advisory committee. We have an internal site team member committee also, which consists of Dallas ISD staff. And then we have the trustee appointed advisory committee, where we have each trustee has a representative in that advisory committee. So we present anything that we're going to do, plus they give us suggestions as far as next steps. So we include them also.
Okay, so just to summarize the advisory committees that you do have from the community, how many different types of advisory groups are there in the community? There's the trustee appointed committee. Are there other committees that you?
It's the Multicultural History Advisory Committee, which consists of those representatives from UTD, from the different museums, et cetera, and experts when it comes to curriculum in the city, like Dr. Marvin Delaney, a professor at UT Arlington, et cetera.
Oh, okay, and do you have town halls, or do you plan on doing town halls to get community input on the
Well, our plan is to have meetings in each quadrant of the city. And as I was stating earlier, from Student Services Department, we're going to go and join them. They've already been doing these listening meetings in schools throughout the city. And so we will collaborate with them. But we're planning community symposiums, one for the fall and one for the spring of the year, where we go out and just share things about the Racial Equity Office with them.
Okay, and just at the trustee appointed committee, well, that's obvious who makes up that committee, who will appoint that committee. How about the other council that you were describing? How is that made up?
We identify people who we know that are experts in particular areas, you know, leaders of those, like the African American Museum, the director of that one, and for the Latino Cultural Center. And then we had representatives from colleges, UTD and SMU, et cetera. So we identified people, a lot of those from the colleges, they teach courses like in diversity, et cetera. So we handpick people like that. Then with, like, for example, Robert Edison, who's well-known in the city of Dallas as far as a historian, who's on that committee, and then Dr. Marvin Delaney, who teaches that, you know, diversity and racial ethics and at University UT Arlington, et cetera. So we handpick people who have some expertise in diversity or equity, et cetera, to be in that multicultural advisory committee.
Okay, and if there are people in the community that we think might be helpful, or if there's somebody in the community who wants to raise their hand and volunteer, they just contact you, and you'll
Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll
make a
take
decision as to whether or not.
Oh, no. We'll, you know, any suggestion that you all have, Dr. Lear has already talked to me about what you just said, adding additional people selecting various people for these to be added to the committees that we have.
Okay. I want to applaud you on coming up with at least a template for the outcome goals. I think that's something that we've been hoping to see as the plan progressed and as the office was established. I'd be interested to see what the numbers actually look like. But I do think you've kind of gone through a pretty good list of metrics to measure progress. The last thing I would just say is I've got 30 seconds left, is just communication. I mean, how are you going to communicate this plan to the community and just make a real effort to reach out to people, because
Yes,
the best way a plan like this would work is if you've got buy-in, and it can't be just top down.
Right.
So, but I appreciate and applaud the efforts that you all are making. Thank you very much.
Trustee Foreman, Matt.
Pam and Leslie, thank you for what you're doing. There was a vision when we talked about racial equity, and what you've done now is you've reduced that to writing what we think racial equity should look like in terms of what the work we will be doing. What I found is a lot of people kind of define racial equity just like you do economic development. Whoever you talk to, it means something different to them. So to see you come forth with a plan that basically defines the parameters that you are interested in racial development, I'm excited to see that. I know for a fact Leslie Williams has been out in the community, meeting with community groups, talking about racial equity before we defined a parameter. And I appreciate that, and thank you for that. What I don't want to see done is we get bogged down on moving forward. What I also like is the fact that you guys addressed the fact that we were moving in a direction prior to the Racial Equity Office in terms of trying to find some way to quantify and qualify what we needed to do to move forward. I think I've probably been the most vocal on this board in terms of what's happening with African American children and racial equity, and was vocal before I got on this board, probably more years than most of the people sitting around this table combined have been talking about racial equity. But it's important to me that you move forward with a plan, and a defined plan, not a plan like economic development. I do have a few questions for you. And I like the sheet where you talk about the historical progress, which is 6 on page 6. And specifically the underperforming schools. But what I will say to you is, although we have the fair schools, there are other schools that probably need some attention also. And so I don't know how you incorporate that beyond the fair schools, but working with school leadership, I think there's an opportunity there to address, because I know I have some schools that are not fair, but might need a little additional support. And so working with school leadership, which I think that is your responsibility, is to identify the issue and work with the departments.
Yes.
As opposed to you trying to implement the plan. You don't have the resources nor the access to be able to do that. I looked at and I'm kind of flipping back and forth, on page 4, what was kind of interesting to me is that if I look at the ethnicity, the way this chart is made up, I'd been thinking that the Hispanic population was 73%. This shows 70%. And so I'm just curious. You don't have to answer it now. Maybe you just want to look at that.
Right.
Because I didn't realize that the Anglo population was up to 8%, which is an increase, if I'm correct. And I've been watching this pretty closely. On On page 13, on slide 13, the third bullet kind of got my attention, and if you could just explain it to me. Show work to identify and best address internal and external inequities.
Oh, I can address that.
Okay.
When it comes to the internal, quite naturally, is looking, we've met with all the different departments, and so therefore, we're developing a dashboard, a dashboard of data for the entire school district, and we will have the basic framework of the dashboard up in the next 2 weeks. And that's to look at the data sets from all, maintenance, technology, student achievement, everything. We'll have a racial equity dashboard. Then on the external inequities, it's basically, I've been meeting with Chief Kalanick in reference to, and we've met with some vendors, and to address like external inequities, like what we call the inequities when it comes to access to Wi-Fi, et cetera, in the various communities, especially South Dallas. And I've been really impressed with the plans that some of the vendors are presenting in reference to placing towers at churches and libraries, et cetera, to increase Wi-Fi and access to all of our students, because students go home and they can't really get online to be able to do their work. So therefore, if they can increase the Wi-Fi in those particular areas. So we've been meeting with them to talk about that. And so there's some other things that we're doing. So that's one example of external inequity. Working with the City of Dallas, the City Manager's Office, as I've mentioned to you all before, one of the schools I had before, the kids have to run to school and run home because of dogs in the street. So now that we're working with the City Manager's Office and the Equity Officer, we can present things like that to them and let them know we have students in a particular area, and this is what they're going through, and then tap into the resources that the City of Dallas has. So we're going to be focusing mainly on what happens to the students at school, but we want to have an impact on what happens to the students when they go home.
Mr. Williams, I don't mean to cut you off, but I only have a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
I love you, but.
Yeah, all right.
So I'm on page 14.
Okay.
And on the instructional inequity, are you referring to training for instructors? Or are you referring to having more seasoned and senior teachers within these districts?
It's basically professional development to build the capacity of our teachers. And as I said in the presentation, working with HCM to secure more proficient 1 and above teachers for our fair campuses.
Okay. And what about leadership and operations?
That's one of the ones that, excuse me. Get to that. On leadership and operations, basically the focus of that is to advance racial and socioeconomic and educational equity practices and operating systems throughout accountability and accountable leadership. And that's working with the leaders of not only the campuses, but in the different departments, IT department, et cetera, to train the leaders of the different departments that we have on implicit bias, cultural intelligence, cultural competence, et cetera. So that's basically what that's about.
Okay, and then on 23, there yet? So that's the last point, was to increase the number of highly qualified teachers at fair campuses.
Yes, ma'am.
And while I know we've shifted in terms of our TEI program to try to be able to bring a proficient 1 and above teachers on board, the question would be is how is that going to, has the conversation been had, how is that going to affect the other schools?
Well, basically, it'll be a part of recruiting proficient 1 and above teachers. You'd be amazed at how many calls I receive of people who want to return to Dallas ISD or people who want to work here in Dallas ISD. And so therefore, we're going to work extremely hard and spread the word. And that's the reason why those community meetings are going to be so important for me to get out, and so that we can recruit top-tier teachers to come to our schools.
Okay, and then, before my time runs out, on 24, it's the out-of-school suspensions. So when we're talking about out-of-school suspensions, young people can be put out of school even in elementary if it's something egregious. So are we talking about what grade level? Are we talking about middle school, high school? What grade level are we talking about?
We're talking about-
And I'm only saying that so that as you guys go through the process, you're able to define
Right.
the grade level, because it's different repercussions for grade levels.
Well, basically, it's elementary, middle, and high school. But the schools that had the highest percentage of out-of-school suspensions were middle and high schools. So we started there. We really looked at the top 15 schools in the district, period. And that's the reason why we're having those meetings or whatever. But I'll just, I know you don't have a lot of time. One of the schools we went to,
My time
we
is
found that
up.
only five, of all, this school had the largest percentage of out-of-school suspensions, but we had only 5 teachers were writing the majority of the referrals on that campus.
That
So that's how
happens a
you
lot.
lock in and address that.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and thank you, Ms. Lear.
Thank you all for this. I'm not going to rehash everything they said, but I think this report is encouraging, and I'm excited to see not only a specific delineation of some of the steps we're going to take, a phase 1 and a phase 2, and outcome goals. I think one thing I do want to echo is a lot of our outcome goals are about what we provide. I think, tying this back to, again, what we expect. I saw 2 of them in there tied to student achievement and what opportunities the students have and what that looks like. Hopefully we'll continue to see those disproportionate gains, which is what you all talked about in here. 2 quick things. I appreciate the note that it's the role of this office to work within all the other executors.
Right.
And I would just like to encourage you all to consider, even everything that comes to the board, to have a racial equity lens to it. How does this policy, how does this decision, how does this impact in terms of racial equity? I think that would be a really powerful thing for every decision that we make up here,
Right.
as well as inside the organization. Number 2, I also appreciated the note under Pillar 3. Y'all talked about enrollment in specialized programs, program access. I know that's something that's come up a lot that we've been talking about. I think this echoes, again, a need for a really streamlined, thoughtful enrollment system, because we lose so many kids, especially disproportionately students, whose parents or they don't have the time or know how to navigate those systems. I think really streamlining that is a major equity piece. A couple quick questions. Number 1, can you talk, I love the idea and I love the submission of African American studies to the state, all that. What is our plan to roll out African American studies and Mexican American studies in schools across the district? Do we have a plan set for that?
Oh, yes.
What does that look like?
Yes, sir. We've met with counseling services, data services, school leadership. The plan is already in place. And the state representatives, the panel that we're working with, they just told us to put a placeholder number there. So the placeholder number is there. And when they submit it to the State Board of Education this month, and they'll give us, when it's approved, they will give us a course number. And then we have a plan in place to put signs throughout the buildings to make sure that the students know that we have those 2 courses available.
So we are expecting to offer it next year.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And Dr. Durant and Ms. Trejo have been part of that, as well as Juani Valaspino, who's been with counselors. So the plan is to execute next year.
And we all know the quality of a course depends on the teacher teaching it. Have we already started to work with and identify teachers who will be teaching this and start give them resources and support for it?
So we are definitely looking at the resources for support. We do need to make have more effort on ensuring that we have the right teacher teaching the courses, but that certainly is part of the plan.
I'll be excited to see how that rolls out. Switching gears a little bit, so we talked about the implicit bias training. One of the outcomes is 80% of staff gets trained on that, building common language, et cetera. Do we have any metrics, or have we talked about metrics for what that actually looks like in terms of operationalizing that in the classrooms and in our school campuses? It's one thing to give a training, it's another thing to do things with it.
Right, and to implement. And so I've actually talked to Dr. Oakley and Dr. Wilson about, and Ms. Elizalde, about how do we infuse that equity, racial equity lens within the TEI rubric, you know, so that it's part of the lesson design and part of the delivery. So yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important that we actually monitor what impact that has. Again, people can sit through trainings all the time. It doesn't mean it actually has any impact on the ground. So
And if we include it in the rubric, then that, you know, that's one of the things that becomes a non-negotiable.
I'll be excited to see that continue to roll out. I also appreciated the allusion to what was happening in terms of racial equity even before the Office of Racial Equity was an item. I think to Trustee Solis's former point at one of the past workshops we had was, I think it'd be helpful for us and for generally to be able to market and say, what is the total amount of investment of things that we think we've made year to year in racial equity initiatives, whether they're ACE, whether they're FAIR, whether they're CAP, what are they? I think that'd be a really powerful number to have and be able to share. So I'll just leave that. I know we probably don't have that number right now. And then finally, do I understand it correctly? Again, transportation is another big equity piece. Do I understand that correctly, that that's probably falls under the leadership and operations strand of these pillars?
Yes, and that is, like I said, I know it wasn't highlighted here, but that is definitely one of the pillars that we want to bring over to focus on this year. And even you mentioned earlier, making sure that the decisions that we make is through an equity lens, and I really believe that falls under the leadership and operations. So transportation would be part of that as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that doesn't get talked about too much, but has such a profound impact. And one of the things, I think this is just a general comment for all, is looking at Boston's equity office and their struggles on a lot of it. And also the fiasco that happened with them when trying to reroute their buses and transportations around equity lines last year. It's one thing to have a policy. They seem to have a policy that really made a lot of impact. It ended up getting shut down because there was a lack of political will. So I think that's also on us to make sure that we push through difficult policies that are going to be meaningful for racial equity, period, and help and partner with y'all for that. So that's why I think that lens is so important. So again, thank you all for doing this.
I'm going to keep my questions pretty limited right now, but I do want to know this. How do you plan to create a space for parents, students, and teachers of color to be decision makers in the process, not just central staff?
Well, thank you.
I'm asking Mr. Williams that.
Okay, well, basically what it is that we've asked the trustees to select people to represent their particular districts, and that's what we've had in the past, this past year. Now, next year, we plan to expand that by a few people and to get other stakeholders, external stakeholders, to be a part of that committee. Us going out and having the listening meetings in the different quadrants of the city, we'll be able to get, check the pulse of the city. And I know a lot of the leaders in various organizations and things throughout the city. And so therefore, that will be it. So the committees that you see now, we're going to expand them as far as numbers are concerned, and to get more input from other external stakeholders.
How many times have you met and have trustees received minutes of these meetings?
Trustees have not received minutes from the meetings, but our meetings are scheduled for monthly for the trustee. All of our committees meet on a monthly basis unless something happens.
But I do think that, that is a good idea, Trustee Johnson, to have minutes or at least a high-level summary of what happened and what took place at those meetings.
Okay. Also, who is my appointee, and when do you plan to inform newly elected trustees of the process to replace or align with the appointee?
And so, I mean, we would come to you to ask you who you'd like to have.
Do I have a trust appointee right now? Has that process?
There is someone who was appointed for
District 5?
Five.
Do we know who that person is?
I don't have it.
We
I think
could
let's get it back to you. But basically, we've already informed the trustee, the representatives from the trustees that are, for the new trustees, that you would be able to select your own, and they are well aware of that.
Okay. Last questions. What groups have you met with, and what are the feedbacks they are giving you concerning the ORE?
Well, basically, it's those committees that I've told you about. Our internal site team, which is about 20 to 25, either executive directors or above in the district. Like I said, everything that we do, we present it to the trustee-appointed council, advisory council, the multicultural council. We present everything that the major initiatives to them. They give us feedback, and we get that in writing, et cetera, from them, and then they make suggestions on what our next steps should be.
Okay. I'll stop it right now.
So first, I want to say thank you to both of you for dealing with my ongoing messages, text messages, emails, phone calls about this particular issue. As you know, it's probably the priority for me as a trustee. I want to start just going back in time, but I want to thank the board for making this a strategic initiative when we're talking about the tax ratification election, and the administration for proposing to be part of the tax ratification election. I think this is very critical. I'm going to say thanks to people not in the room, but those who advocated at the legislature to then lower recapture plan to get us other savings so we can have another $70 million. And I'd like to thank the administration for then taking a piece of that, I guess roughly $70 million, and dedicating it as their first priority to racial equity, which I think is a big deal. And I wanted to thank just the new colleagues on the board, Trustee Johnson, Trustee Mackey, and what you technically call Carla Garcia when she joins, for making racial equity a part of their campaign and being allies on the board. So I want to thank everyone in the room for making this a priority to the district. I think it's incredibly important as we talk about ELL and African-American students getting undereducated and over-disciplined in our district. It's really a charge of ours to fix this. I do have a few questions and comments. I'll start with the comment, and it's just the whole idea of racial equity to me. In order to address racial equity, I believe you have to be proximate. And I think the further you get away from the issue, the more difficult it is for you, one, to even identify the issue, and then secondary, to solve it. So a question, a charge, and I think people have already asked this question. Trustee Johnson just asked it, like, who was involved? And compression planning was just a district, is that correct?
Yes, we had a representative from the city of Dallas that participated also.
And I'm going to cut both of you off. I apologize in advance, just so I can get my 10 minutes. And when I talk about inclusion, I'm talking about the folks that Trustee Johnson talked about, students of color in particular, educators of color, people in the community. There's a lot of groups that advocated heavily, even going back to the tax ratification election, that are deeply involved and invested and passionate and been working in this space for a very long time. So to the extent that we can get proximate by not only including these folks, but giving them authority, and I tend to talk about, I'll talk about this later, to be a part of the decision-making process is crucial for us to really address racial equity. If we're not including these people, I'm not saying including come to the meeting, I mean including you have some authority, you have some power-making position, that I don't think we're gonna get to racial equity. I don't think we're not gonna take the right process. So I think I've heard from the answers who's been involved. I don't think those folks have been involved to the point where they're actually in an authority-making position. It's just kind of been input. I'll have a meeting, I'll listen. I really think we need to transition beyond that. So I guess my question is, and you may not agree with this, but I would like to know, are there any systems in place already? Because I have some suggestions where we truly involve people in the community that are directly impacted by the inequities in our district.
I think that's a space and opportunity for us to look into.
So the next question I have is the effectiveness of historical events. I think we're doing a great job on this slide right here, putting outcomes out there, what we intend to achieve. Have we done this on the stuff that we've done prior? So last year, do we have these type of outcomes as a board so we can evaluate what's happened in the last year?
This is the first set of
Okay.
outcomes that have been.
So I'm glad, as a board member, it's very helpful to see this so we can hold, because that's the only way we technically can hold you all accountable. So I want to thank you for doing that. I think someone already talked about the compression planning Can you describe the compression planning generally to us? Is that what helped develop these strategic initiatives that you have now? Can you just maybe in like 30
It
seconds
did.
describe?
The compression planning meeting is really comprised of a cross-section of the district. We also had city representation there. And the purpose of that committee was truly to have a deep level of discourse around what is racial equity, what should this department be doing, and then what are the outcomes that we should look at. And so part of it was understanding what data came forward that the office was looking at in collaboration with other departments, and then what outcomes should we see if we're making gains or movement.
And to get to those outcomes, did you also discuss what path we're going to take, what program, are we going to do AIM, et cetera? Is that part of the compression planning discussion as well?
That's part of it, but AIM and CAP didn't come from that particular meeting. There were discussions that, and then those programs really were the outcome of those discussions.
So I'm going to go through some of my questions on the slides. I'll run out of time. So I think Trustee Mackey was talking about this earlier, and as we're evaluating this in an ongoing process, and I think I already talked to you about this, Pam, was, for example, one of them, just pulling something out, and maybe it's nitpicky, but creation of socioeconomically diverse choice schools. Are we evaluating into that lens that Trustee Mackey was talking about? Is that a racial equity positive, neutral, negative? If we're creating a solar prep for girls, but half the class is Anglo upper class, is that creating more equitable opportunities, or is it perpetuating something we've had in the past? So that may or may not be true, I don't know. I'm just saying, as we do these bullet points and put them out to the public and to the board, are we using a lens to say, yes, this did move the needle on racial equity, or it didn't, or it moved us backwards in some cases? But if we're not thinking about that, then we might think we're moving forward when in some places we're in fact moving backwards. So
We'll add an outcome on that specifically. And I did look at the data after we talked, and I think we talked about solar prep, and we are at 50-50 at solar prep.
Okay.
Girls.
So what that look, okay. So that's probably overrepresentative of the student population of the city a bit, which means some people are getting a disproportionate amount of access and some aren't. Is that?
I can get you the exact percentages.
I'll ask some of these offline. You said we are closing the gap based on these slides.
We are.
And this is all students, because I think the EOC data shows we're kind of either.
Well, this was all
that's
grades, all subjects. Right.
Okay. And I'm glad you pointed out this point. When you went to visit Boston, is she or he the director up there? FEMA. She has people that are responsible for certain aspects. When we have these 7 pillars, it's a lot to ask you to be responsible for all 7 pillars. What's the steps, or if there are any, for disaggregating these pillars where all of them are not following underneath you, where you have to manage every single one of these pillars, which are all in and of themselves huge issues. We're not even addressing facilities and location, and that's, we talked about leadership and operations. Those are huge things in our district. Is there a process or a path for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're in the process. We've gone through an interview process to hire an additional director and parent and community engagement person. And as I explained to you all, what I learned from the meeting with Boston, how they split that work up. So therefore, as I said in the presentation, this person will focus on board policy, professional development, and parent engagement. The 2 new people will focus on that, where the balance of the remainder of our team will continue to focus on school items, school student achievement, discipline, and other areas.
Okay. And I would.
Trustee Henry, I think it's also important to know, though, that this doesn't just happen in racial equity office. So we're not looking at academic achievement alone. That is very much with school leadership. And programmatic equity is very much with also school leadership and teaching and learning.
Yep, and I see that.
Yeah.
I see that.
So I think that is that's a big piece that I don't know that everybody thinks about. The work that is happening in this office has to be in collaboration with the implementers.
And And then the fair funds, I don't think we have time now, but at some point, I think if the board can be presented what happened with fair last year.
Sure.
What worked at campuses, what didn't work at campuses, and then what we're doing with fair moving forward. I think you're actually doing a good job being smart about what happened last year, but I still, as a trustee, want to know how principals use the fair money, what y'all found effective and what y'all didn't find effective.
And the next presentation is actually on FAIR and what we have planned for next year, 1920.
Okay. And this is a comment. I'm hearing a lot about support and engagement. I really just want to push all of us, including the board, to talk about empowerment. Again, back to the proximity. We have to empower people close to this issue to help us solve it. Well, have all the principals on there? Not that time. Have one. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of time. Okay, thank you.
Trustees, any other? Oh, so trustee Solis, Marshall, and then trustee Foreman on, second round.
I guess I'll start with, well, first just let me ask a question. I think just kind of help me understand sort of where we may be headed with this plan, this iteration of the racial equity plan. I want to make sure that we refocus ourselves, and I want to do it through your own interpretation, Leslie, of the concept of equity. So seeing as you run the department, give me as best you can and sort of your short spill on racial and socioeconomic equity in Dallas ISD. What does that mean to you?
What it means to me is through this office, I think the board policy is excellent. Everyone that's seen it has been really impressed with it. And through this office, we're to identify any programs, initiatives, or systems within the district that have negatively impact our African American and English learner students. And when we find those inequities or whatever, our charge is to meet with those departments and develop a corrective action plan to address whatever that issue is or what the data says. And then we monitor the implementation of the plan throughout the year. And we report the results to our chief, Dr. Lear, to the ELT and to you. So it's basically, to make it real simple, it's leveling the playing field, making sure that the students, we have equitable access to all the resources, schools and programs that we have throughout the Dallas Independent School District. And like I said, it's not only that, but having an impact, a positive impact on what happens in the neighborhoods. Those things that we can do through the nonprofit organizations, et cetera, to support our students and their parents in the neighborhoods.
I think the way that I think about this, and you sort of described it this way, is the racial equity department, I think, is sort of tasked with being an ombudsman, essentially, right? The definition for that, it is an official appointed to investigate individuals' complaints against maladministration, especially that of public authorities. And in essence, the spirit of your organization is to get in here and to say, here are the things that have led to a set of inequities that we now are tasked with rectifying, remediating, repairing. That's sort of what I've always assumed this office was going to be doing. And when I read this plan, I get a sense that we're moving towards doing something like that. Now we're starting to begin to get a set of goals with a set of metrics we can hold people accountable to. And I'm not even saying holding you all accountable to within the department, although that will have to be an element of this. But holding DISD accountable to. So I'm appreciative of the fact that I'm starting to see some tangible things manifest from this department. But I also think when we think about the term of equity in this district, that we've got to really be, it's a nuanced definition. Because even when we look at, let's go back to the slide with the breakdown of what the district looks like, enrollment statistics. Like, how do you get to equity when 87% of our kids are socioeconomically disadvantaged? Like there is a question that I think in order to do any work from equity, we need to ask about that number in and of itself, 87%. When everybody sees this number, we look at it and we say, okay, 87% of kids in this district are poor. But what is poor and then what is po? Right? Like that question is a question that the department, I think, needs to ask itself. If we're going to do more for some, which I think we've all can agree now that that's what we mean by equity, at the very least, is doing more for some, we need to make sure that we're targeting our resources immediately to those communities that need it the most. And I get a sense from the plan that is being presented that we're headed in that direction. But I also start to wonder whether or not we are going to go far enough. Because I look at some of these goals, and it's like we want to increase reading. I'm all for it. We want to decrease out-of-school suspension. I'm all for that as well. But is there more that we could do? And I would even suggest in a more bold fashion. So when I look at the slide that says the things that we are not even going to consider this year, probably because we just don't have the time to be able to do it, like facility and location impact, I have a question about our commitment to equity, if that's something that we're not going to be looking at right now at the very same time as we are planning a 2020 bond. So what conversations has your department had as it relates to the planning of a bond? And I've been around the game long enough to know we're going to get a presentation on what the bond's going to look like. We're so far advanced in what this bond's going to look like. The administration has been doing lots of planning sessions. They've had conversations with people. They know what they want the bond to look like. So where have you been in that conversation?
Okay, we're a part of, I've met with with Scott Lane, and we will be a part of all their meetings going, period. As they move
How many
forward.
have you been a part of to date?
I haven't been to any.
Zero.
Date.
Okay.
Well, we haven't started the 2020 bond yet, but Mr. Williams is.
Well, what would starting the 2020 bond look like?
Well, Mr. Lane's going to talk about it. It's actually one of the presentations that'll happen today, and you'll see that Mr. Williams is on there. We had a long conversation about the importance of having a racial equity lens when we build the bond out. So you'll see that today in one of the presentations.
Okay, so when I think about what this department could do, I think about the historical inequities in this city that led to the data that we see today. When I think about even in the racial socioeconomic resolution that we put in place, we talked about rectifying historical inequities. And I think about what this bond potentially could look like with an equity lens. And I think about being bold. As the head of this department, what type of conversations do you think you will bring to the discussion about the shaping of the 2020 bond? Like, what lens are you going to bring to that discussion?
Will be an equity lens. And, you have to remember that, I was born and raised here in Dallas, Texas. I know about those inequities that you're talking about. I live those. All right, so, I will attend the meetings and I will give my input based on whatever they present. I know the history of Dallas, Texas, period. All of the different neighborhoods in Dallas. So therefore, I will attend those meetings with that background knowledge. And there are a number of things that I know that I can present and support them as they develop the plan. And we will depend on community input also. I'm going to make sure that we receive, like Trustee Johnson and Henry have talked about, we're going to make sure we have community input, and that's one thing that I'm going to make sure that we have.
So just to kind of get it, okay, so I'm going to do a real quick hypothetical. And I want you to use the lens of racial and socioeconomic equity. A decision on the bond comes up, and the decision, it's a binary decision. We either put a new high school north of 30 or south of 30. what, as you're thinking about the advice that you want to give in the creation of that decision, what's experience, based on what you said you have, what experience are you going to put on the table for us to have a conversation from a racial equity standpoint?
First thing you have to do is meet with the community, the community stakeholders, and get their input on north of 30, south of 30, or whatever to see. And then we look at the data. It depends on what the data says as far as you do a needs assessment to determine basically what are the needs in that particular area. Enrollment is an issue, et cetera. So there are a number of factors that we would look at to make a decision like that. But the most important thing to me would be the input of the external stakeholders, the parents, and the community members.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll stop.
Trustee Marshall?
Is that working? I'll be brief because I appreciate that Pam took the time to meet with me offline on this topic and review this deck with me, and I got a chance to talk to her and ask questions at that point. I think what you're sensing here is a lot of passion around this table on this topic, and I can appreciate that this presentation shows the historical context in which the board has made decisions over the last several years with an eye towards racial equity. And I think many things that we've done have shown, have already borne fruit and will, continue to do so because we've been acting with that lens. But I think, when we passed the racial equity policy and we, created this office and we devoted budget dollars to it, it's our expectation, I think I speak for everyone, that the scale and pace at which we were investing in these types of initiatives would increase dramatically. And so far I've been disappointed in the pace in which we've seen those investments and those ideas for how to further improve racial equity. I've been disappointed in the pace of that change. And so I can appreciate that some of the things that we talked about today were not framed in front of this board originally as having come from your office. And I'd recommend that in the future, when you guys bring things to us, that you point out to both us and to the community that those ideas had their genesis in the Office of Racial Equity, because it builds confidence that this office is shaping change and is driving the agenda forward. So I appreciate you recasting some of the things that you've presented over the last couple months in the light of coming from this office. But I think we need to see step function improvement in the scale and pace and magnitude of the ideas coming forth from this office. And I think, Pam, one thing that we talked about at breakfast that you didn't get a chance to talk about today is the investment that some outside entities are making in this work. And I wanted to give you the opportunity to share a little bit about that, whatever you're comfortable sharing. Because from my perspective, that seems to have the legs on it that we need here to, kind of increase the pace and scale of change.
Sure, I can certainly do that. So one of the things, we had a company come in, I want to say maybe a year and a half ago, to do an analysis of the district to really bring up some potential inequities. And the findings were not what we thought that they would be. And so what we've done this year is we've had a partnership with Education Resource Strategies, and they actually came to us and they wanted to know, they saw that Dallas was doing very well and wanted to know what did we attribute those gains to. And so, of course, we talked about our 4 strategic strategies, and they, in fact, did an article on Dallas ISD and 2 of our strategic initiatives. And so from that, I had an opportunity to learn more about their organization, and they've worked across the nation, and they've done a lot of work on racial equity and also looking at resource allocation. And so I've asked for them to help us really look at a comprehensive level, a comprehensive scale of really creating an equity resource map. And that equity resource map really helps us understand how we're utilizing resources, which is really time, money, and people. And then how does that impact the student experience? So two areas that they will look at is how we're using finances, funding for different school, for each school, and are there any inequities there, as well as looking at student courses. You know, we talked about advanced placement very briefly earlier, and there are schools that offer, if you look at a master schedule, then you'll see different courses that are offered at different schools. And so we want to make sure that there's equity across the board. And so ERS will come in and they will assist us in doing a comprehensive analysis on our practices and our policies, and then provide us with some direction on, well, one, help us with identifying those inequities, but also help with finding direction.
And this is free.
Not ERS, no.
Okay, well, what's the investment from the foundation that we discussed then?
So they will help us with the community aspect and making sure that the community really understands what equity means, what racial equity means, and bringing them along as the district is building this plan and executing the plan. So we're working in concert, and we've already said that there's opportunity for us to communicate what's happening in the office better, and I think that that organization will help do that.
Great, thanks. So my last question is, at what pace and frequency can this board expect to be updated on further progress on racial equity? Because I think this is a topic that, it's been several months since the last time we checked in. I think all of us are feeling like we have an appetite for more information faster and more clearly. So I, for one, would recommend that we get on some sort of recurring rotating schedule here on this topic, and I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Sure. I'm thinking every other month, but we're certainly open to whatever pleases the board.
Just from my perspective, that sounds reasonable, so thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work on this.
Just Trustee Foreman and Trustee Johnson.
Again, thank you guys for what you're doing, and thank you for fielding these questions. But I've heard some things here, and I just want clarification for me. First, I heard that $70 million is going to racial equity.
No, it's approximately 12 million.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. And how much of that is fair?
And fair is the next presentation.
Yeah, but how much of the
5.75 million.
Yeah, I know it's the next presentation, but I'm trying to get clarity because there's been some misrepresentation of exactly.
Trustee Foreman, what you may have heard is, if you think about ACE, that is a form of racial equity. So
Yeah,
but I
I'm
didn't
just
say-
talking fair.
Oh, okay.
I'm just talking fair. So it's not $70 million. I want to make that clear. And then I heard a comment about people who fought for the TRE and helped bring money to the district. Well, it's people who didn't support the TRE and are paying taxes that still should have input. So it's all the taxpayers having input. It's not a group of taxpayers. And I'll fight for that forever. It's all the taxpayers. I don't care who fought for the TRE, which I was against. But I just want to make that clear. And then on the compression planning, it sounds like you had some inclusion outside of the district. I need to get a clear understanding of that also.
Yes. We had a representative from the Equity Office from the city of Dallas that was present.
Okay, all right. And then I heard another comment regarding the, if 87% of our kids are poor, how can we find racial equity? Well, 70% of our kids happen to be Hispanic. They get dollars for ESL and bilingual. And in many cases, the classes are smaller. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to recognize it. It's a fact. It's not what we do. It comes from the federal government. So you have a group of kids that don't have access to those funds, correct? Am I correct?
There's criteria
Yeah,
for each of those.
exactly. I just wanted to make sure I was correct. Because as we talk about access and equity, we have to first identify some of the issues that are barriers for us, even if we're uncomfortable with those issues, and then deal with those issues to try to get people to the place where they need to be. If you tell me in every subject at every grade level, African American children are behind, and then I go to Kimball High School and I see a history class with 30 kids in it, and I see a bilingual class with 10 kids in it, who's going to do better? Just being real. Not hating, but being real. We need to deal with that. And lastly, when the question was asked about the bond and the 2020 bond, there are several ways that you can talk about equity within the bond. That is making sure that the building qualities are the same, because all buildings are not the same. Some of the buildings are much older. And I see Scott peeping his head up because he knows I was on the 2002 and the 2008 bond committee. There's processes with Wi-Fi access that some of our schools don't have. So as you sit in those meetings, Leslie, and begin to listen to the things, and by the way, the bond committee has not been formed. The superintendent actually appoints 2 co-chairs, I believe, and each board member will appoint a member, and then there will be some additional outside members on that bond committee. I do stress very highly that not only you attend those meetings, but some of your staff also attend those meetings, because there are things you can miss, because they talk fast, right, Scott? So make sure that as you attend those bond committee meetings, that you have other people there that will help you go through that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson?
I guess to piggyback off of what Trustee Solis was saying, when we're looking at facilities, there are facilities that are not equitable, I believe. It's more of a comment. And I believe we should not have to wait to the 2020 bond before there is involvement from the Office of Racial Equity. So, one, when you're looking at South Oak Cliff, we're already behind, because there is no representation from the Office of Racial Equity when it concerns that particular school and others that's like that. Please explain more on the training, who is doing them, who is attending, how much is it costing Dallas ISD, and its effectiveness. In the compression meeting, what specific information did it yield in regards to ensuring the ORE is exclusive to low-income communities? If I need to say it again, I'll say it again. Dr. Williams.
I would have to get back. I can give you the entire process in reference to the compression planning meeting. The questions that were asked, the responses, the top recommendations from the 20 to 25 members. I can get that to you. But in reference to the compression planning, there are some high-level recommendations that were made, and we are infusing those into our plan for 2019-2020. All right. In reference to what you mentioned about the facility and locations impact, that was not one of the strategic outcomes, the pillars that were part of our plan for this past year, but it will be the facility and location impact, something that we will focus on this year, and that's in reference to all campuses, South Oak Cliff, et cetera. But we had 7 strategic outcomes, and being that this was our first year, we were advised to only focus on 4 for the first year, and then we would include the remaining 3 the next year, which is now, and that's one that we will start focusing on starting this year.
And I don't know if this is already asked or presented. But I know you said there were 17 campuses that you supported with FAIR. Question is, what 17 campuses did you support with FAIR, and what was actually done? What did you actually do to give those support, and how the funds we are using beyond define the funds we are using besides field trips and consultants. So
Trustee Johnson, we can give you all of the 17 campuses, and we can share with you their budgets and how they spent it. I think on a high level, what we did was, in order to identify those campuses, we had high concentration, high number, percentage of African American students. We also saw that their achievement was not where we wanted it. They were underperforming. So that's really how we identified the campuses. As far as, if I look at kind of 3 buckets of how they spent money, I would say that it was extended day for interventions, and we needed to pay the teachers, and rightfully so for that. And we had Saturday school. We also, or the principals, spent a lot of the money on professional development, and that professional development was on instructional pieces, data assessment, and then also SEL practices. And then I guess the last piece would be instructional resources. And, in some cases, there were schools who needed to have additional instructional resources. Perhaps the district only provided, only a portion of the resources that were needed, and the school needed additional resources based on the student needs. So I think if I were to look at how the money was spent, I would say those 3 buckets are probably the largest, but we can certainly, through the tracker, send you the 17 schools and how those schools spent the dollars.
Yes.
And I think the next presentation on FAIR will talk a little bit about how we've used those FAIR dollars, and we think that it's made an impact. We've had an opportunity to look at the current data, and we've seen some gains. But we've had an opportunity to work with Chief Elizalde and her team and really shore up some things, and we think that we have a tighter system now with FAIR. And you'll see that in the next presentation.
Please send me that in the tracker.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate you, Pam, for speaking. I have schools, Roosevelt, South Oak Cliff, Pinkston, and I was in a meeting last night, and thank you to Dr. Luss, he was there with me and his staff, and one of the concerns that they're having is equity, and not leaving the neighborhood schools unattended when we're building like K through 8 schools, and there's no programs, quality programs in that school, and there's pretty much no equity in what's going to go on instructionally. And so I would like to get something sent to me in the tracker concerning that, those schools in my district, so that when we're having those community meetings, that we can be able to give answers, because what I'm dealing with is fear due to lack of transparency and communication. And I'm asking Dr. Williams this because he's over the Office of Racial Equity. And so I want the person that's over the Office of Racial Equity to be able to give answers. So when the community who is looking at this at our briefing can get answers and know what's going on. So please give me that information as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, well, thank you for that. So, do you still have? Trustee Henry? Yeah.
So, 2 additional comments. The advisory committee, and this might be to my colleagues, each person is appointed by, appointed by each board member to this advisory committee. I've seen the names that were on the list, and I think we've talked about that some of those folks went on to do other things. I think when we have an advisory committee for racial equity, the folks that should be appointed, from my perspective, on that board should be people that are passionate and have a history working in the racial equity space. I think often we appoint people for whatever reasons, but I think if we're serious about racial equity, the folks that we look to appoint on these, and this is on us, the board on these committees, should have a passion or a history or an understanding of racial equity, it shouldn't be come to the advisory committee to come learn about racial equity. That's kind of the trustee Marshall's point with the frustration of the movement. So I hope us on the board, when we appoint people to these advisory committees, that we make sure that these folks have a competency, frankly, around racial equity if we're really serious about this. I think we do the same on our bond. We put people on the bond committee that know, sat on bond committees before, that work in that space, and I think we should do the same with this advisory committee. The second piece that I wanted to talk about, and I know Trustee Mackey talked about this with Boston. There's a lot of people that have had racial equity offices and a lot of people that have tried to do this for a long time, and I don't think anyone's done it well. But what I do know is the ISD has been very innovative in doing a lot of things at a very high level that other people hadn't done before. We just looked at our EOC data. We've looked at them for the last few years. ACE programs, CEI, whatever you feel about these innovative programs that have moved the needle. So I think we don't have to really look externally. We have the talent within our district, and more importantly, back to my point about community empowerment within our city, to start developing these partners if we work in partnership. So really want to, from my perspective, encourage folks to know that we've done difficult things like this before, and it's just another difficult thing that we need to do to kind of deliver on what our kids are capable of. So those are my just last two comments, is, you know, really emphasizing empowering folks in the community that have been working on this for years and are ready to get to work if we just work with them.
Thank you.
Oh, Trustee Solis.
So I'll be brief. I just want to say, I think from a board member standpoint, it's incumbent upon us, if we're going to keep asking you all these questions and can challenge the ideas, that we at the very least give you our own thoughts on what it might even look like to us. And Trustee Foreman said this earlier, and I think she's absolutely spot on when she says it, that everybody talks about equity in their own righteous way. I said that before. And so just, I think receive this as simply one person with one idea. But when I think about the African-American curriculum and the fact that kids at some point are going to be taking this course, the question I would have that would frame it from an equity sense, the way that I'm viewing what you're telling me we're committed to doing, would be that we're not just going to offer that course, but that every kid in Dallas ISD, before they graduate, has to take that course. So are we committed to doing something like that? Would be a question I would pose to you with the challenge. That's what I'm thinking about when I think about equity. The second thing I would say is that I know what the bond committee is going to look like, and I recognize you will be the sole person, currently the way that it's structured, in the room. And you're going to have to be in a lot of rooms, because it seems like there's a lot of committees that are going to be a part of this. But where we place these facilities can be game changers for entire communities. Game changers. And Leslie, you mentioned earlier, you're from this community. You're from Dallas. You know it like the back of your hand. And I know that you know, because we've had the conversations about how our community got to be a tale of two cities. Man-made decisions. A lot of those is around housing. And when you think about where we're going to place schools, the schools that we're going to attack first and improving, the first thing that I would go to the table with, thinking through an equity lens, would be the federal red line maps of Dallas. And the thing that I would overlay on top of that, I'd overlay current conditions of poverty, current conditions of crime, current academic achievement conditions, and where those red lines, those red boxes, have seen a consistent and perpetual hyperconcentration of poverty, low academic achievement, high crime, a racial wealth gap, that means that it's never changed since the city, state, and federal governments placed those conditions on a people a century ago. So where I go to put a school, where I go to put my bond monies, regardless of if they've had monies before, would be those communities first. Regardless of the FCIs, regardless of the studies that Scott's going to do and has already done. So the question I would have to the Racial Equity Department and DISD in general is, are we willing to make that commitment? because I think that defines equity as we have defined it in DISD. It's an uncomfortable conversation because immediately people start saying, well, no, that's not how we do things. Or not, I got to take care of my district first. But that, I think, is what we mean by equity if we're willing to make that commitment. And that's when I think of bold, those are the things that I think about. Rooted in historical, man-made decisions that have held people back. So those would be a couple of suggestions I'd give from one trustee's perspective.
Okay, trustees, any other questions, comments? If not, yes, no? We'll move on to, since we're now on item 3 of our 10-page agenda, funds for achieving racial equity update. At 2:49 in the afternoon.
We ready?
Yes, absolutely.
So, Ms. Elizalde, Mr. Williams, and I would like to just share with the board where we're going with our FAIR partnership. And when we say partnership, we're talking about the Racial Equity Office and school leadership. And so we have come together to look at what happened this year with the FAIR schools, and we see that there have been we have moved forward in those schools, but we also see that there are areas that we can shore up, areas that we can tighten. And so this presentation will just kind of lead you through, one, the identification of the schools, what we use to identify what the FAIR schools, the list of FAIR schools for the upcoming year, and then also what we're going to use those additional dollars for each of those schools. And then the next steps moving forward so that the board is apprised to where we are with this partnership with FAIR schools.
What we have here is the list of schools. It's 22 schools that have been selected in reference to, identified for the additional support from FAIR. The school selection was based on state ratings of D or F, or developing a focus in reference to our system, and a review of the ACP predictive data from the first, for the fall semester ACPs, along with STAR data and the historical data from the campuses, along with the campus climate surveys. And so the support that the schools receive will be based on a needs assessment that's been conducted. And it will be aligned to the core components, and those core components that we, with best practices that we learned from ACE and additional things that we learned from. And the successful criteria will be for these campuses to become rated as A or B rating based on the school performance framework, and have a positive climate performance of 3 or above. Next, we have the ethnicity at the selected campuses, and we have 41% African American, 55% Hispanic, and 4% others. This is only the 22 FAIR campuses.
If you don't mind going back just one more slide. Actually, go one more as well. I would like, since ultimately the school's outcomes rest in my shop, and we work in collaboration, obviously, with the Racial Equity Office being just one of many departments that we work with. I would like to go back to address just a couple of questions that I heard on the previous presentation. Number one, we identified those 17 after we received the state accountability ratings, which was very late for us to then go to campuses and ask principals to create plans. So part of what we learned was it was too late. So we've identified these 22 now, even though I really don't have accountability measures yet from the state. We utilized the data that we had from the previous year along with data gathered throughout the year so that we could give campuses an earlier start. For instance, if in fact a needs assessment said that a campus wanted to add an additional assistant principal or an additional teacher at a particular level, they would have to have waited until we gave that, well, you're going to look for teachers in August or September after the school year began. So this was in an effort to learn from things that we didn't do well. So those were things that the Racial Equity Office really pointed out to us, even though we had given dollars based on so many dollars per student at that campus. So I want to make sure that that responsibility certainly rests with me and in a manner in which we should have done that earlier on in the process. Lesson learned. So Mr. Williams worked with me so that we could identify the bottom 10%. We have 222 schools, so the reason we selected 22 were the schools that were near the bottom who also had an for lack of a better description, had large percentages of African American students. So where those two overlapped, and then Trustee Foreman had asked at a previous meeting, was there overlap? We also then took schools like ACE or AIM, if they were already in there, we weren't going to double dip because they are getting those resources. We want to make sure we are getting to as many campuses that need the help through different avenues. So I just want to point out this slide though on 3 because these were metrics that we used. It wasn't just, I think that school's struggling. There were actual metrics that we put together in this particular chart. And I do want to point out that even the schools that may have received a B from the state that are on this list, and many of you are familiar with them, it was an 80. So that was concerning because they could have easily then, could have been a 79 and that could have been a C based on the state rating. So we looked at local accountability, our own SPF, we looked at their ACP data, we looked at their climate surveys, as was mentioned, but I really want to reiterate, we sat down together, this wasn't even one meeting, this was multiple meetings of getting together to discuss this. And on the next slide, I want to emphasize that 41% African American students represent 7,050 African American students. So we are absolutely targeting the students who need the most help. This is disproportionate assistance because the students need it. That's the only way we right the inequities is by making sure we're bringing additional resources to the students who need them. So with the next core components, these are lessons we've already learned in terms of best practices from SEL supports, social emotional learning that we know have worked, all the way to a focus on literacy. Because while instructional competency is important, we know the literacy is a key component. And we also see that that's the area, as we noted earlier, that we struggle in the most is still with, as you see, our end of course assessments, regardless of the fact that that happens at the state level, is kind of irrelevant to Dallas ISD if we're responsible for Dallas ISD. So don't want to go through each one of these. I just want to point out, we know these practices work. Now the key is, of course, in the level and the fidelity of its implementation, wherein the resources play a critical role, as does leadership and staff selection and staff dedication to those. And so the next steps there then included the fact that we need additional instructional support for these campuses. So while we have instructional lead coaches and we have instructional lead coaches that we utilize through the network, they aren't dedicated to a particular set of schools. And in this particular slide, you can see that we are specifically wanting to emphasize that these individuals, which we would not have the ability to do this if not for the collaboration with the Racial Equity Office to ensure that we've got those key literacy experts working day in and day out. And why is that important? And several of you have been officially in the school business and recognize that there's the supervision that is evaluative supervision from a principal or an assistant principal, and then there's developmental supervision where a colleague or someone similar to my position, is there to help me develop into becoming better. Now, that's not that principals and assistant principals don't do that, but when you're also evaluating me and you're my boss, as if I don't know something, I'm not going to tell Dr. Hinojosa I don't know something. I'm going to go ask somebody else to tell me what their thoughts are. So having those types of collegial developmental partners are critical. We saw that as critical success, whether it was ISN or ACE, as something that was really important. And so as you can see, we've worked collaboratively. We are meeting with our executive directors and principals. So the needs assessment, now that we have some data, are giving us some specific ideas, but we also did put guardrails. I mean, there were some things we also learned. Sometimes campuses initially, especially when they were notified in October or September that you have some additional money and there are no teachers, they're like, well, maybe I need an additional teacher assistant. Well, the research is very clear that that's not going to move the academic needle by adding instructional teacher assistants. It's not that it's a bad thing, it's just you're not going to get during that period of time. So there's some of those things, again, that I learned that we did not do well that I'm removing as an option. Why am I going to set them up for not being successful by knowing that that's not the high leverage point? So we've had meetings and work sessions with our executive directors and principals. And then from there, we'll be hosting some meetings. As we indicated, we want to be able to add some literacy personnel and then ultimately key in on the professional development plan that would have markers quarterly so we can see, using our common assessments, we should begin to see movement way prior to the end of the school year.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Marshall.
Minor quick. Stephanie, on the selection criteria slide, you have a column for network for where they are within the district. Are you screening on that or just reporting on that?
Just reporting.
Okay, so there wasn't an attempt for political reasons to try to make the districts, the schools spread out equitably across the district?
No.
So we just focused on the schools that needed it rather than on where they were?
Not where they were.
Okay, great. My second and last question is on slide 5. I think we've actually seen a version of this slide before, and the fact that we're reusing the same slide made the thought occur to me that it is becoming increasingly difficult for me to distinguish the components that we're using across the different initiatives that we have. And so could you perhaps contrast the actual components and the approach that we use in ACE versus AIM versus FAIR, and tell me what the difference is between those three policies, or are they really the same thing with three different names?
With all transparency, they're very similar. We're not, I know if it's working, if it's producing results, then we're going to keep using the things that are producing the disproportionate gain. And so from what we learned through ACE, that we are now, I mean, we tailor it, for instance, with AIM, we're tailoring it because those are middle schools, and there were some additional resources, such as we know that at middle school, student behaviors need more support up front so that we can be more proactive. So there was a specific resource allocation that they didn't have a choice on in terms of you're going to have an assistant principal for each grade level, the 6, 7, 8, with some rare exceptions based on the size of the school, which we had talked about before, and a counselor, so that you would have a pairing or a team per grade level. So still the same components, but implemented in a different way.
Yeah, so the middle school distinction makes sense to me because if I recall, I think our ACE program wasn't as successful with middle schools as it was with elementary schools. So you're sort of taking ACE and refining it for middle schools by adding those additional resources you just talked about.
Well, I would say we had a 50% success with ACE. They were all successful at middle schools, but for instance, Rusk knocked it out of the park.
Right.
Zumwalt took us a little longer, and we're still struggling with a couple of campuses that are middle schools that got out of the improvement required they had been in for, almost 5 years, 6 years. So yes, there was some hit and miss with the middle school, so lessons learned from that applied to the middle school. Yes, sir.
So if we take the AIM, the middle school initiative out of the equation and just focus on FAIR versus ACE, is it fair for me to, in a simplistic way, be thinking of us just adding these fair schools to the ACE program with perhaps not as much economic investment? Because we're, you know, I recall the ACE program being quite a bit more expensive than this, so I'm trying to get my head around.
So, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're not, I mean, yeah, Trustee Solis is bringing up an important point, which is there's no change in faculty.
So I was going to say, the strategic staffing is, we're using a distributive leadership model, still looking at, but we're not talking about displacing everyone from the staff and starting over.
So is this ACE without moving people?
To some extent, yes.
Okay. And the dollar investment on a per school or per student basis and fair, would it equate to the dollar investment that we had in ACE if we weren't including the salary stipends?
I'd have to go back and actually do a side-by-side to truthfully give you that.
Just
We can
wondering if
certainly
we
do
should
that.
be anticipating, you know, similar results from the ACE program with this, and, you know, if we're shortchanging or over-investing relative to what we did with ACE.
You should be, I will commit that my expectation, and if not, I guess I shouldn't be here, you should expect similar results than what we've seen with ACE, because we've learned enough
You stepped
about
into
the
that one, didn't you?
distributed leadership.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Trustee Mitchkin and then Trustee Foreman.
Well, I had one question on the chart. I was trying to figure out what that second to last column, E and A pseudo domain 1 projection.
Yes? How did we calculate
Yeah,
that?
what is it?
So we didn't have state results at the time that we were designating or identifying these campuses. So that's based on our ACP data, because we found that to be very predictive. So
Okay.
we used that and got assistance from Cecilia Oakley's team to do a pretend, if you will, domain 1 score,
Okay, and
mimicking, if you will, what the state domain 1 would be.
And just to put it into context, most of these scores here are in the, well, they're all across the map, but most of them seem to be in the 30s and 20s. I mean, what is a, you know, acceptable level? How does that scale work?
So-
Assuming these projections.
So
were the state-
60s are A's on domain 1s. Most of our schools, however, because of the growth that we have in students, looking back at the accountability system, it's actually domain 2 where we show the most growth right now as we move into our accountability system. But so 30s are concerning.
Okay. And then just to underscore a point made in that exchange between you and Trustee Marshall, that the schools were selected on an equity basis, on an equitable basis, where the needs are, rather than on an, quote, equal basis, meaning each trustee gets 1/9 of the schools.
The location of the school had absolutely no bearing in this list, which is why we have it in a rank
Okay.
order. It was simply, but we do always go back and say, well, what network does that belong to? Just as a matter of recognizing if we do see patterns. But that is absolutely correct. This was just based on their performance.
Okay, that's the way it's supposed to be, and thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Trustee Foreman?
Okay, Stephanie, will each campus in the FAIR Plan, will they present to you requests for specific, so this is not like ACE, which is systematic, and every school will get almost the same, where you take out the kids. So each campus will present to you or to a group what they think they need on that campus?
That is correct, in conjunction with their executive director. If I can add to what you just said, ACE is very, very prescriptive. It's very
Exactly.
tight.
I just,
This is between
so
ACE.
I heard that comparison, and
Yes, ma'am.
the public hears these things that they don't quite understand, so there needs to be a distinction. And do we know how much money per campus the ACE schools will get, or have we made that decision?
ACE or FAIR?
I'm sorry, FAIR, not ACE.
I mean, if we were to take the total amount, it'd be approximately 260,000 a campus. However, I mean, it's really going to be based on need. There will be a needs assessment, like Stephanie stated, and the money will be allocated by need. And then there's some on here that might be a middle school that's getting support through AIM, and so they may not need as much as an elementary school. So it'll vary, and once we have the opportunity to sit down and meet with the principals and the EDs and do the needs assessment, we could always bring that back to the board.
So I'll just raise this issue just because of who I am. In our choice schools, sometimes when they open up, they get $600,000. If we really want to push these schools and make sure, we need to take all of that into consideration as we move forward, because there might be additional needs. And Stephanie, you probably know this better than anybody. We lose a lot of kids in the 6th grade.
From 5th to 6th.
We lose a lot of kids, so we got a lot of new kids coming into the schools. And then we gain kids in the 9th? In the 9th grade. So we got a lot of new kids coming in then. So as we go through this process, I think all of that has to be taken into consideration and what we do for these schools. But I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Trustees, any other questions on, oh, Trustee Mackey.
Yep. Thank you again for this. I do want to echo what I've heard, which is that I'm glad the region has no bearing on what we do here, and my bet is that the region not having a bearing overlays exactly with what Trustee Solis was talking about in terms of redlining. My one question on this point, so, and to Trustee Marshall's point around comparing all these initiatives, AIM, ACE, FAIR, I mean, we've had, and millions of others that we have, don't have, ISN, et cetera. I think it would be really helpful to delineate a chart of what supports they offer, not a huge one, like a one-pager. What supports they offer, what is the relative financial investment, and what is different about them. So it's easy for us to explain and see that, because we keep adding them. And then what I've seen in districts across the board is that we like to add things. We don't ever like to say something's going away, even though it might be. But like to be very clear about those, and then we can overlay year after year outcomes. What impact are we seeing with FAIR compared to ACE compared to this? Because at the end of the day, in 2 years, if FAIR is having a marginal impact and ACE is having still phenomenal impacts, it may be worth saying, even though we're hitting more schools, taking that and doing 2 more ACE, something like that. I think put those outcomes on it. I would also be curious, because I agree, as thinking about giving autonomy to principals, what they need for their own, for the spending. I would just be curious to see after this year, tracking what principals spend money on. Some are going to spend on PD, some will spend on curriculum. I talked to a principal yesterday who talked about accelerated reader, and just looking at which ones are having results and which ones aren't, and seeing if there's trends amongst what they're spending that money on. And then, and just, can you clarify one last thing for me? Is FAIR a year-to-year designation? So every year we're going to relook at this and see which schools are going to be FAIR? Do they stay there for a couple? What does that look like?
So that's one of the things that we talked about, Trustee Mackey. And we feel if we only have 1 year and we take away the investment or take away the support, there's a potential that they can fall past that threshold. And so we felt that they should be in this for at least 3 years. And if you look back on slide 2, you see there the support selection. And so what we decided was any campus that was coming off of FAIR really needed to show that they were an A, B, or C campus, and they had positive climate, at least the 3rd quintile or above.
So what you're saying is they come off of this list based on that criteria?
Correct.
Which is an A, B rating and culture?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, well, thank you all. Appreciate the presentation and the hard work on this. Next item, pre-K scholarship proposal and Head Start update. Derek.
So trustees, we wanted to have this opportunity to present another initiative that the Racial Equity Office has worked with another department on, and that happens to be our Early Learning Department. And as they've been working together, they recognized or identified a hurdle that many students have in becoming eligible for pre-K access. And so today, Mr. Little and Mr. Williams would like to bring forward a proposal for the board to consider to open up access for pre-K. But before I do that, I really want to thank the full board for your support with early learning. But I would in particular like to thank Trustee Foreman, Trustee Henry, and Trustee Marshall. I've had an opportunity to meet with the three trustees, and they have been extremely gracious to spend the time and to provide the input and feedback for us as we present this particular proposal. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Williams.
Okay, today we are going to review some data points and present them to you that highlight the need for a focus on equity in early learning. Then we will review the policy proposal and details of how this improvement will work. In reference to the proposal, our district's pre-K program has increased enrollment tremendously in recent years, adding more than 3,500 students. And however, we know that there are still many children who cannot participate in that program because of the eligibility criteria that's set by the Texas Education Agency. We also know that pre-K program has a lasting benefit on our students and that attend our program, and therefore we're bringing a policy proposal to you today that will allow the district to reach more students in pre-K and to help reduce some of the structural inequities. This first graph that we have here, we have the third grade STAR reading on the left and the fourth grade math and reading assessments on the right. And on this slide, we are reminded that we're looking both at STAR data on the left and national NAEP data on the right. And the point that I would like to make is that our African American students are consistently in the lowest performing subgroup. Our next slide, we have bar graphs on pre-K information and data. And when students enter pre-K on the left, they are consistently achieving at the same levels. And in fact, our African American students have a slightly higher achievement level. It is to our advantage to the district and our students to have as many participate in our pre-K program as possible. The next data that we have is focusing on kindergarten. When we look at the kindergarten data, we again see the opportunity gap. And we see that on the left, when we look at the Texas KEA data, a similar trend of opportunity gap to what we've seen historically on iStation, STAR, and NAEP data continue to present itself. On the next slide, we have data, and it's in reference to teacher quality. And in the district, every student is equally likely to have an experienced pre-K teacher. And this is an interesting fact is that teacher mobility at pre-K is less than any other grade level. And then we can work more to give more students access to this pre-K program, which will benefit our students and the district. The next slide we have at the top, kindergarten data, and at the bottom, third grade STAR data. And the STAR data is at the MEETS level. And we know that when students participate in our pre-K program, they see lasting benefits. As you can see, comparing the kindergarten to third grade data. Now Derek is going to walk you through the specific policy changes that we're proposing to help address the data that I have presented.
Thank you, Mr. William. Trustees, what we're showing on this slide is just a reminder of what the state has set as eligibility criteria for pre-K. So in the state of Texas, any family who meets one of those 6 criteria automatically qualifies for pre-K. But what we know and what we've discussed as a group before is there are a number of families in our city who aren't meeting one of those criteria, and in particular aren't too far off from the income threshold, but are far enough away that they can't quite get into pre-K. So we want to consider with you a policy change that will allow us to expand those eligibility criteria. So we will add on to those 6 that the state has set. And our commitment to you is to come back to you each year and evaluate whether or not this expansion is making a difference, both in terms of numbers of students enrolled, as well as academic impacts that they see from participating, and to be transparent about any cost that that may have. At the top of this slide, and this is an agenda item later, but that is the exact policy language that we would insert into EHBG local, which just gives the district flexibility with the board's approval to set these criteria every year for what we're calling scholarships. In terms of the specific criteria that we would use for the upcoming year, there are 3. And they all 3 work independently. So a family need only come through one of these avenues. The first is taking an equity lens to our academic data. Mr. Williams showed you some of that. You've talked about more of that already today. But essentially saying if you're in the lowest performing subgroup on the most recent 3rd grade STAR, you as a member of that subgroup now can receive a scholarship for pre-K. Some of those students already would have qualified, but for those who didn't, this becomes an avenue for entry into our program. So that's one way. A second way is through language. And this is a little bit of a twist on what we've traditionally done in the district. So right now, and you saw it's the second criteria, if you're an English language learner, the state says that you qualify for free pre-K. What we haven't done, though, is allow all families the opportunity to ask for their child to be assessed for language proficiency. So we may have native English speakers who want us to determine whether their child meets the proficiency standard in English. If they do not, this becomes an avenue for them to enroll in pre-K as well. And then the third criteria is really focusing on those folks sort of just above or a little bit above the income threshold set by the state. So we would ask you to let us look at families all the way up to 300% of the federal poverty level as part of the criteria for one of these scholarships. That table below just gives you a sense of what 300% of poverty is compared to the current measure of free reduced lunch at 185. And so you start to see there are lots of more middle income professionals who would now get to take advantage of the program, which we think is advantageous for a lot of reasons. And then finally, I think we all agree there's a lot of benefit to adding more students into our pre-K program. There's certainly benefits to increasing the diversity of students participating in our program. What we wanted to try to capture on the right is a sense of numbers. So how many students are we talking about? For the opportunity gap in particular, that's what this map is showing. We estimated based on our 1st and 2nd grade cohort the number of students who did not meet eligibility for pre-K and now may be able to qualify for one of these scholarships. And for the opportunity gap criteria in particular, that was about 200 students per cohort. So 200 for pre-K 3, 200 for pre-K 4. And the scholarships would apply to both age groups. And you also see that they're all over the city. So as we think about who's going to benefit from this, it literally could be families in every zip code of Dallas ISD, which I think is really exciting for us to think about reaching that scale. The other thing this gives us confidence in, at least in the short term, is there's not necessarily going to be an overwhelming swell of people requiring us to add lots of new classrooms. Because they're so dispersed across the city, we think that they will be able to largely slot in to existing classrooms and fill any empty seats that exist. So financially, the impact on this should be really limited because we do not in the short term think that we're going to have to go add a lot of new sections, teachers, and TAs. In the long term, that may change, but again, the policy will ask us to come back and have that discussion with you each year. That's it, folks.
Okay, trustees, questions on the new initiative? Trustee Foreman, Trustee Marshall, Trustee Solis, Trustee Foreman, Trustee Mitchell.
Is that in order or just verbal diary?
Yes, as I saw him.
So who was first?
You.
Oh, good. So I love this idea, and I appreciate you, Pam, bringing it up when we met. What surprised me the most is that there's only 400 kids that would be eligible. So I'm curious if that number has been calculated based on the budget expense that we can allocate to it, or if it has been, or like if the criteria spit out 400 kids, or did we solve for 400 kids based on how much money we had to spend?
No, Trustee Marshall, the criteria for this first way, for the opportunity gap, just revealed 400 students. This wasn't sort of reverse engineered to say we can only fit 400. We could serve more than 400, and obviously we'll serve any student who walks through the door. But it was easiest for us to estimate the opportunity gap because we had a cohort we could compare to and because it's based on academic data. It is much harder for us to project the language opt-ins or the income. So that's fuzzy right now in the numbers, and that'll be something we have to monitor closely to see how that potentially changes enrollment projections.
So help me think through, Derek, what the incremental cost to the district is for this. I mean, these are seats that are available in pre-existing classrooms where we're already paying the teachers, right? So what
Yeah, and Trustee Foreman, I have had this conversation a lot offline, but if we serve 24 students in a pre-K4 class, our average is usually actually around 19. So there's 4 to 5 seats which we can fill in that classroom, but we've already committed to pay the teacher, the TA, the materials, the supplies, the coach, et cetera.
Okay, so why wouldn't we create the criteria? If there's no variable cost of serving a student, why wouldn't we create the criteria in a way that maximizes student participation such that every classroom is full of kids?
I think we believe this could get us there. That these 3 avenues could, over time, once families know about this and we make that known to people, really impressive in terms of the numbers that it adds to the district.
So in the example you just gave of a classroom for 24 that only has 19, those 5 extra spots across all of our schools, if you totaled that up, that's going to be 400?
No, it'd be quite a bit more than 400. It's probably like 1,200 to 1,500.
What am I missing here then? Why are we creating the criteria that only allows in 400
Oh,
if
are
we
you,
have 1,200
let
spots?
me ask you a question if it's okay, Trustee Marshall. Are you asking why we're limiting to this 3 criteria and not just saying any student can come to our pre-K program?
Well, I'm sure there's legal reasons that you have to come up with a criteria for admission, but I'm trying to create the criteria in a way that uses every available seat. And I think you just told me that the criteria that you created spit out 400 kids that would participate, and I'm trying to spit out 1,200 kids that will participate.
So let's roll this back a little bit.
Yeah, I must be missing something, sorry.
And I could be doing a bad job of explaining it. We have, currently a few seats here and there, typically in every classroom, that goes empty. So we've always asked ourselves, how do we fill those empty seats? One of the ways we thought about was our tuition pre-K program.
Right.
So how do we let non-eligible students in? And tuition has added about 100 students to the district. But we've also grappled with the fact that not every family can afford tuition. So this is trying to answer, how do we reach those families that can't pay our tuition rate? And we think this has order of magnitudes of potential greater in terms of enrollment than our tuition program. So in the short term, we projected 200 per cohort for the opportunity gap, but when we add the language and when we add the income, that number could certainly increase dramatically, and that's something we'll have to
So 400
monitor.
is your anticipated uptake. It's not the universe.
It is not the universe
So
at
the
all.
universe is broader than the 1,200.
Yes.
And if we were to successfully market this and garner participation from the eligible community, it would exceed the number of spots that we had available.
Yes, if we were to do true universal pre-K and say, come one, come all in Dallas,
Well,
that's
I'm talking
more,
about with these criteria.
that's
you're
more than we
outlining.
have. For these criteria, We think with the seats that we have, we will capture most of those families who are interested next year. An open question is how does that change moving forward? Because one of the things that we've talked about internally a lot is as folks learn more about this, hopefully it not only captures them at pre-K, but it keeps them down the road. So we start to shift the enrollment curve completely.
Couldn't agree more. That's something Pam and I talked about when she told me about this idea. So, but I assume this is a policy change that you're going to have to bring to the board, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk to you about it
okay,
later and
good.
ask you to vote on it in 2
Yeah,
weeks.
so the policy language that's in the policy is these three criteria, or can those be in regulation and you
The
change?
policy language is pretty general. It's what's at the top of this slide. So the
So
criteria,
you
we
can
could
change the
change every
criteria
year.
later to
Yes.
maximize attendance. Okay, so my second related question is, what does this do to the paid pre-K program? Because if you use all the spots, now there's no more spots for those families that don't qualify for the scholarship but still want to attend.
Yeah, so we are still going to have tuition pre-K. So a family not meeting either the state 6 criteria or one of these can still enroll in tuition pre-K. And our enrollment for pre-K is always first come, first serve. So families are seated as they enroll. We don't reserve seats at particular programs.
Okay, and you and I have talked in the past when I've complained about why we don't have paid pre-K at every elementary school. You've talked to me about some federal funding dollars that we would risk losing in that situation. So does this program put any of those dollars at risk?
I don't think so, and I think the school finance legislation largely fixed that problem. So
now we're going to have paid pre-K at every school?
we're not proposing that for next year. We're
Why
going
not?
to check and see how this works in terms of enrollment, and then we could bring potential modifications to these criteria, plus potential expansions to tuition back to the board in the spring.
So if this program were at a school with paid pre-K, and I'm a family applying, not knowing when applying whether I'm meeting the criteria or not, I would essentially be given a spot under one of 3 programs. I either qualify with the state, I get a scholarship through the district, or I have to write a check for $525 a month if I don't meet the eligibility criteria of either.
That's right.
But I get that spot first if somebody coming after me is a scholarship student or a paid student or whatever, just by virtue of applying first.
Yes, the only detail point there, Trustee Marshall, is we do 3 rounds of enrollment. So round 1 is sort of April through the end of May. We do not seat tuition students until round 2, starting June 1st. And that's so we can prove to the state that we've tried to serve every eligible child first. That's what the law requires. But these scholarship students would be able to be seated all throughout the enrollment window.
Okay, well, that's a good transition to my last question, which is during the last legislative cycle, we talked about potentially drafting policy language and trying to get it sponsored to move up the date for enrollment. And I was told that that didn't require policy change. It was actually could be done without any new laws. So am I correct in assuming that that date of April that you just gave actually can move earlier in the year such that families who want to attend a pre-K program know whether or not they are enrolled in a DISD pre-K before they have to commit to a paid pre-K program?
That's our hope. So our understanding is that the commissioner can change that date within TEA rule, and we're certainly having preliminary conversations and we'll formally ask him to do that at some point. And the rationale, and we've had this conversation with multiple board members, is so that we can better capture potential families considering private school options who they have to commit to well before April 1st.
And we want that to be what, February 1st?
February 1st would be ideal.
And so we have from now until February to get Marath to do that?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Trustee Solis, then trustee Form.
First, I just want to say, when I think about partnerships that the Racial Equity Department is a part of, this is the type of stuff that I'm, like, this is the bold, innovative stuff. Coming to the table with a robust policy amendment predicated on doing more for some who currently the system fails because of something that is outside of our control. So I just want to applaud everybody that had a role to play in bringing this to the table. So the first question I've got actually is, before we start changing policy, it'd be interesting to just get a sense of what we're going to do with pre-K in general from a funding standpoint moving forward post HB3 signing?
I think because our district had committed to full-day pre-K 4, 4 or 5 years ago,
Full day
that,
pre-K 4, I just want to make sure we're all clear.
Yeah.
Full day pre-K 4 with the current state rules around pre-K.
yeah, so our program will continue as is. We are going to receive additional dollars for K-3 students based on whether they're ELL designated or economically disadvantaged designated. But we have already built into the budget continued funds for our full-day pre-K 4 and our half-day pre-K 3, both of which we continue to expand every year.
Okay. So what is going to be the total amount for your shop moving forward?
And I can look up this specific number for you in a second, Trustee Solis. I think last week we sent an update to the board in your weekly Friday packet that gave you a rundown of what next year's projected budget looks like for early learning, sort of birth to second grade. I think that pre-K total was around 67 million. And remember, 90+% of that is the cost of the teacher and the teaching assistant in the classroom.
Okay. You talked to Trustee Marshall about the amount of students that you think would fall under the new category that you've established. But what is the actual number of children right now who could be receiving pre-K 4 through us that currently don't? And before you answer that question, the numbers that you give us, I'm going to receive those numbers as numbers purely constrained by the current state law around who qualifies for pre-K.
Yeah, so our estimation of 4-year-olds that are eligible for pre-K that are not enrolled is usually between 1,000 and 1,500 4-year-olds. For 3-year-olds, that number is...
So just keep 4-year-olds right
Okay.
now. Okay, so were we to go in one fell swoop to universal pre-K in Dallas ISD, universal, and you know what that means, what is that number?
Closer to 14 to 15,000. That would potentially look at just the total population of 4-year-olds in the city. And so who's potentially going to go to Dallas ISD, to a charter or private school, et cetera.
Okay.
Sorry, let me clarify one thing. It's not 14 to 15,000 more students. It would be a population of 14 to 15,000 total. So that would be 4,000 to 5,000 more students.
4,000 to 5,000 more students
Than
that
what we have
currently
enrolled
don't
now.
come to DIS.
Yes.
Okay, great. So then what is the actual, did you throw out the number 1,400 or 1,500 seats that we potentially could fill today that don't
Yes.
get filled? And those seats are 3 and 4-year-old seats or just pre-K seats?
Those are both 3 and 4-year-olds.
Okay, so how many just 4-year-olds?
That number, I'll have to go back and get you the firm number. It'll be less than 1,000.
So in developing this policy, or the policy amendment, was there ever a conversation about just saying, why don't we just open up first to see what the market will produce, universal pre-K in Dallas ISD for pre-K through 4 until the slots are completely filled?
So we might be getting a little bit more into my own opinion on the matter rather than sort of
You're-
where we are.
You're the
Trustee
head
Solis.
of the department.
We have talked about that, and I have entertained that as well. But there's 2 things from an equity lens that I think are important to keep in mind. And it all roots in the first come, first served process. So if we open up to universal totally, that automatically advantages families who can create the time and space to get first in line. And so these criteria provide an advantage to those people who may not be able to adequately compete in that race. The other factor, so that's one.
Okay, so just for a second, I just want to, that's if we set the, I assume that the way that you describe that is the physical process of signing a kid up for pre-K or knowing that pre-K is going to happen. Is there any other condition that you would add to that to define privileges you've just defined it?
Yeah, there's one more. We're not going to receive any ADA funding for any of these children.
Correct.
We would not also receive ADA funding for a family making $1 million+ a year that's now going to get to come to pre-K for free. So there is a governance question and a fiscal question around whether or not we should use limited resources to allow a student for free who could otherwise pay the $525 a month.
Okay, so if we hypothetically created a more clear process and put certain people to the front of the line for pre-K 4 under these conditions, and then after that said, and all else are more than welcome after that, in the same way that we do with the transformation and innovation stuff on school choice with the schools that are consolidated, they get the first opportunity to enroll in those schools. We could hypothetically set up that situation as well.
We could hypothetically do a lot of things, Trustee Solis.
Exactly. So my question would be, just for a consideration, like if we have a commitment in the ethos of this policy, in total, EHBG, to get to universal pre-K in Dallas ISD, which I think is when we debated that, when it was crafted, was where we wanted to go. It may be something to consider saying, not 3- and 4-year-olds, but 4-year-olds with these criteria, which it sounds like we'll be able to cover, and then universal pre-K to see what the market would dictate. Do you understand? Do you follow where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Just for consideration.
Thank you. Trustee Foreman?
So, Dr. Hinojosa, Derek has taken a lot of heat from me regarding pre-K. And personally, I've had a chance to meet with Derek and Pam and Leslie, and I thank them for even beginning to talk about this process. I think I've been talking about it, Derek, ever since you've been here and maybe before you got here. How we could find a way to bring families in who don't qualify. I think this is a great opportunity to be able to do that. And it's a sense and a way of the whole equity issue. Because if you start children at the same place, the expectations are they will do the same. And I think, Leslie, when you were going through this, we saw that in your data, is that if they start at the same place, they're going to do it. I am in total support of making sure that we implement the change to the policy to be able to allow additional students. What I don't support is if we just open it up to the universe, we don't have the facility to be able to access that, correct? Will we have the facilities? Like in my area, I know I've got some small schools which would not be able to bring in additional classrooms.
Yeah, Trustee Foreman, at the max, if all 14 or 15,000 of those students showed up, I think we would find difficulty in finding them all a place. We don't know where that number would fall.
Right. So I think we're on the right path. I certainly want to see this policy change. And then I want to see us have an opportunity to bring these additional young people in to be able to work through this process. And again, I strongly also stress that if we don't have room in the classroom, is that we continue to look at those partnerships, the SR partnerships, to be able to make sure that we can accommodate these young people. Thank you.
Trustee Mitchke and then Trustee Mackey.
I also lost power at my house for a couple of days, and I'm walking around the house turning on the lights and flipping the switches, and nothing happens. So same thing here. First, I want to say I think this is a great idea, and I'm in support of it. I do have a couple of questions, just trying to figure out the costs and benefits.
Excuse me, I'm cutting you off there, sir. You're not allowed to speak any further.
Thank you. So in terms of the costs and the benefits, we have 400 kids that we're projecting who would be eligible under this revised or this new scholarship criteria. And most of those costs we're already paying as fixed costs. So the marginal cost of adding the 400 kids is approximately what?
I think it's 0 because they're slotting
Oh, it's-
into to pre-existing classrooms. And I should have made this more clear. Think of it as at least 400, not at max 400.
Okay. And then with respect to the idea of doing universal pre-K, you were saying that cost would be somewhere in the $15 million range for about 4,000 more kids. Is that right?
I'm not sure I gave a cost estimate, Trustee Mitchke, but it would really depend on the number of actual new classrooms that we would have to create. So we could do some work to estimate that and share it with the board.
Okay. Well, I think this is a good idea. I think there's one other alternative in here, and that would be some sort of modification to our paid tuition to where we could have a sliding scale. I just throw that out there as a concept that may be useful to think about as we try to maximize the number of kids that we get into pre-K. But I think you guys have been doing a great job on this, and I think we're really starting to see now years of results for kids that are really positive. So thank you very much.
Trustee Mackey and Trustee Henry.
I am really excited about this. This is, for now, I think this is the heart of what the equity department should be doing with every policy and department. I think this is phenomenal. I hear some confusion, and I just want to make sure I'm sure. So these are scholarship slots in current paid pre-K programs that we have openings in.
These are open to every campus, but right now the only way these students could come is through tuition. So
Right,
we're
exactly.
essentially scholarshiping their tuition.
Scholarship and the tuition. And that's where I think the issue is. So basically, if you were to say anyone can apply, not these criteria, and to Trustee Solis's point, if people, not enough that meet the criteria apply, we still have spaces, and we were to let people in under this universal pre-K, you would theoretically let in somebody that is free on scholarship who could have a family income astronomically higher than the people in that same program paying tuition.
Yes.
So that's the issue. So if you make this universal pre-K, basically all of the people currently in that system are paying, but they're eligible to apply for the free spots also, but then everything just becomes free. So there's basically, if you say these are going to be open to anyone to apply, you can't really charge tuition to anybody if there's no limits on who's applying and eligible for these scholarship spots.
Universal pre-K and tuition pre-K are mutually exclusive.
Exactly. So that's the issue. And I think I do think that our board, at least what I've heard, and I'm a big proponent to move towards universal pre-K, but that's the immediate goal of saying, if we were to say this is open to everybody universally next year, basically we're saying we will not have paid tuition pre-K next year.
That's right.
So that's the financial cost there. Okay. But I do want to say I think we do want to move to universal pre-K from my opinion. So where did my thing go? How did we get to the 300% of poverty level?
So right now it's 185, which is free reduced lunch. The state's actually made some adjustments to also include Medicaid eligibility, which pushes some of that up to 200. So then we just started to look at reasonableness, and we tried to also compare against what child care subsidy is set at, which we don't control, obviously. So when we looked at 300, we also looked at 400. 400, however, would have a family making 6 figures now be included, which seemed a little harder to swallow.
Okay. Is there any consideration to if a kid meets 2 of these 3 criteria or 3 out of the 3 criteria, that they would get preference over a student who meets 1 of the 3 criteria?
Not at this time, and that's true with the state 6 criteria as well. There's no benefit of meeting multiple. It's just, do you qualify or not?
And are we required, because I think in my mind, if we're trying to make this accessible to students who are not qualified, something tells me that if a kid's family is $1 above the poverty line, so they don't qualify on that one, and they would meet our opportunity, that those kids are probably could stand to benefit a lot more than a student who just is, their family has 4 kids and they're making $90,000 or whatever that is. So is there a way that we could prioritize admission into these scholarship spots for kids who meet 2 of the 3 criteria?
We could certainly think about that, but I want to be clear with the board that we do not turn anyone away right now. So this is not a situation of who gets in and who doesn't. It's only a situation in some cases, and that is a smaller percentage, of do they get their first choice school or not. But we will find all of
gotcha.
these
So-
students a seat.
So that only matters if we're full.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. So hopefully we do fill up. I guess I was taking that for granted. And then the 200 numbers that you have, the 200 number that you have here, that 200 students could benefit now, mapped with these first and second graders. So you're saying this is only for, is this for all three of the criteria?
No, that's just for the first one.
The first, okay, that's what I thought, okay. And that's based on just our first and second grade cohort data. So
Yes.
we don't know who those students are out there, but that's our estimate based on demographics of how many might be there.
Right.
So then finding them is the next
Yep.
one. Okay, I'm excited about this, thank you.
Trustee Henry?
I just have questions about that.
Well,
You mind if I go first? Go ahead.
So first, hello, can you hear me? Okay. So first, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. This is a perfect example of the racial equity department working with another department to develop, I think it's a great plan to address racial equity. I have a few questions. Where do we have paid pre-K 3 in the district? Just Arlington Park.
That's at Arlington Park and Anisimo Hernandez. They're the only two locations.
Okay. So that severely limits this discussion in regards to pre-K 3
Yes,
because of the seats.
any 3-year-old that would meet this criteria would be able to enroll, but it's still our half-day program, and those are the only two schools with tuition pre-K 3.
Okay. And then the other comment, I know we're having a lot of discussion about universal pre-K. And this isn't a question to you, but this is just a question to my colleagues, is the idea if someone is a millionaire, should they or should they not be paying tuition at one of our schools? So just throwing that out there, not necessarily, I don't want you to answer that, but I'm a big fan of universal pre-K, and I was just telling Trustee Solis, we had this discussion, you know, is there a point where, because there is a cost and we aren't getting the income that we would get from other students, is there a point where we are asking people to pay the $525 a month or some sliding scale that Trustee Mitchke described? That's all I have.
Thank you, trustees. Dr. Hinojosa.
Okay, Mr. Marshall, did you have a follow-up question? No, go ahead. I can wait. I wanted to close this out.
I just have two questions that your conversation with Trustee Mackey brought up, and I want to make sure I'm not confused, because the way you answered his initial question was not what I thought you were going to say. So the way he worded his initial question was that these are spots in the schools where we have paid pre-K, and you said yes. But my understanding is that you're talking about scholarshiping kids in any school where we have pre-K at all, where there are open spots available, whether that particular campus has paid pre-K or not.
Yeah, I apologize if I mixed that up. These scholarships apply to every school and every partner in the district.
Regardless of whether there's a paid
Right.
pre-K program there right now. Okay. And then the second thing I just wanted to clarify, and maybe this is just something Trustee Mackey and I can talk about offline, but the dialogue about you know, maybe not wanting to go to universal pre-K because it can't coexist with paid pre-K, just to dimensionalize the amount of money that we're getting from paid pre-K. We have less than 100 kids in all of DISD that are in paid pre-K, right?
It's about 100, and this year that's about $500,000 in revenue.
Okay, so this is not a major budget line item in terms of generating revenue, and in fact, I think that money just stays in the school that it's at, right?
No, sir, it comes to the district's general
Did
operating.
that change? I thought it used to stay in the school.
It did. This school year, it went to the general operating fund.
Okay, but I guess my point is, when it comes to at least my support, and it sounds like many others' support for universal pre-K, I would happily get rid of that $500,000 in revenue from paid pre-K in order to generate an opportunity for every kid to go, whether they come from a wealthy family or not. I think it's just we should be investing for every kid to get into DISD pre-K, not only because it helps for that child, but it also makes them more likely to stay enrolled in first grade and beyond. So, thanks.
Trustee Solis.
I just want to ask for one number, and that would be the number of revenue generated were we to fill all the slots that we could possibly fill in pre-K 4, regardless of who the kid is. Just the money that would come in to DISD.
We can show you that, Trustee Solis. To be clear, though, only the 1,000 to 1,500 number I gave you earlier generates revenue. All the other balance of the 3,000 to 4,000
It's on
generates
us.
$0 in revenue.
Right. But I still would like to know what that number would be.
Okay, we can share that.
Thanks.
Okay, trustees, Dr. Hinojosa, you want to close this out? Or Trustee Henry?
Well, we'll discuss the policy.
Couple of points. I do recall Trustee Foreman talking to us about this for multiple years. But I want to make a point on page 12. I would ask the staff to change that in the spirit of racial equity. We have the word subgroup up there. I'm not sub to anybody, and I'm a racial ethnic minority. So please do me that favor. Second thing is that I do appreciate this coming forward in a legal way. And it took a lot of creativity. But some of the questions that you asked is germane to that first question, which is opportunity gap. A member of the lowest performing student group on third grade STAR. So there are nuances to this to make sure that you do it legally and ethically. And we just kind of glossed over that through this whole discussion. And so I think people need to understand that that is a very key point to make this legal.
Okay. Thank you. So, thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. So, moving on to the discussion of 2020 bond program. Must be Scott Lane.
We're waiting for a new board.
Same old crotch.
Scott.
Ready?
Wow, we're leaving a fancy logo and everything.
Compliments of Tony, Communications.
Well done, Tony.
Did a great job. But anyway, today we're excited to talk about future planning for the district, continue the facilities planning process to provide better environments for our kiddos, our staff, and our community. If you'll recall, from June 2017 to May of 2018, the district embarked on a long-range master plan which allowed us to assess campus needs, identify capacities at every campus, and conditions of every campus. In December of 2018, the board approved a revamping of the bond program by utilizing remaining funds to address facilities that had the greatest needs. And we hope to, in August, we're going to bring you an update of the 2015 bond program that will show you all of the progress we're making and will make in the future. But today, we'd like to begin the next step in addressing the district needs with the 2020 bond program. And the needs that would be identified in this program would take care of our district over the next 5 to 7 years. So with that, the process begins with the formation of a steering committee. Previous bonds that have been done in this district, this committee has been referred to as the Future Facilities Task Force. We have purposely changed the name to ensure that our community is involved in this process because the bond program is about the community. And we want to make sure they're involved, that we're very transparent in what we're trying to do. If you look at the chart, obviously it shows Dr. Hinojosa as being in charge and appointing the 2 co-chairs for the steering committee. We've also included several governmental organizations off to the left that will be involved with us along the way. And then each board member would appoint a member to serve on the executive committee for the steering committee. And then we have 7 subcommittees that would be formed, with the chairman being a high-level administrator, and then as the community volunteers are selected for each of the subcommittees, one of those individuals would be selected as the co-chair for each subcommittee. We've also listed at the bottom, you can see at-large members, that's remaining chiefs that are not running a subcommittee, and their purpose would be to roam among the subcommittees to ensure everything's flowing. And as you can see, we've included Mr. Williams in this to address racial equity issues or concerns within the district. As far as the calendar, obviously today, June of 2019, we would establish the bond steering committee, and you'll also note that there is an action item in accordance with policy BDF that you would take action to form this steering committee. And there's a charter associated with that. So we hope to spend this summer with everyone, all of you selecting your member to serve on the steering committee. And also, if you have any other individuals that you would like to serve on any of the subcommittees, we would certainly be open to that. Community meetings would take place beginning in January through April. All of this year, August through December, first semester, would be the planning process, putting everything together. And as Trustee Solis mentioned earlier, we are way ahead of the curve on this because of the long-range plan. We don't have to go out and do the full-blown assessments of all of our buildings. We've got a lot of the data already in place, which is good. And then we would bring an update to the board in April of 2020. Again, the first draft in May, second draft in June, and then use the month of July of 2020 to gather additional community input. And then August, we would present the final recommendation, and if the board elects to do so, call an election that would take place on November 3rd of 2020. Past bond issues, as I've researched them in this district, in the past, the recommendations came to the board one time in June, and the final one was in August when you had to do the vote. So we've definitely expanded that. We're going to bring it to the board 4 different times in order to ensure we have everything we want. The next slide kind of breaks down the bond steering committee, and a lot of this information is contained in the charter on the other agenda item. We'll kick off in August or September if we have all of our members named. We envision the first meeting being everyone together, and then the subcommittees kind of take off on their own little path to address the needs. We'll provide written monthly updates to the board. The 2 co-chairs will oversee all of the executive committee meetings. Subcommittees will establish their own schedules and be chaired by senior staff. Establish a marketing program. Communications will to make sure the public knows what we're doing, and actually hopefully get more volunteers to be a part of the overall committee. And then we've put together what we call foundational concepts of the bond program. Obviously, the financial parameters will be a driving force on how much can we afford to do without increasing the tax rate, and possibly even looking at incremental increases and what kind of money that generates for us. I know as we looked at the long-range master plan, we've got $1.5 billion needs in existing campuses. We showed construction of 16 replacement schedules as a part of the initial long-range plan, which comes to about $2 billion. And as I've done these programs in the past, when you involve the community, which you need to do, a lot of times you come back with twice the amount of needs than what we can afford. So we'll probably have to make some hard decisions down the road on what would be included. And then, so financial parameters, I think, is the driving force. Safety and security, co-compliance, accessibility, facilities, all of those were listed as priorities 1 and 2 in the long-range plan. We've included racial equity as a part of this overall plan. We want to ensure all our campuses have the same physical opportunities in terms of facilities, and we want to ensure that technology standards are equal across the district in terms of the infrastructure. I know we'll expand on that. We're just getting started. Mr. Williams will be involved, and we have a lot to do in that area. Academic programs is one of the areas we'll look at. What is changing academically that could drive changes in our facilities? And then extracurricular, co-curricular, we want to create equity among our schools in terms of facilities for athletics and fine arts. The next two slides, Chief Thompson will cover these. This will give you a little bit of an idea of what we can do in terms of capacity, financial capacity for a bond program.
This, if I'm on or not. Okay, this slide here is basically to take into consideration potential sales, both of existing bond programs as well as the bond program that would be considered in 2020. If you look to the left, it has the years, but it also has the estimated growth and value, which is fairly conservative. I know it's difficult to see, but as you progress down in about 4 or 5 years, we're only looking at 2% growth. So they've been very conservative in their estimate of value growth as we progress across, and also fairly aggressive in the sale dates and the dollar amounts of sales as we move across the top. So to the far left, that section there just shows outstanding debt availability as we have it now with potential sale dates, potential interest and cost, and the result in the middle is the tax rate. So anything below the 24 cents that we're at now could then have additional bond capacity for us to sell and keep the tax rate, which is what is on the far right-hand side of that spreadsheet. And so as of these projections, right now we could have a $2.5 billion bond issue in 2020 with the first sale in August of 22 and not change the tax rate from the 24 cents as it is now. That would also free up in 2030 the capacity for another bond issue into the future. So not only were we looking at what could we do, but also we know that there's going to be needs in the future, and so we didn't want to tie up all the capacity at that tax rate too far into the future. So this is the financial advisor's first attempt at this that we've had discussions with, and you'll see on there various things, various sale dates and so forth as we progress. But we're confident that we could have $2.5 billion without an increase in the tax rate based on these projections. The next slide comes up, I guess, regularly for conversation. So the top line is there's a couple of limits as you relates to bond issues. And the first one is you can't be in debt more than 10% of your value. So the top line, the gold line, is the 10% based on the value growth that you saw on the previous sheet. So if we just look at 2019, our capacity is the $10 billion, $848 million line. That is how much we have. Current debt is the bottom blue line of $2.6 billion. So we have quite a gap between the 10%. There's also another calculation that I don't have on here, but just so you know, there's also you cannot exceed the 50 cents on the INS side. So you can approach the 10% and have up to a 50 cent tax rate on the INS side, which we have the 24. So basically our debt in relative terms could increase or double. So we could go from 2.6 billion right now to 5.2 billion and hit the 50 cent test in general terms. But what I've done on the bottom line is to show with the anticipated sale dates and anticipation repayment structure how the debt actually increases, and basically it's pretty much a flat line. And the reason for that is because we're selling bonds as we are paying them off, so we're replacing debt, and as we're progressing through there, we're trying to keep the tax rate at a constant. Well, even though the value is increasing, you can't increase the debt substantially and keep the same tax rate. And so what I've tried to do here is just visualize the difference between our debt capacity and where we actually are in debt. The last thing I would have to just mention is, and most of you know this, is if you have a bond issue, you are authorized to go into debt, you are not in debt. It's much like if you went to get pre-qualified for a home or pre-qualified for a car. You are not in debt at that moment. Only when the district sells those bonds do we become in debt. So if we have a bond issue and it's successful at $2.5 billion, at that moment, we are as a district, no further in debt than we were the day before. It's only when we start action and selling those bonds, all we have is authorization from the voters to go into debt. So the size of the bond issue is really controlled by the tax rate that you want to have. So, and also these other caps that we have. So we couldn't exceed the 10% or the 50-cent test based on the criteria that we put into play. But what we really are driving on right now is saying, what can we do, the maximum that we can do, and keep the tax rate at the 24 cents that we have currently.
Before you close out, Dwayne, will you also apprise the board of the 2.5% tax cap and what impact that has on interest and sinking funds?
Okay, so thank you for that. To clarify what the tax cap is about is a revenue cap. It has nothing to do with your value. So the value will continue to increase as it has, and that will impact this, the available capacity as it has in the past. What will occur is then we have to compress the tax rate, not INS, but on the operations side, so we can only have a revenue growth of no more than 2.5%. Sometimes individuals are thinking, well, my value is going to be capped at 2.5%, and that is not accurate. For next year, for instance, there will still be people, and you will see this when we're presenting the budget, there will be individuals who, because the value on homes went up 13%, and our tax rate is going to go down by around 9%, they are still going to experience a tax increase for this year, even though the tax rate's going down. But it won't be as much as it would have been had the tax, obviously, if the tax rate not gone down. So the 2.5% is revenue cap on the operations side, has no impact whatsoever on debt service moving forward.
Okay, Trustee Marshall.
Okay, so that doesn't work. I'm struggling with slide 7, and I thought I understood it when I looked at it, but then when I was listening to you talk about it, I decided I didn't understand it. So the orange line is reflective of the 10% test?
Yes, sir.
And it's 10% of what?
The total value.
Value, I mean, we're not a...
Of the total district value. So we have...
What does district value mean? I mean, we're not a...
The entire value of
shareholder value, so...
The entire value of all the property that's taxed in our district. So every home, every business, everything has a value.
So 10% of that total asset value within our taxable area is 10.8 right now.
That is correct.
Okay, and the slope of the orange line going forward
represents the...
Since it's based on asset value, does not need to consider the 2.5% cap on M&O tax rates.
That's correct.
Nor does it need to consider the fluctuation in the tax rate due to HB3. It's only looking at growth. The only thing driving the increase in the slope of the orange line is DCAD's appraisals.
That's correct.
Okay, so if the INS rate stays flat, I guess that's my question. Does the orange line assume the INS rate stays flat throughout 2035?
Okay, so the orange line just represents the 10%. The blue line is...
Sorry, the blue line. That's what I meant.
The blue line, yes, sir. That is based on the slide before.
And the 50-cent test is what? I didn't follow any of that.
Okay, so our tax rate is 24 cents.
Yep.
We cannot have debt that would put us over 50 cents.
Okay, so graphically speaking, the 50-cent test is not anywhere, it's not involved in any calculation on this page.
That is correct. I just mentioned that there's 2 caps, just so you knew.
Okay, so when we think about our debt capacity based on the 50-cent test, what's the current number we would be at if we were at 50 cent?
Well, since we're at 24 cents, it would be basically double of the 2.6 billion we could be in debt
So
today.
should I think of that as basically doubling of the blue line
Yes, sir.
in the future too?
Yes.
Okay, so the orange line is not really our capacity then. The orange line, if I were thinking of the orange line as our legal capacity to carry debt, then there should be a flattening of that line at the 5.5 billion range, right?
Sort
Yes,
of.
it- the-
Sort
I mean,
of,
you're
because-
showing,
sort of.
you're showing one test without the other test. So
Right.
if we had a third line on here that was a red line,
And I
that
could-
was a combination of the 10% test and the 50-cent test.
And I could do that, but that's all based on projection of interest rates.
And it's also projection of, we're paying bonds off, and so
Right.
those debts will be coming off. So it's not just the tax rate. It's also what are you actually paying off?
Well, but we're assuming for purposes of issuing the bond that the tax rate's going to remain consistent. So you don't really need
That's
to build in a projection. You just need to double our current one, right? Up to 50
In the
cents.
ballpark, yes, sir. And I could easily show that. I was mentioning the 50-cent
So
test.
what I think would be very helpful to see is that chart with a third line and then have projections of what a 2020 bond number might be based on Scott's feedback of, whether that's 2 billion, 2.5 billion, 3 billion, whatever number he's going to come back and recommend roughly, and then show what the additional capacity would be after that bond issuance going forward through 2035.
And I can
Subject to the new red line, which
And I
is
can
the
easily
cap
show
of both tests.
I can easily show the 50-cent test on here and give you that
Because,
information.
that's what we really need to know to make a decision, right? We need to know what our debt capacity truly is without violating any of those limits, those two tests, and what further capacity we would have for bonds in the future after we issue this one. And that's hard for me to follow based on these couple pages. So if we could kind of tweak that analysis for
easy.
that, I think it would be helpful.
That's easy.
But the short answer is that at 3 billion, which seems like on the high end of what you would likely ask for, right, Scott? Or maybe not?
Probably.
So if it was 3 billion, we're likely still going to have an additional debt capacity in 2035 of what?
I would have to recalculate that, because of the repayments, but you're still going to have capacity remaining, yes, sir.
For what kind of bond?
Depending on the value at that time, but you would probably be comparable to what you have.
Okay. I'd love to see that laid out, because that would be very, very interesting. The only other comment I have, Scott, is I just want to applaud the approach you're taking from a community involvement perspective. We're often criticized for not including enough community input into this process, and you've baked in over a year of time to accumulate feedback and community input, which I think is admirable, and I look forward to seeing all the different avenues that we can use to gather community feedback on this. Thanks.
Trustee Foreman?
Dr. Hinojosa, if I remember correctly, we've had a similar structure for bond committees in the past. I believe it was the 2002.
Not quite this extensive.
Well,
We
but-
had a whole lot more input in '08
Right.
and '02, I think, than we
Yeah.
certainly did in '15.
Well-
'15 was a very small
Right,
handful
right.
of people.
So I thought I remembered that correctly, that we have had this kind of input before, which is always good. But I'm on page 7 also. And so a couple of, maybe 3 questions. One of them is that we're looking at our bond debt, but where does the interest play in?
Interest plays into the 50-cent test.
So, but it's
Because
not
that's-
shown on here.
No, that's what that's what
So,
Trustee Marshall was asking me to do.
yeah, so I didn't know you were talking about the interest in the 50 cents test, but because if we look at the debt and the interest, we're closer to 5 billion or 4 billion,
That would be correct.
okay?
Right.
So looking at this, it just shows 2.6 billion.
That's
So I'd like,
that's why outstanding bonds, yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
yeah, but I like to see the interest also, because we got to pay that too.
That's correct.
And so that makes more sense to me. Then the other thing is that in the 2015 bond, it was what, 1.5 billion?
1.6.
1.6 billion. And how many bonds have we issued for the 1.6 billion to date?
So it's on slide 6 so far.
I missed it. Is that the one I can't see?
Yes, it's very, very small, so I believe we sold
That's the one I can't see.
Yeah, I believe we sold 650 million so far.
So 650 million, so we still have $1 billion.
And those are the 3 columns that are there for that total 950
I can't see
million.
that. I can tell you right now, I can't see that. So we need to make that a little bit larger. I can tell you right now, it's wasting my time. I cannot see that. I don't want a computer. This is what I need right here. Makes it
Yeah.
work for me.
So,
This works for me. So I'd like to see that a little bit larger, but also, I'd also like to see, on page 7, is that we look at what the interest debt is also, and then we have something to, actually tell us what, we've already spent out of the bonds we've sold out of the 2015 bond.
and so the interest will be part of the 50-cent test because that's based on the tax rate, which is inclusive of interest, so that'll be on there. Also, just on that slide before, part of the timing issue of not selling of the past bond is because we have the commercial paper. We're able to utilize that to keep from selling bonds to keep the tax, to keep the interest paid down as we progress through. So all those are reflected on that slide as well.
Trustee Mitchke and then Trustee Solis.
Okay, well, thank you. I've thought we needed another bond for some time after the 2015 bond, given the fact that, as I recall the statistics from the Parsons report, there were about $4.5 billion of needs identified, and we were only able to go to the public for $1.6 billion. That was the maximum amount we could go to the public for without a tax increase. Do we have a comparable comparison for 2020 on what our total needs are and compared to what we can raise without a tax increase?
Well, we don't have all of the deferred maintenance, but I will say what I talked about, the $1.5 billion in needs for all of our facilities, that addresses the needs over the next 5 to 7 years.
It's priorities 1 and 2 on the
Yes,
long-range master plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we've got all these old buildings, and we've been able to renovate some and replace some, but we're still in the situation where we've got so many inadequate facilities. There's another request I would have for you, and that is it relates to the bond program generally. I'm still bothered by the amount of shoddy work that I see, and I'm still bothered by the costs that we incur. And I'd like the administration to actually take a hard look at how we improve in both of those areas. How do we get more bang for the buck, and how do we ensure that we're getting high-quality work? I can only remember when I first got on the board 7 years ago, met with a principal, and he said, please, no bond work, because when they came in to do the bond work, they were supposed to replace part of the HVA system. They tore out everything, but the scope of the project was only for half of the HVA system, so they had, they were worse off than when they started. So there's just been this ongoing community concern as well about the quality of the work and then of course costs. So I really hope that with the experience you've had in other districts, that you can take a hard look at how we're doing things and how we can improve in both of those areas.
Just had a question around racial equity.
Okay.
So I just want to kind of get a better understanding of how you foresee that manifesting in the process, the creation process.
Well, my part in it's going to deal more with the facilities in getting them similar based on programs. And one thing I do want to say is, we say all the facilities should be the same. Well, at high schools, we have different educational specifications based on the capacities of the buildings. For instance, if we have a high school that can accommodate 2,500 kids, and we've got another one that can only accommodate 1,000 kids, they don't get the same size gymnasiums. I mean, but we feel like there's equity there based on the capacity of the buildings. So just from my viewpoint, that's what I look at in terms of facilities. However, you know, Mr. Williams will be involved, and I listened quite closely to your comments earlier about looking at several different variables to determine, you know, what's needed long-term for the district.
I know that you guys put a ton of work in creating the long-term facilities plan, and it's a plan that I definitely support. And so I recognize that that is ultimately going to be a major driver of decisions and historically how we should approach a bond. But at the same time, what role do you potentially foresee, after hearing the racial equity discussion, what role could you potentially foresee geography playing in the creation of a bond?
Well, I think you look at, you know, what opportunities do we need to provide in different parts of the city based on various factors. So you know, I'm going to lend to Mr. Williams and anyone he wants to bring forward as part of this to incorporate as part of the bond. But I think it'll be an evolving process as we go through.
Is there any way that I could get your commitment, to take a look at the federal red line map and then take a look at a set of data on top of that, today's data on particular socioeconomic conditions, and sit down and talk with me about how that and geography could manifest itself into this?
Sure.
That'd be great. Because I really want to support this bond. It's going to be really hard without making sure that there's a component of racial equity that's not just about same physical opportunities, same technology standards across everything, because you can't define equity as equality. Yeah. They're not compatible. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. And I'll work to set up that meeting with you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else on the 2020 bond? Okay, thank you. Next item is item 6F, the student transportation update. Scott?
All right, go from buildings to buses. We're going to provide a year-end report on where we've come with transportation. As you know, this was our first year running student transportation. I'll admit the start was a little bit bumpy, and we learned a lot of lessons along the way, and it was a major operation that we took over, and I still believe we could have done a better job than what we did, but we've come a long way since then. And you know, I want to certainly thank certain people, because as we had major issues at the beginning, all of the chiefs stepped up and worked. We all worked together collaboratively to address all of the issues we had. And special thanks to Sherry Christian and Dino and others that really stepped up to help us throughout the process. So we feel like we're over the hump from where we started, and we expect it to even be better this next year. One thing I would like to say, that no matter how much planning we do and how much we feel like we're ready for the start of school, we are always going to have some issues with student transportation, because there's just too many external factors that play into it every single day. But what we've got to do a better job of is when those issues come up, we've got to do a better job of dealing with it and communicating with people. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Stacy Hogue. She is our Executive Director for Student Transportation. Stacy has been with us since December of this year, and has done a great job and put a lot of systems and processes in place. Stacy.
So first, I'll start by giving you a little bit of information. This year, we focus on recruitment, retention, routes, and communication. At the end of the year, we had over 1,000 employees in transportation, in which 793 of those employees were drivers and 190 were monitors. In August of 2017, we were short 100 drivers, but with the rate of pay increase, we were able to adequately staff for all our routes, runs, and our trips. We had 847 routes with only 4.36 buses out of service, compared to 20% in August of 2018. We hosted several parent meetings, introduced the MyStop application, and we granted more access to our call center so they will be able to answer questions for parents. So a little bit more on our recruitment and retention efforts. So as I mentioned, we increased the rate of pay to $20 per hour, which allowed us to aggressively hire adequate applicants with the CDL and the appropriate endorsement. So they have to come with the P&S endorsement. We also hired a recruitment and retention coordinator to develop and implement strategies to retain and attract qualified applicants. Some of the incentives that that you approved in December, our drivers and monitors received a perfect attendance incentive of $50 a month up to $500 a year since they are 10-month employees. Since January, more than 50% have received the incentive, and the overall attendance has improved for both our AM and PM routes. Our highest average attendance rate for 1 month was 91.5%. So we've seen a dramatic increase in our attendance. More employees are covering both of their AM and PM routes. And so we do have some that have just an AM and just a PM, but majority of them are full-time with AM and PM routes. The retention bonus has allowed us to create a pool of drivers that return to us every year. So in August, we will know a little bit more about who qualifies because it starts this upcoming year. So in December and May, they'll receive their first retention bonus, or those that return to us for the upcoming year. So this summer, we have started our extensive hiring process so we can overhire for the 19-20 school year. We will be contacting our drivers and monitors all summer long, just to give them that touch and feel, make sure that they return to us, and they know that we're still waiting on them to return on August 6th. And we also have billboards posted around, a billboard posted up as well. So while we're working on our routes, we did have several challenges, which is our route times. Some of our processes have been manual processes, and we're working on identifying those and using more of our systems. And we had a few issues with data integration, in which I'll tell you a little bit more about that toward the end. But at the end of the school year, like I stated, we had 847 routes, and as you can see, they're broken down. 229 of those routes were our 2-mile routes. 272 were our special programs, which are our magnet, early college, our choice programs. 298 were our special education services routes. 48 are our other routes, such as McKinney-Vento. And then we had 88 tutoring runs, and those are attached to routes, and over 19,000 field trips just this year. To improve our communications, we hosted several parent meetings from January through May. And some of the feedback that we received was they wanted the route information earlier. Last year, I believe we sent it out probably a week before school starts, but this time we are sending the information out end of July, and so we're excited about that. And then they wanted to receive notifications on if a bus is late, if there's issues, and I'll tell you a little bit more about a program we're going to implement for the new year. We also have given the call center access to the same tools and resources that we use in transportation, such as the MyStop app and other links to information so that they can answer questions. And so what I've been told is that they should be able to answer at least 70% of the questions in the actual call center before they're transferred to us. We also have a list of individuals that are interested in serving on a Transportation Parent Advisory Committee. And so we're going to open that up to just have an interest meeting and let them know what that will be, how things will work. So we're hoping to get feedback from them on how to improve our processes, how to communicate with our parents better. And so we're really looking forward to that. Some of the program improvements that we've done, of course, the MyStop app, which is an interactive application that allows parents to see the location of the bus and the arrival time. And this is real-time information from our routing system. So we're currently working with communications to roll this out district-wide in the 19-20 school year. The system integration project allowed several of us across the district to review the data that's pushed to our routing system. And so the focus was special education, but we were able to create efficiencies across IT, SPED, and transportation. So we're looking at everything through this process. We also reinstituted the Transportation Task Force meetings. So this is where representatives from the district, we get together and we discuss the routes, what's new, school, if a school will be closed for construction, we get a chance to talk about all those things and any upcoming enhancements. So we talk through those things with the group, and so we're all on the same page. RFID cards. So we will pilot that in the 1920 school year. Originally, we were going to pilot this year, but since I started in December, the team and I have been working on our business processes and technology enhancements to ensure that this project will be successful and to ensure we have a successful 1920 school start. And so we decided to delay it one more year while we work through multiple technology projects and district priorities. We expect to receive 60 new buses within the next few weeks, and those 60 new buses will have collision mitigation technology very similar to what we have in our vehicles that we drive today. So we're excited about that, and we're working with communications, so hopefully we can make a big deal out of it as they're delivered to our service centers. Based on the parent feedback, we're implementing Bus Bulletin, which allows us to communicate with the parents, with schools, with our employees. When there's route delays, if there's accidents, we can actually push information out to our parents and the schools to let them know what's going on. And so that's one thing that we took from the parent meetings. We've also been working with the Toyota Foundation, and they're assisting us with process improvements as well, and with routing and with fleet maintenance. So we've just started our side. They've come in and they looked at everything, so we just started our pieces of it, and we're looking forward to the outcome that we'll get from that.
Stacy, let me interrupt you right there. Go
Yes,
back
sir.
to that slide, Scott. I also want to take at this time, we have Lynette Greenhoff from the Chamber here. The Chamber was very instrumental in getting Toyota to help us do this pro bono. Also, I want to mention that I have met with, on the previous item, we have met with the Chamber and the Citizens Council and all of the other governmental entities in the greater Dallas area to let them know that we have a bond planning that's coming for 2020, and everybody, we all get in line and take our turn, and so I've put dibs in for 2020, November 2020, and they're all in agreement. So I do want to thank the Chamber publicly and Citizens Council for understanding our needs and also for making this happen with Toyota, so thank you. Please proceed.
Some additional program updates. As you can see, our on-time arrival by start time of school has improved 30% from 17-18 to May of 2019. And that's contributing to the adequate staffing and efficient routing processes that we've put in place. A couple of the other improvements are replacing the cameras in our fleet and upgrading our fuel tanks. And so both of those are agenda items for today, and you'll hear a little bit more about those later. As far as our budget, our current budget is $49.6 million. We spent $45 million to date, and we have about a million pending and non-payroll expenditures. They're encumbered right now. So this data is reflective of transactions that have been paid through the fall and the spring. We're just gearing up for summer, and so we don't have as many monitors and drivers working over the summer, so we expect to have available funds at the end of the year. We also do not anticipate paying the $1.4 million one-time costs in charter and decals for 1920. And
So one thing I'd like to add there, previous to us taking it over last year, we spent about $54 million on transportation, and we actually reduced the budget to start this year. We went from 54 down to 49.6, and we have a balance of about 3.6 million as of June 11th. Bear in mind our year ends here in a couple of weeks, so we're in pretty good shape, and we're actually requesting to utilize some of the surplus funds to fund the cameras that are that are on the agenda. But the other point I want to make, even with the $3.6 million budget, we spent almost $1.5 million on charter buses and decals this year. That's included in the total amount we spent that we don't anticipate spending for the following year.
We also took a snapshot of cost per rider, and that's the ridership divided by our budget at a certain point. And the difference was a decrease of $151, and you'll see the savings there to the district. Now, the numbers will be finalized when we complete the route services and operations report that are submitted to the state. And so after that, we will have the final numbers since we're not done with the year.
One final note before we take any questions. I really want to thank the HCM department for everything they did for us throughout the year. It was just phenomenal, from what they did in getting the pay increase to the bonuses, and then the amount of time they have spent in helping us hire bus drivers to meet our needs has just been incredible. So we definitely appreciate everything they did for us. Thank you.
Okay, so Trustee Mitchke wanted to go first, but I took the microphone away from him, and I'll give it to Trustee Marshall.
Give it to me.
Trustee
Nice.
Foreman after me.
I want to thank you for the presentation and for all your hard work. I know this has been a tumultuous year. You've had a couple predecessors that made it even more tumultuous for you before you got here. So thank you for all your hard work in righting the ship. I apologize that I haven't gotten to spend time with you personally, but I would love to do that after this meeting and find some time to get together. I just want to clarify that, I know it took a while for things to, for us to kind of iron out the wrinkles, but what I think I just heard you to say is that, from the time when DCS was running this till now, we went from a 66% on-time arrival rate to a 95% on-time arrival rate.
Yes, sir.
And we went from a $54 million spend on transportation during that time period to a $49 million spend on transportation. I also, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have in my mind that the number, the cost per rider under DCS, I think was $1,682 per student. And now it's $1,409 per student.
Now, that's using budget, because we're not done with the year. I didn't use actual for this year. I just used budget.
But even if it's off a bit, I mean, that's still over a $250 reduction per student. I would press you a little further, though, because I also recall when we were looking at DCS and thinking of unwinding it, that when we pulled some comp data on other school districts and what they were spending per rider, it's even lower than the $1,400. So I think there's probably still some room for efficiencies there, but we've already made tons of progress. So I have a couple questions about the app. When you said you were going to roll it out for everyone this year, so
Yes,
is
sir.
that happening by the beginning of school?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you going to do to get that in the hands of parents or from an advertising perspective? Because I think the app would solve a ton of questions and problems that parents have on the first day of school and the first couple weeks of school. And I, for one, every year get literally thousands of emails in the first 2 weeks of school about busing, even when DCS was doing it. And I think if parents knew about the app in advance, it would save a lot of emails that trustees in your department get. So I'm interested in making sure that all the parents know that that exists and get it on their phone. So how are we going to do that?
So we're currently working with communications to do a back-to-school transportation campaign. And through that, it'll be the MyStop app. It'll be, we're updating our website, so we'll show them how to get to the website, our phone numbers, email address. So they'll get postcards, and we will do Facebook, Twitter. We're working through a full campaign.
So I'd encourage you to reach out to all of us too, because all of us have social media presences, especially Miguel and Dan and I have a lot of Facebook followers. We can help you get the message out, and we need everybody to know about that. Related to that, you mentioned RFID pilots a year later. Is the idea that that would interface with the bus itself and the app, so that if a kid had an RFID tag like badge, that when they get on the bus, they scan it so that we know that they got on, and then the app says to the parent, okay, your child got on the bus at this time and then got off the bus at this time later, so that they can actually track their movement?
Yes, that information will be in the app.
Okay, that will be awesome. So, the sooner we can push up that pilot, the better, because if it could roll out during the school year, I think that'd improve efficiencies even more. I'm thrilled to see that you have a parent advisory committee that you're forming. Have you already reached out to parents for that?
Yes, we have a list of about 30 parents.
How'd you get the list?
Through the parent meetings, through other meetings that we've gone to around the district.
Can we
and-
add to it?
Oh, yes, please.
I have lots of parents that would love to serve on that, so if you don't mind dropping me an email, I'd love to connect you with some people that would love to share you some feedback. So another question I have about the routes, and this is something that I get a lot of feedback from my city councilman that lives on just outside of where I live, but my trustee district overlaps with 6 different city council districts, and one of them sends me emails very frequently that he's forwarding from his constituents that are complaining about our buses going down residential streets off their route. And so I'm curious, when we have GPS tracking on these routes on the buses, are we getting some sort of alert or alarm or something when the bus driver deviates from the route and drives down a residential street?
Yes, so we do have access to that information.
So does it ping someone, or is there some sort of process in place that says,
That we-
okay,
we
this
have a
driver
report.
every day goes down the wrong street and is, maybe even tracking their speed, so you know that not only are they driving down the wrong street, but they're going 50 down a residential street to cut through?
Yes, so we do have access to that information, and we do receive reports.
What do we do then?
Well, we work as many as we can, because, well, at this point, what we're trying to do, we don't have all of the, like when a road is closed and they have to take a detour, or if there's an accident, all that is not in the system, so it will show that they're off the route. And so what we're developing now is how do we determine that, so we can make sure there was a reason why they went that direction. So
Yeah.
we're working through that now.
Okay, great. Well, I look forward to kind of getting to the bottom of that, because I think that happens more than we would like it to. And, that's not helping build, community brand for the district when they see a speeding bus going down their residential street. The last thing that I would just mention, and, I alluded to us getting together earlier, and I don't know if Scott's mentioned to you or not, but when I look at slide, they don't have numbers, but the one with the circle on it that says 847 routes, the special program routes for choice schools and for magnet programs, I know are sort of the most difficult for you guys to handle, because you're picking up kids all over the place and delivering them to, schools that are not close to their residence. To me, there's a real opportunity for us to collaborate with DART on addressing some of those routes. And so, as Scott is aware, I've started some conversations with DART on that topic and would love to loop you guys into those, you in particular. And so when we have that follow-up discussion, perhaps I can brief you on those chats and then get you in conversations with the DART team so we can try to collaborate more there. Thanks for all your work.
Trustee Mishke, then trustee Foreman.
Well, Trustee Marshall covered a number of questions and comments that I was going to make, but I just want to applaud you on being able to make the progress that you've made in a difficult year. I mean, to go from DCS with an on-time arrival rate of 65 or 66% to an on-time arrival rate of 95%. It's a huge improvement, and to be able to do that with a savings of almost $5 million compared to what we were paying DCS, I think speaks well of the district. But even with that 95% on-time arrival rate, I know a big chunk of that 5% happens to live in East Dallas. And so I would encourage you to see if we can get that number up
We
higher.
need to annex East Dallas into Dallas County.
Thank you.
Okay, so just a few questions, and Scott, I'll start with you because you probably have the answers to these questions. When DCS was running the system, how much did we get from the state, from TEA, and how much do we get currently?
Dwayne may be better to answer that.
Well,
I
Dr.
know
Hinojosa is standing up, so maybe he'll answer it for me.
Dallas County's, what, about 12 million?
Oh, yeah. So
do
the
the same
funding
thing.
formula that we would get through DCS is about $13 million. Okay, so from
Do we currently get that?
the reason why we don't get it now is because we're in Chapter 41.
I know why we don't get it. I just
So
said, do we
we-
currently get that? So the answer
No.
is no.
So next year, though, with House Bill 3, we will return to that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, so we took over in 2017, 18?
2018.
2018, so the school year 2017, 18. Was it 18,
School
19?
year
It's
18,
not this
19.
year. But okay, all right. So, one of the things that I've had complaints about in my area is the number of routes that you cut and combined. So do you have that number?
No, but we can look at that
Okay.
and get it to you.
And so the other question would be, just related to that would be, so how much longer are some of our students staying on the bus based on combining routes and cutting routes? So that would indicate that our students are probably on the buses a little bit longer. So what's the difference in when DCS was running in the time frame that they were on the bus? And how long are they on the bus now?
Now, I would have to look at the DCS information and get
Okay.
that to you, but our goal is that they're on the bus for an hour. Now, we do have some that are on there hour and a half and a little bit longer, but we're working towards fixing that, so all of our students will be on the bus for an hour.
So, and the complaint has been is that you combine routes and you cut routes, which meant that you would put some students on the buses longer, especially those students who get picked up first, correct? So I'd just like to know what that looks like.
We'll get you that.
And then I also saw that you were talking about changing out the cameras on the buses. So I would assume we have older cameras, because I think we should have cameras on all buses, correct?
Yes, ma'am, but we do have them on all the buses, but when we receive the buses at the beginning of the year, approximately 30% of the cameras work.
We're not,
So,
not working, okay.
yeah, and we need to have cameras on our buses.
So, and then the last question regarding the budget is that in this cost, are we also counting the maintenance facilities? And the operational cost of the maintenance facilities in the budget? In the student transportation services budget that you just presented, the 49 million.
No, ma'am, that's contained in the maintenance budget. I mean, maintenance has a budget to
So,
take care of our
that,
facilities.
that's one thing that always concerns me a little bit. We got a little piece over here and a little piece over here. And so when we talk about student transportation, that's a part of it as far as I'm concerned. You might want to show it, it's in another budget, but we need to know exactly how much we're spending, because this is not actually how much we spend on transportation. I don't know if the fuel cost is in here.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
It's in here? Okay, so the fuel cost is in here. So I'd just like to see any other place that we would have dollars regarding maintenance, because in essence, 49 million is not what we're spending. We're spending more based on some other stuff.
If I may. So
You may,
The,
I think.
the service centers themselves are in that cost as far as the mechanics, the parts, all that sort of thing. And I believe that they were answering the question of maintenance facilities, which or those service centers are not.
Right.
But the actual service centers that repair the vehicles are included in the cost, including maintenance, including mechanics, parts, all of that is in that
That's in
cost.
the 49 million.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But what's not in there, and what I was trying to allude to, was like the utility costs at the service center. That's over in the maintenance budget. Maintaining the facility, that's in the maintenance budget. It's not in the transportation.
Okay, and those are the costs that I'm looking for. Thanks for trying to correct me.
Trustee Mackey?
All right, thank you all for your work. I know it's a lot to assume an entire transportation department with a few months' notice and get that off the ground. And as someone who was at Townview at the beginning of the year with probably some of the most complex routes, what I was able to say is that, yes, there were issues, but it was honestly definitely no worse and even a little bit better than it was previously. So that's great to see the percentage. One question about the $5 million in savings. Theoretically, though, some of the maintenance things that sit in different budgets, even though it's not a lot, theoretically that was money that DCS was outlaying. So the 5 million isn't necessarily an apples to apples comparison, correct?
Probably not, because
Okay.
I'm sure they built that into their
Yeah.
additional money.
As far as, I love the app idea. So that thing I think can be a game changer, because those are 90% of the questions that come up about transportation. What's the rough cost of that? Is that something we're paying for?
Right, so that's part of our of Tyler Technology, which is a full packet from.
Gotcha.
And it includes the app, several other links that we use, routing software, fleet maintenance software, it's a full package.
And that's out of the transportation budget?
Yes.
I think it's well worth it. And then, just as a note on the ride times that Trustee Foreman alluded to, I do wonder going forward, this goes back to my point around racial equity. I feel like we should have a member of racial equity sitting up here for every single update and presentation, because my guess would be, I would love to see what those ride times are, average ride times for students at different schools, and see where the disparities are between kids who might be in one part of town who have a much shorter ride time on average than kids who live in a different part of town.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Henry, and then Trustee Johnson.
So I echo my colleagues' sentiments. Can you hear me?
I echo my colleagues' sentiments, especially around the improvement that we've seen since the beginning of the year. This was a huge issue early in the year, so thank you. I just have one question, well, two questions. One is, so we had teacher drivers. Did we let some of them go during this year?
Yes, we sure did.
Could you tell me why?
Well, actually, because we were adequately staffed. So we started out using them at the beginning of the year, but now that we have enough drivers for our department, we let them go ahead and go back to their original position.
But
Is there any-
we still utilize them, I think, for field trips. They have opportunities to drive for us. It's just not during the day.
Are there going to be any opportunities for it to be beyond, field trips, et cetera?
I mean, we can certainly look at it if we're going to be short on drivers. We're not anticipating being short on drivers next year.
Thanks again.
Trustee Johnson, and then Trustee Solis.
Yes. On page 7 of the presentation, it references ordering 60 buses. What is the expense for this? Where is the expense for this?
So the buses were purchased out of bond funds, and so that's in a different, it's not in the transportation's budget that I'm showing you today.
So what are the true expenses for the transportation across file funds?
Okay, I'm sorry, say that again?
What are the true expenses for transportation? Totally.
Oh, okay, yes, so I'll have to get that to you. Yes.
Another question. How did we calculate cost per rider? If the expenses are higher than the previous years, then how is this some savings for the district?
So what I did this time, since we're not done with the year, I just used the budget, so ridership versus the budget. Now, when we do the actual route services report and the operations report, it'll be actual, and then I can compare actual from year to year. But we're not done with the year, so I didn't want to compare actual, then compare budget for us. So I just did budget.
Okay, and one more question. Why is the budget on page 9 less than the budget item on 29E?
Sorry, 29E.
Yes, I was doing research. It says I'm showing here at 49 mil, but then I see at 54 million here.
29E, is that a different agenda item?
Yeah, I'm probably ahead of myself. I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Solis.
I had a question on slide, the additional program updates on the on-time arrival. So in 2017, 2018, was that was the average time for the entire year?
Yes, sir.
Right. So the average time for the entire year for us, I guess, what is it? What was it for last year?
For last year?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 18, 19. So the fall, it was the 70%, and where we were May 2019 is the 95%.
Yeah, so, I guess I could do the math myself, but the average there would have been, we increased on-time arrival from 2017, 2018 to 2018, 2019 on average. Like, what would that be? 15%,
Are you talking about the difference between those 2 years, the 30% between those 2
Not that,
years?
yeah, I mean, I just kind of want to, what is the, fall and current are two different numbers. So you got a number, you got one number for 2017, 2018, which is when DCS did on-time arrival. Do the same number for me for 2018, 2019 when we took over.
Okay, so we took over in fall. So at the beginning of the fall year, I wanted to show that 70%
Yeah.
in August.
Right, I got that.
What he wants you to do is combine those two, beginning of year and end of year, and what was the overall average?
The overall.
Okay.
And compare the overall average to the prior year. We'll
Okay.
get that information.
Okay, we can do that.
And the reason I'm asking for that question is because I actually have a communications question. We do a really, really good job of cleaning up other people's mess. But we take heat all the time in the media when things in the process of cleaning up that mess. And I would really love for some responsible journalism to ultimately come out of this about how great or how much better our transportation department is today with this new system versus where it was in the past. And that may seem small, but it's really not. When we are competing for market share, when we're proving that Dallas ISD can turn systems into high-performing systems, because there are a lot of parents that are going to look at how we get kids to and from school, and their last impression about how Dallas ISD did it was really bad. You remember, we used to have to go do talk after talk with these media outlets. So I'd love to kind of get a better narrative going, and I know that we have the ability to be able to turn that narrative into a positive one, which will continue to help us build momentum that will ultimately, I think, attract parents back to DISD. So, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm just, to close out this item, I just want to say, job well done, fantastic results at the end of the year. Let's start the year there. There was a question asked about, wait times. I guess while we're at it, we can, turn around and ask the question, with 35% of our kids being late, 17, 18, multiply that times the number of students, and I bet you that number is far larger in terms of amount of time kids sit in buses than 95% on-time arrival. So it's just a thought question, but I bet you that I'm right about that. So moving on to the next item, we are on to Network for Improved Schools Improvement Gates Grant Update.
Hello, trustees. Dr. Durant sends her regards. She's out with pneumonia and recovering, so we wish her a speedy recovery and hope she's able to get back quickly. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We have a unique opportunity to sit in front of you specifically regarding instructional equity. We have established a partnership with the Institute for Learning via a Gates Foundation grant of about $7.4 million that is flowing through to our staff and our students right now. I have with me today Dr. Anthony Petrosky, co-director for the Institute for Learning and professor at University of Pittsburgh, as well as Dr. Glenn Nolly, senior fellow at the IFL, as well as assistant professor at the University of Texas. So we wanted to give you a brief update on the partnership that we started last year and where we would like to go pending your approval with the upcoming agenda consent item. The IFL actually received a grant from the Gates Foundation in 2018 that focused on what we called 9th grade on track. It was a specific focus on African American, EL, and low-income students in the area of reading and writing, which speaks very well to several of the items that we've talked about today. The nice thing about this grant is it gave us the opportunity last year to actually do hand-in-hand instructional work with teachers, students, and parents. So getting close to proximity-wise in terms of equity and instruction and how we're going to help students find better pathways. We're hoping to expand, with your approval, the implementation of this process into the next few years by the action plans we created last year, implementing them in the upcoming year, and then expanding to 7th and 10th grade in 2020 to 2023. One unique thing about this partnership is it allows us access to expertise with 3 additional groups, the Institute for Learning, who helps us with the actual practices in the classroom. The Center for Urban Education, which is a huge expert in culturally and linguistically relevant practices in academics, as well as SEL and restorative practices, as well as the LRDC, which is a research expert. At this time, I know those of you that are new to the board are not familiar with the schools that were selected, so the next slide does address the school selection. There are 14 schools that were selected across the city. They are grouped into 3 clusters. They were selected according to school performance rating, the targeted population that was at those schools, and then leadership capacity as well as teacher capacity to sustain the PD that we were providing in the classroom. The focus of this grant is to create collaborative networks. We want teachers to learn those best practices and then share them with other teachers and show at the end of the day that students are gaining in achievement.
We're using, thanks, Jan. We're using a set of methods in this project that actually has a long history in health science and in the health industry as well as in business, called improvement science. For us, it's a equity-focused, data-driven process to identify and understand root causes of problems of practice. In this case, the problem is to close the achievement gap for African American students, English learners in reading and writing in 8th and 9th grade, and in year 3 and 10th grade as well, while moving achievement for all students. It's an iterative process in the sense that every year we go back and study the data, and we've just seen some of the new EOC data for this year that we want to take a close look at ourselves. To go back to this improvement science journey, once we understand the problem and its root cause, we use quick cycle research-based interventions, test of change, to solve the problem. And we use leading indicators to tell us whether or not those tests of changes are working in classrooms. And in instruction, those leading indicators are student work samples and teacher work samples. We then work collaboratively with the teachers and leaders to study the changes and the data to decide whether or not we have interventions that are worth scaling and presenting to leadership. The types of data that we used this year is publicly available data disaggregated by schools, racial groups, English learners, and gender. That would be the STAR, ELA, and writing scores, attendance, discipline, school climate, parent surveys, and grades. We also conducted empathy interviews. By we, I mean our teachers on our teacher teams. We have 14 teams composed of anywhere from 5 to 7 building people, most of them teachers, some of them counselors and APs. They conducted hundreds of student interviews and also interviewed teachers, approximately 40 teachers. They focused on questions of writing. They asked whether and when students felt successful as writers, when they struggled, and if they could, what would they imagine as the best instruction for writing? We asked similar questions of teachers, times they felt successful teaching writing, times they struggled, and what they would want in the best case writing instruction. We also had our teacher teams study the types of tasks that were being used in English language arts classes in their 8th and 9th grade classes. They studied them and used a rubric to determine the cognitive demand of the tasks, whether or not they were high-level tasks, asking a lot of reasoning from students, or low-level tasks. To the school, they found that most of the tasks were low-level, fill-in-the-blank, multiple-choice types questions, as opposed to questions that demanded students work across whole text or multiple texts and explain their reasoning and create arguments for their understandings. The next slide shows you the driver diagram, which is just simply a list of priorities based on the root cause analysis that we'll be working on this coming year. The first driver diagram is improving instructional rigor. These categories were determined by our teams of teachers and vetted in their buildings with their PLCs and their principals. We also think that providing better support for English learners, in academic work will help move the needle for achievement and improving cultural relevance. We have been working with the curriculum writers who are creating a K-8 curriculum in ELAR, and we have also been working with the Center for Urban Ed to understand how teachers in our buildings can improve their relationships with students, particularly with African American students whom they don't know and have relationships with, and English language learners as well. In coming years, we will focus also on removing attendance barriers. That's also school attendance, but also who gets to be in advanced courses. Advanced courses are good indicators of on-track graduation in 9th grade, and we're also working with teaching and learning on improving curriculum offerings.
So this slide just emphasizes that we have discrete goals for all stakeholders, and stakeholders including teachers, school leaders, and students. And the main thing we want to focus here is that all of our goals are focused directly on students, increasing their proficiency in literacy. And we're focusing specifically on our African American students and our English learners, just as my colleague said over here.
These outcome goals are what were referenced in Chief Elizalde's presentation, when she talked about the partnership with the IFL that has a long-standing relationship with Dallas ISD and success with Algebra 1 scores particularly. One of the things that we did learn was the comment by Trustee Mackey. Thank you, Trustee Mackey. We need to take a cultural equity perspective on everything that we do. And that is a huge part of this project, is to make sure that we're looking at equity, looking at expertise, and then assuring that our expectations are holding out for opportunities for all of our students to succeed.
We entered this project with the Gates Foundation and Dallas ISD knowing that we were bringing an equity lens to all of our work. That includes who sits at the table, on our teacher teams. It also includes bringing an equity lens to the design of materials that are being used in the project, and also an equity lens to studying the data. Not only the qualitative data, the quantitative data as well. We felt that student voices and teacher voices were really important, and towards the end of this year, we had the opportunity to begin to interview parents. We interviewed Hispanic parents in their native language, and we are now in the process of compiling that data by themes to understand parents' views of the school system from those interviews. I can't say enough about the importance of those equity interviews and understanding student, teacher, and parent perspectives.
So what we're coming today is to give you this update and to ask you to please formalize the partnership agreement that we are coming with. And so that we can implement these individualized action plans and then hopefully scale what we learned into the district-wide curriculum, as well as to other campuses that truly need this support with instructional equity. At this time, we'll entertain any questions.
Just these questions? Trustee Solis and then Trustee Foreman.
Would you mind going back to the slide that references attendance? Yeah. So this is, I'm trying to figure out, like, how does that, what recommendations and or change of practice do you foresee potentially proposing as it relates to remove attendance barriers? Like, how does that?
Sure. So attendance barriers can come in a variety of fashions, right? One of them could be just engagement in the classroom. The kids are coming in, they're not engaging with the text that's there, they don't see themselves in the learning, and so why bother to come? So one of the things that we can do is work on what texts are we selecting for students to read, how are we presenting the instruction in the classroom so that it is demanding, it's challenging, it's engaging, and students are wanting to be in class while they're there. In addition, we've been working with different schools through the work with the Center for Urban Education on removing attendance barriers in terms of the discipline and each school and how they address discipline with out-of-school suspensions, and how can we, if they're not in class because they're in some type of discipline recommendation. How are we going to reduce those suspensions and disciplinary actions in a way that students can be in class? So when we talk about attendance barriers, we really are talking about attendance barriers in class every day, being a part of the engaged in the learning.
I'd like to add to that we had one school, Adamson, that was very interested in working on chronic absenteeism. And we helped them create a root cause analysis. Glidden did most of that work out there with the principal, Diana Nunez, and her team. They did empathy interviews with 25 chronically absent students to find out why they weren't in school. And the main reason why they weren't in school was that they didn't feel like they had a personal connection to anyone in the building, any adult in the building. And many of them felt like they didn't have a personal connection with other students in the building. So after they did those empathy interviews, they put in place a small pilot program where they assigned teachers and staff to these 25 students to meet with them at least once, sometimes twice a week, to get to know them, to check to see if they were in the building, to develop a personal relationship with them. And after the end of the small pilot, which only lasted for about 3 weeks, over 80% of those chronically absent students had missed a single day.
That's awesome. I think it was you that made a reference of like getting kids more access to AP, and you could take that specific scenario and you could probably say the same thing about magnet schools and so on and so forth. So I only see things, because I've been wired to do it for 6 years now, through policy. And so how does what you are seeing at that hyper-local level, how does that ultimately, or may it ultimately, kind of filter back up to the board for potential policy change considerations to scale?
I foresee that a lot of the pillars that were introduced today, particularly the instructional equity pillar that was introduced, and even programmatic access, what we're doing is exactly what you talked about in terms of proximity to the problem, the closer to the student, the parent, the teacher, the community, and we can get to the root cause, the more that we can bring that data back up and look at what exactly are we doing that works, scale it, and then influence policy through those pillars: instructional policy, programmatic access policy.
But I'm trying to move from ambiguity to actual, like, there is a system that could potentially be put in place to take these best practices and or gleanings from the hyper-local level, bring it back to this board to say, and maybe it's through the racial equity department, but it is, we've seen that these things are having an impact. We think that this is a scalable solution, and we think if it made its way into district policy, we would be a more equitable district.
So one policy that we're actually considering right now for an adjustment is access to advanced coursework. That students leaving 5th grade, perhaps that are at the meets or master's level on STAR, are automatically enrolled in pre-AP courses, which automatically put them on a track for advanced course levels and on into what we're seeing to be programmatically more successful pathways. So that might be one example, and we're looking to do that not only with the mathematics pathway, but with all 4 core content areas.
Awesome. And then help me, what department are you in again?
I'm in teaching and learning, Shannon Trejo.
Teaching and learning, okay. So what conversations have you had with the racial equity department?
Sure, we've had several conversations with the racial equity department in terms of collaborations around these instructional practices. They've been a part of this pilot and a part of this partnership. They've been attending meetings, been a part of all of our trainings, recently attended a conference with us in Pittsburgh. So this particularly, we've also partnered with them in terms of text selection. We've been very bold in selecting some pretty aggressive choices.
Could you give me an example of what that
Sure.
would be?
So for
Are we talking like Ta-Nehisi Coast case for reparations, or is it less than that?
So for CAP programming, for example, we went and selected things like Dear Dr. Martin, Poet-X, Black Enough, really considering some different kinds of texts for students to engage with, and then worked with the CAP teachers to specifically utilize culturally and linguistically relevant practices when engaging with those topics in reading and writing, which is what CAP is focusing on. So those are a couple of examples, if that helps.
Okay, the final question, to date, the work that has been done here? Like what, in the grand scheme of scale, like how much has been done? Like a number of schools? You may have already
14
said it, but,
schools.
okay, 14 schools. I just don't have it in front of me.
Created individual action plans that they hope to implement next year.
Okay.
And at that point, we will begin to monitor exact progress with every student in terms of achievement, both quantitatively and qualitatively. So that's the amount of, and that would include several professional development opportunities over the course of this year, coaching on-site, additional hours put in to the teacher training as well as into curriculum development for district-wide scale as well.
Thanks.
Trustee Foreman and then Trustee Marshall. And then Trustee.
Sharon, looks like you guys have done some work in the 2018-2019 year. Have you measured that work? What kind of measurements have you used?
Oh, yeah. So the measurements that we used this year were mainly around the planning. So with each participation in the professional development, we studied the data that was provided publicly and then created the plans. And then we had early adopters, such as Adamson and Garcia. And those teams went out and actually tried some of these instructional changes. The example of the
Right.
attendance.
Right.
So those are some of the small measurements that we've taken, but they're not large enough to necessarily put forward as, oh, we think this will happen to everything. We've got to take those plans and have the opportunity to implement them.
If I might add to that, next year we will start doing what are called practical measures, using student work samples, for instance, and coding them and displaying them graphically in reader user-friendly ways to understand ongoing changes and create run charts of changes over time as well, so that teachers will be able to see quickly the effects of these small tests of change. But right now we have worked, for instance, on the number of students who are engaged in conversations with two peers over a text, and whether or not they were actually reasoning about the ideas in the text. So it's at that level that we'll be collecting data as well from teacher observations and work samples.
The only reason I raised that issue is that if there's no measurement, then we shouldn't be doing it.
Right.
We have to have some form of measurement to be able to make sure that what we're doing is adequate. And
Yes,
so-
ma'am. There are specific measurements laid out in the Gates Grant Foundation that
Okay.
we are required to adhere to.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustee Marshall, Henry, then Mack.
So thanks for the presentation and thanks for your work. I recall the conversation where we authorized this last year, and I know you have an agenda item later today at the board meeting, but help me understand what it is that you need us to do that's different than what we already did.
Sure. So last year's was only a one-year agreement for a partnership.
So we're just extending this 3
We're
years?
extending it.
With the same, wasn't there
It's a
some
d-
like
it-
intellectual property
There is.
situation with the Gates Foundation or
We're asking for a waiver of
something?
CY local for intellectual property, as well as we presented the partnership in a different type of agreement format. Last year's
Okay, and
format
then there's a
was
data
little bit
sharing
off.
agreement.
There is a data sharing agreement.
So really, you're just redoing the partnership agreement
For the next 4 years.
for more years,
Correct.
renewing a data sharing agreement and waiving the intellectual
waiving
property
CY local
issue,
policy.
which
Yes,
are
sir.
all things that we already did. You just want it for longer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Henry?
Your work. I just wanted to say quickly, just the idea of being proximate, that solution that you just devised from those empathy circles, empathy meetings, interviews with the students, that's the heart of racial equity. You don't get those solutions without sitting with those kids or communities of color or the communities we're targeting, English language learners. You don't get those solutions without having those conversations. So I'm very thankful that y'all took that approach, take that approach, and I think that's even a measurement. I think you have the measurement, there's also best practices that you can learn. I think that's a best practice that we could learn as we first identify an issue, because I'm sure you might have walked into that meeting thinking there was an issue and the students then told you what the real issue was. So again, thank y'all for taking that approach. And yeah, that's all I have. Really appreciate that approach.
Trustee Mack?
Yeah, thank you for your work. This is exciting. This is really exciting work. Just a quick question. You mentioned 14 schools created individual action plans. Do we have the list? Can you get that and send that out? I'd just be curious to see which 14 schools they are.
Sure. On
on the-
slide.
Oh.
There we go. I believe it's slide 3 for you, Trustee Mackey. It lists the schools and the clusters.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to say also that 6 of our middle schools are AIM schools, and we've been working closely with that effort to align our materials with their procedures and protocols so that the work in those schools will be seamless with their own work.
Trustees, any other questions? Very, very excited about the work and what you're doing, and I look forward to, the next 4 years. I'm definitely going to be supportive. You should also know you have 3 former Teach for America teachers on the school board, so there's some folks in here that know about teaching in urban settings. So thank you for your hard work. Excellent. District Improvement Plan. Stephanie, step up to the plate. Come into the Thunderdome.
I think this can be very short and sweet. There's nothing in this deck that the trustees, that you all haven't already seen before. This is just ensuring that we're presenting it as the holistic district improvement plan. So we've discussed these items from the programmatic or implementation. So just as a reminder, the district improvement plan, of course, does set up what is it that we're doing, how do we think we're going to get there, and how do we measure whether we got there or not. It's only required that we have the community involvement, district advisory council. There's no actual action for the board to take, but we think it's a good practice to always bring it to the board so that you see it holistically. The comprehensive needs assessment focuses in those 4 areas of demographics of who we're serving, student academic achievement being at the forefront, of course, school processes and programs. What are we doing? What are those programs and processes? And how do we conduct business in terms of our culture and our climate? We have basically 3 big buckets: our student outcome goals, which you all receive a progress monitoring from us, our strategic initiatives, and then areas of focus. I do want to highlight theory of action / local accountability system on slide 3 or page 3, because that local accountability system used to be called our SPF, our school performance framework, which TEA approved in May to be our state accountability ratings at the campus level. So I do want to remind everyone, I don't know that we've been clear before, the campuses will receive the local accountability system. The district will still receive a district-wide rating from the state, as all other districts do. I think several of you, particularly Trustee Foreman, will be happy to see an area of focus there. That second bullet is neighborhood schools, because that is an area where we're working in conjunction to make sure that we ensure that that doesn't become a second, that this choice schools are first and neighborhood schools are second. We don't want them, it should not be one is better than, they both need resources. So we've highlighted that. It's been a focus. Superintendent wanted to make sure that we do get the good stuff to all of our campuses. Of course, we previously called this the Middle School Initiative, now called Achieving in the Middle, or AIM. You see racial equity. We also work now to have the racial equity lens as a part of all of our planning. That has just become something that we need to put at the forefront of all of our planning and discussions. Y'all are familiar with the Long Range Master Facilities Plan and the Long Range Technology Plan. And of course, we're going to constantly focus on ensuring that we keep as many of our kids and our teachers engaged and staff members in our campuses as possible. You're familiar with the 4 goals. Those still remain the same. We did reprioritize within our areas of focus, and this is the one slide I think we want to make sure we highlight, which is you'll see the number 1 thing is the Racial Equity Office, and that is because that should be the first layer that we put as we continue to move forward. We want to have this lens in front of all of our work. We're going to continue with our theory of action. We alluded earlier to why it is important when I mentioned mobility, that it's important that we do have a comprehensive instructional management approach, which is why you see that our theory of action is managed instruction with earned empowerment. We do have students that move from campus to campus, so we do have to ensure that there is some comprehensive and cohesive approach with curriculum, both the content and the delivery. Identify, rewarding, and retaining. These are not new. Everyone is familiar with both the Teacher Excellence Initiative as well as our continuation in our ACE. Public school choice, extracurricular, co-curricular, a really important goal of the boards that you have also seen previously mentioned as an area of focus. We asked for additional budgetary dollars. Want to emphasize that we've expanded that bookends approach. We had something up front in early learning. We had something at the end in collegiate academies, early college high schools, P-TECHs, and now we're adding something in the middle, achieving in the middle. We think this will round out our approaches and should result in increased academic achievement. In culture and climate, we want to expand and continue the depth to our social emotional learning, as well as continuing to look at behavior modification as opposed to behavior punishment when it comes to our students. We operate under the belief system that discipline is something we do for students. It's not something we do to them. So it is about getting to that local level and identifying what is causing this so that we can address the cause rather than coming back and being punitive. Because if punitive worked, then we would see a decrease in these things. So it's very clear what isn't working. I think our challenge is that we're going to need to continue to really dig deep to find what those systems are that are working. But you can see through all the previous presentations and this summary that will continue to be an area. Parental and community engagement. This year we're looking specifically this summer to retool our existing parent engagement office so that we include an area who's expert in SBDN, PTA, et cetera, so that we can go to the communities and ensure that we have not just in name, but active participants from our parents and our community. And so we intend to stay focused, and our campuses then design their campus improvement plans tailored as this is their foundation, but they get to tailor it to their own needs assessment. And that concludes the presentation.
All right, trustees, question? No questions? All right, awesome, Stephanie. Wow.
Hurry.
Run. All right, cooperative purchasing agreement with related fees and purposes. Step into the Thunderdome. Dr. Lear.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Under the Texas Education Code, school districts can use cooperative purchasing arrangements. However, one of the requirements for that is if they're used, we have to report on an annual basis any fees that we pay to any of the cooperatives. On this, we've used several cooperatives. The only ones we've paid a fee to, you see on the document, is EPCNT, CTPA, TexMOS, and the Urban School Food Alliance. So those are the ones we've had to pay membership fees to, and this concludes our report.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Foreman? I'll get him later. Oh, you're just, okay. Any questions? All right. Holy moly. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the next items on the agenda are just consider and take possible actions to approve the minutes, conduct the board's self-constraint. So now on to policy updates. Consider and take possible action, EHBG local, Dr. Lear. Everybody ran.
While we're stalling, I will bring up to the board that this is a single read. We need action on this read this month. That's about all I'm going to say, Dr. Lear.
Right. This policy is the pre-K policy that we spoke about earlier, and so Derek Little gave you the language that would go into the policy to allow students to come in based on the language opt-in, the bottom quartile for options, there he is, and income.
Got a little bit of a delay across the hall. Hi.
All right, questions about the BG, it's the, I guess it's the one sentence we saw in the previous. Trustee Foreman? No? Any questions? I'm good. Anybody else?
Love it.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Love that kind of.
You better enjoy this, Derek.
So next item is take possible action to approve and amend board policy EIC local academic achievement class rank sponsored by Dr. Durant. And is somebody going to take this in her absence? Yes.
Shannon Trejo.
Waiting.
Trustees, any questions about this policy?
I just have
Please,
a quick question.
Trustee Foreman?
So how does this affect the overall rankings as we now know them?
So currently what we've done is it's removed the language regarding calculations and we're looking at placing that language into the regulation, which is still in development right now. We are working. Correct. It's going into the regulation, right? It will not be the same as it has been. We have been getting a lot of feedback from parents, students, community, teacher, staff, and the regulation will be revised.
So the problem I have with that is that the regulation comes from the administration, but the board will have no knowledge of that if you change the regulation?
We gave, there was an update provided, I believe, last Friday of a draft, and that would be provided to you upon finalization of that with the administration.
So, Dr. Hustle, I'd like to see that draft because we've had lots of issues with changing the way we calculate.
We've had a few issues with class rank and stuff, so yes.
Yeah,
We had it in the board update, we'll get it back to you again.
Would you
Yes.
please, because I don't want to get caught in the middle. I've been caught in the middle of some of that, so I'd like not to be caught in that.
Of course.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions on this item?
Is this a single read as well?
No, this is.
Should be single read, yes.
Yeah, because we had to.
So that we can
yes,
put this
'cause we
into
have
effect
to.
for August.
Yes.
Thanks for catching me.
Yes.
All right, then moving on to FFAB, Local Wellness and Health Services Immunizations. Dr. Elizalde. Doctor left. Doctor. Trustees, any questions on FFAB Local? Well, I guess we could also take FFAC Local since they're kind of the pair, I think. Any questions? Trustee Foreman?
I'd just like to say, Brian Luss pigeonholed me to tell me what I needed to know about this, so I wouldn't have to ask here. Thank you, Brian.
Excellent.
I gave her information she wanted, that's all.
It
was a good thing.
You don't have to know, he knows.
Okay, so nothing else on FFAB and FFAC Local. All right, then we're gonna go Code of Conduct. Who's, Chair, you're taking it? Trustee Foreman.
I'd just like to know what the changes are.
Okay, so there are very few changes because, we've been tweaking it over the years. So the only main change is regard to the good day policy. So for example, a student that comes into DAEP and they have 20 days assigned. If they go a whole week without absences, without any discipline issues, they can earn a day off of their time that they have there. If they come in on a Saturday, they can earn time. What we've decided, though, is for situations, for example, major disruptive school behavior, assaults, like if they hit a teacher, they cannot get good days when they get there because we do want them to have a longer time off the campus before they come back. So that's the only real major change this year.
Any other questions, trustees, on the student code of conduct? All right. Then moving along, so proposed naming of facilities. Any questions on any of the proposed naming of facilities? Of any of them? All right, well, that's moving along. So now, teaching and learning, consider and take possible to approve the sub-grant agreement. Oh, this is the University of Pittsburgh Gates Foundation. Any questions about?
Just a quick question.
Trustee Foreman?
We need Shannon. Delay.
Well, we might as well get Derek in here too. To the next one.
I don't need Derek. I just need some. Oh, yeah, I need Derek. I need Derek.
I mean, we need them like in the bullpen or something. Isn't that what the thing across the way is called? Oh, they're on delay, okay.
It's
Oh,
not exact. There's a delay.
okay,
I
okay,
apologize.
sorry. We need like a walkie-talkie or something.
Okay,
Okay,
Shannon.
questions on the gates?
Yeah, Shannon, okay, so we're waiving the.
CY local.
Uh-huh. And so what are we actually waiving? Are we waiving?
The ability to share the information
The
that we
data.
learn.
Okay, so what is in the data agreement? What data are we sharing? And when do we stop sharing the data and when is the data destroyed?
So the University of Pittsburgh has completed an IRB research with the district, which formulated that data sharing agreement, which would include attendance data, discipline data, student achievement data. A lot of it public facing, but some of it is needed for the data sharing agreement. That data will then be translated into reporting to show how what we're doing in the classroom at those little tests of change are actually making an impact or not. That is a question I'd need to go back and check on, Trustee Foreman, regarding once we're done, where does the data go? And
That's a big issue for
Right.
me with all of these data sharing agreements.
Right.
Once we're done, what happens to the data? And so this is elementary, middle, and high school.
just middle and high school, it'll be 7th grade through 10th grade only. Yes, ma'am.
So would you please get that?
Yes, ma'am.
for me?
Sure will.
Thank you.
Any other questions, trustees? Okay, then moving on to early learning. Derek, trustee Foreman.
Okay, Derek.
We've
Now
been
we're
doing
back
so
to-
well, Trustee Foreman.
Just a quick question, this is not bad, but, so this is an agreement with recommended suppliers for pre-K services. What would those services be?
It's worded like we're going to purchase something for them
I
because
know.
we go through an RFP, but this is our SRI Plus partnership. So
Mm-hmm.
these are childcare centers where we will place a teacher do the normal work.
So the reason I led to that question is that we show Heavenly Christian Academy here, but we also have the other partnership with Heavenly Christian Academy.
It's it's
Are they
similar
different?
name, it's a different name. The other one's Heavenly Learning Academy.
Oh, okay, so similar but not the same, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions on early learning? All right, special education. Any questions on special education, agreement, autism?
Don't pass all of it, we got some other stuff in this already.
Oh, I thought it was all just partnerships.
Yeah,
Oh, you had a question?
no, we got some other stuff. Not that fast, Derek.
So just on to the next one, because I was looking at the first tab there. Can you just kind of run through what these amended changes are and why we're making these changes now?
I will, and I know that we've spent literally almost a day talking about this at this table. And unfortunately, when we submitted those 1882 pre-K contracts to TEA, they gave us provisional approval for them, but not full approval. We had to make amendments to these 4 paragraphs before they would grant final approval to the district and agree to pay these 1882 per student funds. The amendments, I think, are really technical. I don't think they are substantive and change the nature of our agreement with these partnerships, but they further clarify and match the language in the law, which is what TEA was asking us to do, was to clearly in black and white better mimic the language in the legislation.
So Derek, would you say all these are conforming changes and not substantive changes?
I do, Doc.
Trustee Mackey get finished first.
So trustee Mackey?
On the last one, number 4, so I understand that. That makes a lot more sense to me. But like you look at the last one in number 4 where they struck out comply with student outcome goals, et cetera. That does not negate the outcome goals that we put in that partnership agreement with them.
No, this is part of like our own frustration of going through this process with the agency, because there's a whole addendum in each of these contracts that specify student outcome goals, and you can't hit those targets if you don't use those assessments. And TA has no issue with that. They literally just did not want us to state it in this paragraph.
Okay, but it's still the outcome goals in the
Yeah,
addendum.
we're not changing the performance targets for the partners.
Okay, I'll pass it on. I might have one more question.
So,
Trustee Foreman?
so Derek, does it change the amount of money that each partnership will get per student?
No, ma'am. The funding doesn't change, the relationship doesn't change, the staffing doesn't change. Like, there's no real meatiness to this. It's to Doc's word, it's really conforming to their expectations.
So the reason I asked that question is the funding was based on what we thought the charter schools were receiving more, so that was $1,800 more per student. And so they would receive $900 per student. So does a charter school still receive $1,800 more after Senate Bill 3?
There were some changes in House Bill 3. I
House
don't
Bill.
know, and one, initially was proposed that they would not get a differential. That did not pass, so they are still getting differential, so we will still get this amount. If we find out that that's number significantly different, we'll let you know. We're still analyzing everything in House Bill 3.
So that's one of my big questions, is that if the number changes, we won't know that. But this was based on the difference between the charter schools and the ISD.
Yes, ma'am. If I'm reading in a little bit to where you're going, I think our commitment is to certainly make sure the partners are not penalized financially. So if the amount drops so much that this becomes less financially advantageous to one of our other models, we wouldn't just execute this. We would revert back to one of the other models that provides them more funding from the district. But at this point, we think this will still be valid.
So I don't want them penalized.
We don't
But
either.
I want to know exactly what we're doing, because it makes a big difference in terms of how we do this. And if there's a significant change, if it's an uptick, I want to know, and if it's a downtick, I want to know.
I think we can certainly commit in your written updates to let you know once TEA gives us the final number, what that number is.
Sorry, I do have one more question.
Trustee Mackey?
In number 3, the administration change that talks about the evaluation system. Do I still read this to say that all of these district teachers that are at these will be evaluated under TEI?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Done with special, with early learning on to special ed. Any questions, agreement with the Autism Treatment Center for residential placement? B, interlocal speech language pathology partnership with UTD, or internship agreement with A&M University Kingsville. Okay, so, no questions on this. So 17, career technology, any questions on agreements with multiple vendors for food, grocery, supplies, commercial equipment, and services for career technology engineering programs? Okay, 19, any questions on A or B? Trustee Foreman.
So Sherry, you know I really like the telemedicine, so just a quick question. Is there a cost to the telemedicine?
No.
Okay, I didn't think it was, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Any questions on B? Trustee Foreman.
This is for Apex Learning and the digital learning curriculum.
Yes.
So, so this is you, Sherry?
Yes, this is the software that we use in the Reconnect centers.
Right. So is this a sole source?
Oh, I'd have to check with purchasing. I know they've been through the RFP process. No. They've been through the RFP process. Because there are other vendors that can do that, because we had one previously and we changed to this one a few years ago.
Okay, so excuse me, I'll keep putting this down. So when I look at it, it's for $450,000?
Correct.
And then it looks like what we've used to date on the last one was $11,000. Is there a reason for the uptick? Okay, what does the bottom part say? Look at the second paragraph, baby. You don't know?
I'm thinking they did a typo on that, because there's no way we've spent $11,000 on
That's-
Apex. So I'll check with purchasing and see what that number
And they sitting
is.
back there and didn't even come to your rescue.
Letting you just flail in the wind.
Okay,
Oh, here they come.
of course.
They're no longer scared.
When you get called out, you will come.
It's saying 11,000, but there's no way we've spent 11,000.
Oh, they're two different services. This is the actual instructional materials. This is when we did the training. the
Training,
contractual.
okay.
Okay, one is training and one is services. Yeah.
So one is for the materials, that's the large amount, the actual use, and the software. And then the second one is contracted services for all of the training as we've continued to stay updated and expand.
Okay, thanks for explaining.
Trustees, any other questions on this item?
Not on that one. 28.
Okay, 20A, athletics. Trustee Foreman?
In here, so Sherry, I guess I'll have to give it to you.
Okay. And
Um,
I'll ask purchasing to stay with me too, because this is another purchasing.
So I noticed we did go out for bid, that's a good thing. So have we identified some of the needed areas for athletics? Some of the grounds?
Okay, so this is for
This
things,
is-
go ahead.
Go ahead.
This is for things such as uniforms, equipment. This is more the things that the athletes use through the athletic programs.
Oh, okay, okay. Because this says grounds, athletic fields, departments as needed.
Right, it's some of that, but it's more of like the uniforms, if you'll look
Equipment.
there. Right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustees, any questions on those? If not, strategic initiatives, 22A through through Z. No, sorry. Up until, like, W is all P-Tech with Dallas Community College. 22, nothing on A through W, then 22X. Trustee Foreman.
For the unramped dual enrollment, is that students or is that teachers?
It's both. The teachers go to training at UT, and then it's for the cost for students for the courses.
So are the courses here or the courses at?
They're UT courses that the students participate via online, that the high
So
school
it's an
teachers.
online course?
And the teachers facilitate it.
Oh, okay, because I don't see online on here, so that was why I was, how are they gonna get there? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any questions on Y or Z? Okay, if not, moving on to 24, Chief of Staff. Negotiate with educational resource strategies. Any questions on 24A? Nothing on 24A? 25A. 25A. 27A. 29A. 29B. 29C. Okay. 29D. 29E. Okay, question on 29E. Trustee Foreman.
Trying to get an understanding of the funding lag and why we are adopting this since
Okay.
we're so wealthy since we did the TRE.
So as you recall, there's a first rating that every year, this is the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, and that rating system has changed and added a requirement that I notify the board in a public meeting that there used to be now a funding lag between the value, so we were using last year's value in the old system, we were using last year's value in the current year budget, okay? And that is the funding lag that we had to have a discussion about so we could check the box on the first rating. I went to a financial update just this last week. TEA will be taking that out moving forward, but in order to get the maximum points we possibly can on the first rating, we included that information for you. I know most of the board members are very familiar with the fact that we're using the prior year values in the current year budget under the old system, but I'm just meeting the requirement to be able to provide documentation to TEA that we in fact did that.
Okay, not a problem. I'm just on page 3. So you're estimating that we're going to lose 1,700 students?
That's correct, to 153,333, yes ma'am.
1,700 students. I just want people to recognize that we're still losing students, and we're trying to kick some out. We're losing students.
Trustees, any other questions on?
I do.
On E or F? Trustee, I saw Johnson. Okay, go ahead. Trustee Mackey.
And just a quick note on projections. So last year, I know we projected to lose a certain amount of students, but we ended up not losing that many students, correct? And actually holding steady?
No, we actually lost students, it just wasn't the same level.
The same number, okay.
Yeah, we lost about 1,600 students in that ballpark last year.
Gotcha. This may, if you could steer me if this is not the appropriate one to ask this question on. So we talked, the workshop, I was not able to attend the second part of the workshop this morning around the district priorities. the budget that you're bringing us, where did we land? What is the administration proposing as far as the district priorities fitting into this budget, and what is being proposed?
So this, thank you for asking that question, because this budget is the base budget.
Okay.
And at the regular meeting where you take action, we will add in those fiscal notes to incorporate into the budget to make it what was presented today. Because by the time we had to make this presentation, or actually put it in to meet the guidelines and the deadlines, we didn't know how, which of the fiscal notes, if there were any that the board didn't want to do. So we just use this as the base budget, then we'll add in the items that we discussed at the first meeting and the second to the total budget for the June 27th meeting.
And Mr. Mackey, there were no items that did not make the base budget. All of the items, and we actually have a small amount left over so that everything made it in, since you were not here for this morning's discussion.
And that includes not funding that additional year?
Correct.
Correct.
Right, correct. We will not be doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Johnson.
On the, I asked a question earlier. Why is the budget on page 9 less than the budget item on 29E?
There must have been a difference between one of Scott Lane's presentation on transportation versus what's in the budget doc. Richard, do you happen to know?
Well, when I'm looking at that line item, for 17-18 was the actual of 39 million. Then the budget was, now, if you're looking at function 34, which is student transportation, it has $54 million. And inclusive in the $54 million is one of the main differences between what's in the actual budget for transportation is what is called TRS on behalf. So the state pays for our employees into TRS, then tells us how much they paid, and we have to record that into our financials as an expense and a revenue. It's a wash. And so every one of our organizations, every one of the orgs, it's not coded to their org, it's coded to generic because they really don't have any say over that. It's a state issue.
Okay, because I know I'm new at this, but when I was doing the math, I still came up with probably $1 million shy, but I'll talk to you.
Okay. Offline. Maybe I'm not looking at the exact line item, but I'll get that, whatever information you need, I can provide for you.
Trustee Mitchke?
Yeah, going back to the enrollment question and the fact that we've lost students. In a prior presentation, you had done a comparison of the enrollment declines at the major urban districts in the state. And I just think that would be helpful to have as a benchmarking technique to just see how we're doing compared to the other urban districts. And I'm assuming that the enrollment declines have to do with the expansion of charter schools. But I would like to see Austin, Houston.
And we have that information because of our association with the Texas Urban Council. We have all their percentage of loss for those schools, and the percentage is actually higher for Austin and San Antonio and all those districts than what we've been experiencing.
Yeah, in fact, we'll get that information for you. 2 comments about that. Last year, we did lose 1,600 students, but our initial projection was we were going to lose over 3,000 students. Ended up being 1,600. And then, yes, all the urban districts have lost over 1,000 students, but El Paso only has 57,000. Austin has 80,000, and they lost 1,000 students. So we do have that information, and we will provide it for you for full context.
Okay, then moving along onto procurement services. 30A, any questions on 30A, B, or C? 30A, Trustee Foreman.
So, you're asking for an additional 22 months on the copiers that we have?
What I'm asking for, ma'am, is 22 months for board authorization. Whenever this was approved by the board, they did it for 44 months.
So you're asking for an additional 22 months?
Yes, ma'am, that way.
So let me ask a question.
Okay, ma'am.
This is a large expenditure. If I look at it, I thought I saw the amount on here, $29.5 million. $29.5 million. And I need to understand why we did not go out for bid.
And this is when it was approved.
I know was approved in 2016.
Yes, ma'am, and they did a 5-year lease after that with Canon based on that. And, so what we're trying to do, the Canon lease expires in 2021, and we're working on an RFP document that we're going to put out at the first of the year. So that we can compete this and get it back down, ma'am.
So when we went out for bid, it was actually in 2015. So it was supposed to be from September 2015 to June of 2019. That's what the document says. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But they entered into a contract or a lease agreement, ma'am, later into that.
Who is they?
About 2 or 3 people before me and even before Dwayne.
So what you're saying is that
They're under budget. I mean, we're within the budget that was authorized, ma'am, but the timeline, I'm just trying to get them aligned.
Yeah, I'm not looking at budget.
Okay, ma'am.
If I look at this document, it says that the lease was supposed to be for 44 months.
Yes, ma'am.
You're saying that someone entered into an agreement for 5 years.
For a 5-year lease, yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to know who that was, because the problem I'm having is I've been in this business, and the pricing changes quite often, and without us going out for competition, because this is only the equipment part. Then you got the supplies part that's going to follow this. And a lot of times, the original manufacturer also supplies the supplies, but in this case, they're not.
In the lease, yes, ma'am, they do. They providing everything for the copiers except the paper. And we're paying a cost per copy on the lease.
So then on 30B,
Yes, ma'am.
is that for
That's
fax machines?
That's for fax machines, printers, and devices like that. Yes, ma'am.
So it's all inclusive. I still have a problem with us doing an original agreement for September 2015 to June 2019. And then you coming back asking for an additional 22 months without going out for bid for such a large amount.
Yes, ma'am. I'll send you the documentation with who did what to whom, and I think it'll explain to you. If not, I'll make an appointment with you, ma'am.
That sounds good to me, because I got some real issues.
And so do I, and that's
with
why I
this.
brought it to the board, for board transparency, to show that we're not trying to hide anything. We're just trying to correct things from the past.
This is a lot of money.
I understand, ma'am.
So any other questions on 30A, B, or C? Okay, if not, we'll move on to 31A and B. Any questions on 31A and B? 31A, trustee Foreman. B, any questions on 31A or B?
I was reading this late at night, so forgive me.
Questions on 33? IT department. Questions on 33 or 34? 34. Question on 34.
Hi, Jack.
Good evening, Trustee Foreman.
So this is over 5 years, $2 million for, I guess that's to repair equipment. So when we buy these different devices, what kind of warranty do we have on them?
The new equipment that we're buying does have a warranty on it. That warranty varies depending on the type of device. So let me give you an example. We are deploying Chromebooks for students in the classrooms. Those typically carry a 3-year warranty. Laptops for teachers, those will sometimes carry a longer warranty. I think they're 4 years. So I agree with you, and I think where you're going with this, we're not so much in the break-fix business anymore because we are buying new equipment, and that's why we're projecting a little bit less spend on this contract going forward than we have historically. Historically, we've been doing about $500,000 a year in this type of work. And so we're projecting it'll be a little bit less, $400,000, I think is the basis for the new contract going forward. But I'd be surprised if we even spent that much.
Other devices that we have in the classroom, like the smart boards, do they have a warranty on them?
Yes, ma'am. We're still in the procurement process for a new smart board contractor, but we are using these break-fix services to repair the old ones in the meanwhile.
So did they have a warranty on the old ones?
I would have to check. I'm sure they did. I don't know what exactly that warranty was, but I know we're well beyond it at this point because those devices are about 7 or 8 years old. I believe it was 5 years that they had when they were bought new, but we're past that now.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
trustees, any questions on 34A, B, or C? If not, construction services. Any questions on construction service? 36D, question on 36D.
Okay, Scott, I see we're bringing forth the construction manager at risk form of doing projects. So, and it's clear that I don't care for the construction manager at risk for a lot of reasons. And I thought it was interesting, the gentleman that came here today said he'd been in business 75 years. I did some checking. He's a small business person. So that's real interesting that we would have that to happen. But my concerns are currently the majority of our construction projects are behind schedule. Currently, the majority of our construction projects are behind schedule, and we are managing those. When we turn over the entire management to a construction company, how is that going to change?
Well, first of all, we do have a number of projects that are behind schedule, and that can be attributed to several factors. You know, the city process we have to go through takes time, and it varies from project to project. But bear in mind, the construction manager, it's actually a contractor just for one specific project.
I know.
And the advantages, I believe, are it's in terms of scheduling and it's in terms of budget for those two reasons, because we currently have two schools, Pinkston, the new Pinkston High School, that was $17 million over budget, and now we have to rebid it, which throws our whole schedule off by 6 months. And then the Jill Stone Replacement School was over budget by $4 million, and it's the same situation, and it's really causing an impact to our program. So your advantage to this and trying it on one project, you bring the contractor in at the same time you hire the architect. The contractor works with the architect on the schedule and also works with them on the budget. And the contractor will actually estimate that project while it's being designed by the architect. So then when it goes out to bid to the subcontractors, we have a much better chance of being closer to budget. Whereas the current method, the competitive sealed proposal, the architect does the budget or the estimating costs. Everyone does what they're supposed to do, but you just don't know how much it's going to cost until you bid it. And just like Pinkston High School, when we bid it, we thought we were going to be on budget, and it was $17 million over budget.
That's a big gap.
It is a big gap. And we only had
And to
two
be that
bidders.
far off, that's a big gap. I'm just saying.
Well, it's just another method that we're allowed to use through the state.
Well, I know you're allowed to use it. I know you're allowed to use it, so, and I think we've already put it in policy, right, Dr. Hinojosa?
I'm not sure about policy.
Put it in
We
policy.
put it in policy?
The policy
What-
allows you to
We changed
determine
policy
the
to be able
methods.
to use construction manager at risk because it was not one of our preferred ways of doing construction. Am I
I
incorrect?
don't believe that's true. Policy dictates that the board has to approve
Yes.
procurement methods for construction projects. So that's why it's coming to the board. I think even if there is a policy for competitive sealed proposals, there's not one. There's a legal policy, but there's not a local policy. There's one for
There's a
design.
legal policy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I know I recall us changing to be able to do construction manager at risk.
But
So-
it still has to come to the board.
Right, I understand that. Do you see what's sitting around this board? One woman. That's all I gotta say.
Trustees, any other questions on 34A through J?
I would like to make a statement. It's going to be two women
Trustee
sitting
Johnson.
around the board on 23rd. But I would like to ask, can you give me more information on the CMAR and the CSP? I know we spoke a lot offline, and so I'll continue to speak with you offline concerning this, because I know it's a big concern in the African-American community, especially with the contractors. So give me that information, and we'll talk more offline
All right,
about it.
very good.
Thank you.
36, anyone on 36?
I got a question on 36G, the bond steering committee. I know we talked a lot about it on the first go-around when Bond 2020 was up here. I just want to make one recommendation that I didn't make before, but a good thing it comes back. I noticed, the floating chiefs down at the bottom that can float in and out anywhere. We talked about, and a lot of people up here expressed a desire and a worry and want to make sure that racial equity is included jointly with that. Consider moving, whether it's Leslie or someone from the Office of Racial Equity, into that executive steering committee as someone to be at the table. Or the Office of Racial Equity needs to be represented in the bond more than a floating position, in my opinion.
Scott, I have one more question. When will the bid go out for the new Pinkston?
Pardon me?
When would the bidding process go out for the new Pinkston?
The next bid?
Yes.
Bidding date.
We're on schedule to bring it to I believe, the September board. I'll verify that, but I believe that's.
We'll check with Councilmember Omar to see if he gives us permission to.
Yes, he got us into school, right?
We did.
Yeah, that passed.
Yeah,
City
it did
Council.
pass, the ordinance.
Was it
Thank you, Councilman Omar.
Very controversial. Oh, sorry, that's not on the agenda. It's not on the agenda. Okay, 37A through C, D was pulled. Any questions? 37A.
So Scott, this is transportation.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, trustee, Joe, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, please, go ahead.
Huh?
Please go ahead.
Said he couldn't hear me. Is this part of the transportation budget?
Yes, ma'am.
those are the questions I was asking earlier about the different portions of the transportation budget.
Yeah, I think trustee Mitchke had a question about this. You know, can we just take those outside cameras and then just put them inside? Or do
We
kids
don't-
have to be in motion?
No, we don't own those cameras. Nobody owns those cameras.
No, okay.
Source
Sorry, bad question. Bad question.
Surely we can pick those up cheap at this point.
They don't work.
It'll work.
Chief Lane, also, could you, meant to ask this earlier, could you give me the data that supports the DCS arriving on time?
Okay.
Because that was presented. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions on 37A through C? Okay, 38, real property management. Any questions on A, B, or C?
38C.
38C. Question on 38C.
This is probably a budgetary question. One of the things I noticed is that we are leasing parking spaces for City Labs downtown. So how is that incorporated into the overall budget, Stephanie, when we start trying to allocate and make sure that equity is there? There's an additional $64,000 that's added per year for those parking spaces. And so I'm assuming that's some student parking spaces also?
Yes, it's for staff and students.
Yeah. And again, it goes back to that whole equity piece. And where is that on the budget line?
Yes, this particular line item is in the real property management budget.
But it's to benefit a school. And it's back to that disconnect that I talked about earlier, where you got these bits and pieces, and we never really connect those bits and pieces for individual schools. That is going to benefit a school, correct?
Correct. And also, there's still administrative staff there. There's still some special ed staff that's still housed in that facility. And that's the reason it sort of fell in real property management budget, because initially that was all administrative staff. But you're absolutely right. As it's transitioned into a school facility, we probably need to make that adjustment.
Because we wouldn't count that. That's in real property, so that's something we wouldn't even look at as a part of the benefits for that particular school. Just saying. I'm not against it. I'm just against the fact that we don't put these things together so we have a real picture of what the students are gaining per school.
Okay, trustees, any other questions on 38A through C? If not, any questions on 39? Any questions on 40A through D? Okay, hearing none, it is 6:21 and this meeting is adjourned.